Chapter 1. The village of Tallow Crossing sat between two hills like a coin dropped in a fold of cloth. Wei Liang Qiu rode through it on a gray horse at midday, and he was not thinking about the village. He was thinking about 3 missing agents and what their absence said about the competence of his division. The Shadow Hollow Sect maintained 12 collection agents in the Ironwood Marshes territory. 3 had stopped reporting. No final transmissions. No emergency signals. Just silence, which was the kind of silence that filled a ledger with unanswered questions. That was the assignment. Ride out, find them, determine what had happened, return with documentation. Simple accountancy. The fact that the missing agents might be dead was noted as a possibility and filed accordingly. Grief was not a useful category for field work. His left eye began to ache before he reached the village well. This happened sometimes. The corruption lens activating on its own when something nearby registered strongly enough to pull it open without conscious effort. Wei let it happen. Resisting the automatic trigger only gave him headaches, and there was nothing in Tallow Crossing that warranted the energy of restraint. The village was small. Whatever it held would be small too. The overlay settled across his vision like a second world laid on top of the first. The village square showed in ordinary colors through his right eye. The yellow-gray of packed dirt roads, the brown of old wooden stalls, the faded red of festival streamers left up too long. Through his left eye, he saw the ledger. Most people in Tallow Crossing carried small entries. The usual debris of human living. A farmer with 3 counts of underreporting his harvest to avoid tithing. Small amounts, repeated across 7 years, amounting to approximately 40 silver worth of undisclosed yield. A pair of children who had set fire to someone else's haystack and allowed the wind to take the blame, which the wind had silently accepted. A woman near the grain merchant's stand who had been systematically pocketing from the communal storage cooperative for 2 years, skimming in amounts small enough to fall below anyone's notice threshold. Wei noted these. He did not stop. The innkeeper at the road's junction was different. The man stood on his front step, arms folded, watching Wei ride past with the practiced warmth of someone in the business of wanting custom. His presentation was good, clean apron, well-maintained sign, a face organized into the expression of a man who was happy to see travelers and meant it. His ledger through the corruption lens was not small at all. 31 entries spanning the past 4 years, each one the same crime repeated in the same careful pattern. The well in the inn's courtyard, fed by a separate underground spring from the village's main water source, had been treated with a tasteless mineral compound that caused stomach cramps and lightheadedness within 5 to 6 hours of consumption. Not enough to kill. Not enough to make anyone seriously ill. Just enough to make a traveler, stopping for the night with a stomach that had gone wrong, very grateful for the innkeeper's purified water, available for purchase at the counter inside, separately bottled, expensive for its quality and cheap for its necessity. The man preached to travelers. Wei could see the small wooden plaque above the door, a righteous sect's prayer will carved in cheap pine, the kind that came in bulk from market workshops. Protect yourself and others. Do no harm. Walk the honest path. Safe travels, friend cultivator. The innkeeper called, noticing Wei's robes if not his specific sect affiliation. Rest your horse if you need. Pure spring water, freshest in the province. Treat yourself after a long road. Wei did not stop writing. He pulled out his field ledger, a small, cloth-bound book he kept in the left breast pocket of his dark gray robes, and wrote while writing. Date. Location. Tallow Crossing, Junction Inn. Innkeeper's name from the door plaque, Gao Wenming. Crime. Systematic adulteration of public well water to force sale of private purified supply. Method. Mineral compound. Source unknown. Applied regularly to courtyard well. Duration. For years minimum. Victims. Travelers unable to identify cause, likely attributing symptoms to road conditions or food. Repeat victimization of same population category. He wrote it precisely. In the shorthand he had developed over a career of writing and recording simultaneously. He closed the book. He did not intervene. This was the point that new disciples always struggled with. They arrived expecting that possessing the ability to see crime created an obligation to address every crime scene. Wei had tried to explain the distinction to Hifeng 8 months ago, when the boy had joined the sect and been assigned as his disciple, and had watched Hifeng's expression move through several stages of ethical discomfort before settling into the specific configuration of someone who had accepted the answer intellectually and rejected it in every other sense. The innkeeper will still be here when I return, Wei had said. If he is relevant to the current mission, he enters the formal mission record. If he is not relevant, he is documented separately and the documentation is forwarded to regional administration through the appropriate channel. The appropriate channel takes 6 weeks and achieves less than it should. That is a separate problem. I am an intelligence elder on a specific assignment. I am not a constable. and attempting to be one while also conducting intelligence work produces failure at both. Fong had accepted this in the technical sense. The nod had been real, the comprehension genuine. The rejection had been in his jaw. He held tension there when he disagreed with something and couldn't argue it successfully. Wei had noted the tension. Fong was young. The tension would either resolve into understanding or clarify into a principled disagreement. Either outcome would be useful data. The road into the Ironwood Marshes began 2 miles past Tallow Crossing, where the cultivated land gave way and the trees thickened rapidly, the air changing character over the span of a quarter mile. Heavier. The smell of peat and standing water. The sound of the road changed beneath the horses' hooves as the packed dirt shifted to softer ground. Wei kept his left eye partially active, scanning the road ahead and the tree lines without committing to full reads. A full read required focus and cost time and eye strain. Passive scanning cost him nothing but a mild constant attention. He was looking for the shapes that didn't belong, the spiritual residue of people who had passed through recently, the atmospheric disturbance of cultivators using techniques in confined spaces, the specific stillness that meant something was waiting. He found the first agent's body at sundown. It lay in a drainage ditch 20 feet off the main road, partially concealed by marsh grass that had grown back after being disturbed. Wei dismounted and approached carefully, stepping around the perimeter before closing in, not touching anything until he had completed his full observation circuit. Male. Mid-30s. Shadow Hollow Sect's identification sigil had been removed from the collar. The removal was professional, surgical almost, done by someone who knew what to look for and where to cut. But the stitching pattern where the sigil had been attached was distinctive Shadow Hollow work, a specific double loop that individual division tailors used, and that Wei could recognize. Agent Peng Daoran. 8 days dead, based on decomposition rate in the marsh humidity. Wei activated the lens fully and read the residual impression on the body. Reading a corpse was imprecise work, and he had never learned to find it comfortable in the way some intelligence practitioners claimed to. The living lens read deliberate concealment, the active gap between what a person knew and what they chose to show. With the dead, the concealment mechanism was gone. What remained was echo, the final impressions, the last things the dying mind had registered with enough emotional intensity to leave a trace in the body's residual spiritual field. These impressions degraded over time and degraded faster in humid environments. 8 days was at the edge of his reliable range. He read for 4 minutes. The impression was fragmentary but sufficient. Then he stood, opened his ledger, and wrote. Agent Peng Daoran. Killed by external force, single blow, technique consistent with a cultivator at condensing realm or above. Final impressions. He had witnessed something that alarmed him significantly in the hours before his death. He had attempted to transmit a report through the communication array and had been interrupted before transmission completed. His killer wore insignia consistent with a righteous cultivation sect, specifically the Azure Summit style of array-threaded collar reinforcement. He was frightened in his final moments, but the fear was not primarily of the killer. He was frightened of what he had seen before the killer arrived. The two things are related. Wei closed the ledger. Then he read the corpse again, more slowly, targeting a different register. The guilt layer. It took 6 more minutes of sustained focus, and his eye ached throughout. There it was, faint, but unmistakable when you knew what to look for. Not the guilt of a dying man reviewing his life. The guilt of ongoing action. Whatever Peng Daoran had been doing in the Ironwood Marshes, part of his activity had not been sanctioned by Shadow Hollow Sect. He had been operating on a second set of instructions that conflicted with his stated mission parameters, and he had known the conflict was there, and he had been carrying it as guilt for long enough that it had saturated his spiritual field. He was selling something, Wei said aloud, to the marsh and no one else. The marsh absorbed the observation without comment. He noted it in the ledger, probable secondary employer or buyer relationship, identity unknown. He noted it with the same precision and without the editorial that most of his colleagues would have added. Peng Daoran was dead. His secondary employment was a fact of the case, not a verdict about his character. The ledger recorded what was, not what it meant. Wei ate a cold meal sitting in the grass 12 feet from the body, which was the sort of detail that would have troubled most people and which he had stopped thinking about years ago. The dead were useful company for reconstruction work. They were the only witnesses he had, and they did not perform. Somewhere in the marshes to the east, a bird called 3 times and stopped. The sound was swallowed by the thick air before it finished traveling. Wei closed his food kit. He would camp a mile further in, away from the body's position. He had left markers so he could find the body again. In the morning, he would continue tracking the other 2 agents. He had a ledger that was only beginning to fill, and a body that had answered some questions while generating more. because Peng Daren's guilt impression suggested his secondary employer had known where to find him, which meant the righteous patrol that killed him had either very good intelligence about Shadow Hollow's agent routes, or had received very specific information from someone who did. And the name of that someone, Wei thought, as he rode deeper into the dark marsh, was going to be the most important entry he made this week. Chapter 2. The safe house was a converted fisherman's storage hut on a narrow channel, barely visible from the main waterway unless you had a reason to look for it specifically. The channel itself was a dead-end branch that appeared on no standard territorial maps. It was the kind of place that ended up on Shadow Hollow's operational charts through years of agent-run route surveys, documented and filed and cross-referenced against the sort of geographic knowledge that righteous sects tended not to bother with because they moved openly. Wei found it because Peng Daren's residual impression had included a fragment of spatial memory, a rough interior map sketched in urgency and guilt, overlaid on the familiar emotional texture of a man thinking about his colleagues. Daren had known where Shun Bao's safe house was. He had been worried about her. He had been moving toward her when he was intercepted. Wei tied his horse back in the tree line 100 yards from the channel's entrance and approached the hut on foot, reading the ambient field as he went. The spiritual atmosphere around the structure was agitated in the characteristic way of confined spaces where prolonged fear had accumulated, a restlessness in the chi, not threatening, just disturbed. Someone had been afraid here for many days without release. He knocked twice, waited, knocked once. The door opened with a knife already extended through the gap. Shen Bao was 26 years old and 6-year veteran of Shadow Hollow's intelligence division. She had been hiding in this hut for 11 days on dried fish and creek water and whatever she could catch in the marsh's shallows. Her face showed the calculation of someone who has spent a week and a half deciding whether the sound of footsteps outside was rescue or the next problem, and has learned to treat both possibilities with equal practical attention. Elder Qiu, she said. She lowered the knife, but kept it in her hand. You're alive, Wei said. That's useful. Come inside. We'll talk. The hut smelled of fierce sweat and tallow candles burned down to stubs. There were 3 spots on the floor where she had scraped the dirt into circles during the long hours. Nervous habit, or counting something, or simply needing to do something with her hands in a space where doing things was not possible. Wei sat on the available stool, opened his ledger to a fresh page, and waited. Tell me what happened, he said. Shen Bao sat on the floor, back against the wall where she could watch both the door and the single window. Good instincts, well maintained. The patrol came from the northwest 3 weeks into the assignment. Azure Summit Sect insignia, 8 cultivators, organized search pattern, not a transit formation. They hit Daren's position first. I was 2 miles south and I picked it up through the communication array before the signal cut. By the time I moved toward his position, the fight was over and the patrol was moving in my direction. You ran. I ran. No apology. Good. She was accurate about what she had done and not interested in framing it as a decision requiring justification. I had no information about why they hit him specifically. No way to assess whether engaging was survivable. Running was the sound tactical choice. It was, Wei agreed. He wrote this. What did Daren see before the patrol arrived? She hesitated. The hesitation was brief, a fraction of a second, the kind that would not register to most observers, but that the lens, even at ambient level, caught as the instant before a decision was made about how much to include. He sent a partial report through the array, Shen Bao said. Before the signal cut, he had found something in the marsh's eastern section, a collection point that wasn't on any of our territory charts. Someone had established a secondary operation inside our collection zone and was harvesting herbs that should have been part of our sanctioned yield. Whose operation? He didn't specify. The report cut off before he got to that. Wei activated the lens at ambient level. He kept his breathing steady. He read her recent ledger layer, the past 4 months. 12 separate entries connected to something she had not reported. The entries were organized by concealment rather than severity. She had deliberately maintained a separation between this particular thread and her official activity record. Not righteous sect affiliation. The hue of the concealment was internal, something that happened within Shadow Hollow's own operations, or at its edges. He let the lens settle back. The patrol that killed Daren, Wei said. They moved with information about his location. That location was part of a restricted operational chart. Walk me through who had access to the chart you were assigned. The division routing clerk. Elder Chung before his retirement. You. Me. Daren. A pause. And the current assignment log, which runs through division's secondary office. The secondary office has a distribution list of 5 for assignment logs. Do you know all 5 names? 3 of them. Wei wrote them down. The 2 you don't know, find out before you give your divisional report. He looked at her. The secondary collection point Daren found. The position on the map. Where does it sit relative to the patrol route that killed him? The silence was 4 seconds long. Parallel, she said. They were following the route east from his position. The collection point is approximately a mile east of where he died. They were going to the collection point, Wei said. Not a question. Documentation. Someone told them where it was. Someone who knew both the route and the collection point's location. He closed his ledger. You're going to remain in this safe house for 2 more days. I'll leave the horse. You're more likely to make an undisciplined exit without it, and an undisciplined exit right now ends badly. I'm going to look for Lu Hua and then return to Shadow Hollow, where you will accompany me and give a complete report to Division. He paused. A complete report, including everything you haven't told me. Shen Bao was very still. And if the complete report leads to consequences? Then those consequences will be proportional to what the report contains, which is what consequences are for. Wei stood. I'm not your enemy in this, Agent Shen. But the ledger shows what it shows, and pretending otherwise doesn't help either of us. He picked up his pack. 2 days. Stay down. He was at the door when she spoke again. Lu Hua. She was the one who found the secondary collection point first. Weeks before Daoran. Wei stopped with his hand on the frame. How long before Daoran? 3 weeks before his report. Wei wrote this standing in the doorway, one hand on the wood. Then he went out into the marsh without another word, because Lu Hua had known about the collection point for 3 weeks before it showed up in Daoran's partial report, and Lu Hua was not in this safe house, which meant either she was in a different hiding place, or she had been taken alive by someone who wanted to know what else she knew. And that information gap was now the most dangerous thing in Wei's current ledger by a significant margin. Chapter 3. He found the righteous patrol on the second morning, making camp on a dryland outcropping that provided the marsh's best visibility in 3 directions. 7 cultivators in Azure Summit colors, with a command tent set apart from the others. Wei observed from 200 yards for 40 minutes before deciding on his approach. The patrol's commander was visible from that distance, younger than the rest, armored with more expense than the others, moving through camp with the particular posture of someone who had been told repeatedly that he mattered and had absorbed the message completely. Wei read him at range with a passive scan. First young master Pei Zongwen, 23 years old. Azure Summit Sect, field command appointment, the kind of appointment that came with a family name rather than a field record. His surface ledger resolved quickly at this distance. The recent entries were bright, with the specific glow of actions taken with the confidence that they would not be examined. 3 counts of unauthorized execution. Captured cultivators, non-resisting, killed without detainment documentation. The report Pei had subsequently filed described active combat resistance that had required lethal response. The report had been accepted. The captured cultivators' side of the story was available only in the impressions they had left on the ground where they died, and Wei filed a note to himself to visit those locations before leaving the territory. Territory bonus allocation fraud. Pei had claimed the Eastern Marsh Quadrant's resource premium for verified threat suppression, citing the 3 executions as proof of active demonic presence requiring combat operations. He had received the premium. The Eastern Marsh Quadrant's actual threat level, as of Wei's most recent divisional survey, was negligible. Wei walked into the camp openly, hands away from his body. The guards challenged him at 20 feet. He stopped. I'm looking for 3 missing cultivation workers. One is confirmed dead 3 miles south. I'm here for information about who was in this section of the marsh 12 days ago. State your affiliation. Wei Liang Qiu. Intelligence Elder, Shadow Hollow Sect. The name of the sect moved through the camp. Wei watched it, the quality of attention shifting in the guards, hands moving toward weapons with the practiced speed of people who had trained for this reaction and the studied pause of people who were now recalculating whether the training applied. The commander emerged from the tent. Pei Zongwen looked at Wei with the lightness of someone who had never yet met a situation that his position couldn't resolve to his advantage. A dark sect elder. Alone. In the marsh. He smiled with the ease of someone who had not had that ease tested. Either very confident or very lost. I'm looking for information about my missing agents, Wei said. One of them was killed by cultivators matching your sect's training collar style. Training collar style isn't evidence of anything. It's observation. I haven't presented evidence yet. Wei looked at the camp configuration, the positioning of the 7 cultivators, the way Pei had come out of the tent without organizing his people into a functional defensive pattern first. He had come out expecting this to be simple. You were in this section of the marsh 12 days ago. I know this from your patrol route log, which Shadow Hollow maintains independently of the Alliance's official record. My agent died here 12 days ago. You were here 12 days ago. I'd like to discuss what you saw. Pei stepped forward. This was the move Wei had read coming. the physical assertion to establish dominance before the conversation got complicated. You know what happens to dark sect members found in disputed territory without. This territory isn't disputed. It falls within Shadow Hollow's acknowledged collection zone per the Ironwood Accord of 12 years ago, Clause 7 through 9, with specific reference to the eastern marsh boundaries established by the Survey Commission of that year. Wei did not raise his voice or change his pace. I can cite the specific cartographic markers if useful. The Ironwood Accord is under review. It's been under review for 8 years. Until it is formally revised with both signatories' agreement, the current text governs. Wei looked at him without the lens active, just his ordinary eyes. First, young Master Pei. You executed 3 captured cultivators approximately 20 days ago. You filed their deaths as combat resistance. The bonus premium for the Eastern Quadrant was credited to your mission account 11 days ago. He paused. I'm raising this not as a formal accusation, but as context for why I expect accurate information rather than a performance. Pei Zongwen's face shifted through several stages: surprise, calculation, anger arriving at the end as the option that felt most available. He drew his sword. It was the worst choice available to him, and Wei had assessed it as the most likely one. He activated the lens fully and read Pei in the 2 seconds before the swing completed. Past injuries: a deep tissue problem in the right knee from a training accident 4 years ago, undertreated and overworked, compensated for by an adjusted fighting stance that shifted weight to the left. A tendon issue in his sword arm from a habit of overextending on initial strikes, which combined with the knee compensation to create an approach that committed everything to the first attack. Pei Zongwen fought with the complete investment of someone who was always fighting people who lost to the first attack. Wei stepped left, inside the arc of the swing, letting it pass his shoulder by 2 inches. He placed 2 fingers precisely at the pressure point beneath Pei's right jawline, the confluence of 3 chi channels that, when interrupted correctly, caused a cascading muscle weakness in the body's right side. He pressed for 1 second and stepped back. Pei Zongwen went down on one knee. His sword arm lost function from the elbow down. His face showed the specific expression of a person experiencing something they have never been told is possible. The 6 remaining cultivators came forward. Wei had already put 4 feet between himself and Pei, which put him at the edge of several ranges simultaneously and made the question of which of them was committing to an attack first more complicated than they wanted it to be. I am not here to fight, Wei said, to the room of cultivators who had frozen in the calculation. I have the information I came for. My agent died here. Your commander was here when he died. I'll collect the body and return to my territory. He looked at them individually, each face for 1 second. Most of them were following orders. The 2 on the left had something in their recent ledgers that suggested specific knowledge of the 3 captured cultivators' executions. He filed them separately. Stand down. Let me pass. He walked through the gap they made. Not quickly, not with the hesitation that invited reconsideration, just steadily, the way a man walks when he has calculated that walking is the correct pace. He was 90 yards into the marsh when he stopped, opened his ledger, and wrote without stopping walking. Pei Zongwen, Azure Summit Sect, Field Command. Status: left alive. Reason: his death creates political entanglement with no intelligence value above what his surviving generates. Crimes: documented and sufficient for formal filing. He will report this encounter up his command structure, and they will have to decide what to do about the 3 executions becoming part of a foreign intelligence elder's formal record. That decision will tell me something about how Azure Summit Sect's command handles accountability internally. He wrote, left alive. Noted. And kept walking, because he had a body to collect and a 3rd agent still missing. And the patrol commander's reaction to having his crimes read aloud had told Wei something that the ledger couldn't directly show. Pei Zongwen had never had someone describe his crimes to his face before, and the shock of it had made him choose badly. That was information too. Chapter 4 Shadow Hollow Sect's central compound occupied the high ground of a steep-sided valley that had been selected 3 generations ago for exactly the qualities it still possessed. Defensible, resource adequate, far enough from major righteous sect territory to make casual incursion impractical. The archive occupied the compound's lowest above-ground level, built into the base of the central hill with walls 2 feet thick and a spirit cooling array that kept the temperature constant regardless of season. Wei spent more time in this archive than anywhere else in the compound. More than his study, more than the training grounds, more than the Elder Council chamber where he was required to appear twice monthly. The archive was where the sect's actual history lived, unperformed and unsentimental, in document cases and scroll racks organized by his predecessor's systems and maintained by his own. He submitted his mission report to Grand Elder Meng Huashang in the late afternoon. The report was complete. Both agents accounted for. Shun Bao's pending disciplinary review flagged. The patrol encounter documented with Pei Zhongwen's crimes and their implications for the ongoing question of who had leaked the route information. Meng read it with the unhurried attention of someone who had been reviewing reports for 60 years and had learned to read the shape of a situation from how the information was organized, not just from the information itself. Both agents responsible for their own compromises in different ways, Meng said, setting the summary down. One dead through his secondary employment, one pending review through her information management failures, and the righteous patrol acting on intelligence that came from inside our own operation. Yes. And Lu Hua. Not found. Wei had been thorough on this point in the report and was thorough again verbally. No body. No residual impression in the areas where she was known to have been operating. No signal on the emergency communication channel. The absence of body or impression in a marsh environment where impressions persist, well, suggests she was either taken alive without struggle or removed by someone with specific knowledge of how to minimize spiritual residue. He paused. I recommend a targeted intelligence approach rather than a search. If she was taken alive, she will be held somewhere accessible for questioning. A targeted read of righteous sect holding facilities in the region is a better investment than a ground search. Meng made a note. Already authorized. Division is on it. Wei nodded. The secondary collection point that Darren found, the operation running inside our collection zone. Has Division identified the operator? Not yet. Your report's documentation of the point's location is being cross-referenced with our unaffiliated territory surveys. We'll have something within a week. Meng looked at him with the directness of a man who had learned to separate sentiment from assessment long ago. Your assessment of Shun Bao. Not malicious in intent. Serious in consequence. The disciplinary review should be conducted by someone without a supervisory relationship to her. I recruited her, which creates a structural conflict if I review her case. Wei gathered his papers. My recommendation for outcome is review, not execution. But I have the conflict I have, which is why I'm not making the formal recommendation. Correct, Meng said. Go file with the secondary archive. Dismissed. Wei was at the door when it caught him. He had been in this room hundreds of times. The founding charter hung on the wall opposite the door, ancient parchment under a spirit seal, 3 columns of dense, original brushwork. He had walked past it on every visit. He could not have said why it caught his attention on this particular afternoon, except that the lens was still warm from the day's work, and sometimes, when the eye had been working hard, it caught things at the edge of attention that it normally filtered as background. The 4th column was different. Not the parchment texture, which was uniform. Not the spirit seal, which covered the whole document. The brushwork. In 3 columns, the characters were visible through the seal preserved without concealing. In the 4th column, the characters were not visible. Someone had applied a second layer of treatment to that column specifically, and the treatment was opaque to standard spiritual sight. Wei looked at it for 3 full seconds. The preservation work on that column was not archival standard treatment for damaged text. Archival treatment made old text more legible, not less. This was deliberate concealing overlay, applied with preservation quality medium that suggested someone had intended the concealment to last as long as the document itself. He did not touch it. He did not read it. His lens worked on deliberate concealment by people, not on treated documents, a distinction that had frustrated him in other contexts and frustrated him now. He turned away. He had an assignment that was complete in a division that needed its report filed. The charter had been on that wall for longer than Wei had been alive. It would still be there when he understood what to do about it. He wrote in his field ledger, walking out of Meng's offices and into the courtyard. Archive. Charter, column 4. Deliberate concealment overlay, preservation quality. Not archival. Institutional decision to obscure original content. No action, insufficient context. Filed for future reference. He underlined, filed for future reference. In the courtyard, Sect Master Linzoli was waiting. She was 31 years old and looked it, which was a deliberate presentation choice. She could have cultivated the appearance of an older, more formidable figure and chose not to, because she operated in an environment where being underestimated by elders who were technically her subordinates was a tactical advantage she had no intention of surrendering. Her cultivation was mid-foundation realm. She led through intelligence and precision, and both of those she had in quantities that more than compensated for what she lacked in raw cultivation force. Wei had read her twice in full over 4 years of working together. Both times, her ledger's most prominent characteristic was the near absence of self-deception entries. The category where most leaders accumulated the most debt, the place where the story people told themselves about their choices diverged from what the choices actually were. Lin's story and her choices aligned with a consistency Wei had found in only 6 people in his career. It was either the rarest virtue or the most sophisticated performance. He assessed it as virtue and kept monitoring. "Walk with me," she said when he reached the courtyard. They circled the inner compound's private path. No junior cultivators at this hour, the guard rotation keeping its distance from the Elder Circuit. "You look like the mission was successful," Lin said. "Partially. Report is filed." He gave her the summary version, 3 sentences. She listened without asking clarifying questions, which meant she was already briefed on the parts she needed the summary to cover. "Good," she said at the end. "That's not why I'm here." She stopped at the east corner of the courtyard, where the compound wall created a natural privacy point. "We received an invitation this morning. Grand Alliance of Righteous Sects. Formal summit, neutral territory at Clearwater. 3 weeks." Wei waited. "They want to negotiate a border treaty," Lin said. "The invitation specifies Shadow Hollow's intelligence elder as the preferred delegate from our side." She looked at him. "They asked by role, not by name. But the role is you." "Their objective," Wei said. "Not established yet. The invitation's language is standard treaty negotiation framing." She paused. "But the specific elements they propose discussing, resource collection zone verification, territorial boundary clarification, established transit corridor protocols, those are all economic levers. This isn't a simple border discussion." "No," Wei agreed. "It isn't." He thought through the implications in sequence. "You want me to attend and read every righteous representative who walks into the negotiation. I want you to attend and tell me what the summit is actually about," Lin said. "Not what they say it's about. What it is." She met his eyes directly. "Can you do that without triggering a formal incident?" Passive reads at ambient range leave no detectable trace that a skilled external sensor would recognize as the lens specifically. "I can gather significant information without full activation." He paused. "Shu Porin will object to attending without primary delegate status. He'll try to insert himself." "Let him try," Lin said. "Your attending is primary. If he causes problems, document them." Something in her expression was dry in the way that meant she had already predicted the next 4 moves in that particular game. "You have 3 weeks. Begin preparation." She walked back toward the main hall without waiting for his acknowledgement. Wei stood in the empty courtyard for a moment longer, looking at the evening light on the compound wall. 3 weeks to prepare for a summit where everyone would be performing a negotiation while running a different conversation underneath it. He opened his ledger to a new section and wrote at the top, "Summit Preparation. All Delegate Intelligence. Secondary Objectives Analysis. Note, Shu Porin. Note, the thing Lin isn't saying about why they want me specifically." He began walking back to the archive. There was a lot to read before Clearwater. Chapter 5. He spent the first 3 days of preparation reviewing every piece of documentation his division held on the likely delegates. The Shadow Hollow Intelligence Archive was extensive, not as comprehensive as the Grand Alliance's central records, but organized with a different priority. Where the Alliance's archives tracked virtue and alliance formation, Shadow Hollow's tracked resources, pressure points, and the specific places where what people said and what they did diverged. Wei organized his preliminary assessment by category, which was how he always structured new information. Not by sect affiliation. Affiliation was a label that told him where someone sat, not who they were. He sorted by motivation type. Category 1. Delegates primarily interested in the explicit treaty terms, whatever those turned out to be. Category 2. Delegates using the summit as cover for objectives unrelated to Shadow Hollow's territory. Category 3. Delegates whose real concerns were internal to their own sects, factional positioning, resource competition, succession politics, and who needed the summit as a demonstration of activity for audiences back home. Category 4. Unknown motivations, insufficient prior intelligence to categorize. The 4th category was the largest. He was honest about this in his records. Honesty about the size of the unknown was a basic discipline of the work. On the 4th day, Hifeng appeared in the doorway with food. Wei's disciple was 19 years old and had the particular quality of someone whose childhood had taught him that most of what adults said around him was performed for reasons he wasn't supposed to understand. He had arrived at Shadow Hollow 8 months ago with nothing. No cultivation assets, no family network, no patron, no cover story, and had made himself useful through the simple method of paying attention to what people actually did instead of what they said they were doing. He was gathering realm, which was low for his age, but the low rank had its advantages. People underestimated him in rooms where underestimation was a useful cover. He set the tray down on the corner of the desk that wasn't buried in documents. He didn't leave. Wei looked at the tray. He looked at the window angle. Late afternoon. He had been working since before dawn. "Thank you," he said. Fong stood with the posture of someone who had a question and hadn't decided whether to introduce it yet. Wei recognized this posture and waited. The summit, Fong said, after a suitable interval. Yes. You're going as primary delegate. Yes. And I'm going with you. Fong's tone was not quite a question, more like the announcement of a conclusion he had already reached and was checking for contradiction. Wei looked at his disciple. On what basis? You need someone to manage logistics, staff communications, and the operational details while you're reading. You trust me more than anyone else in the division at junior level. This is documented in your assignment patterns over the past 8 months. Elder Rong told Elder Yun 3 days ago that you would probably try to leave me here and that someone should argue against it. A pause. She told me that she told Elder Yun. I'm not reporting second-hand intelligence without sourcing it. The sourcing acknowledgement was good. Wei noted it. Fong was learning the discipline faster than most. Elder Rong's concern? Wei asked. That you'll run full reads for 6 consecutive days and your eye will be useless by the summit's 3rd session. Fong sat down across from him. She also said that you stop listening to people when you're reading them, and that you need someone who pays attention to what people want even when you're focused on what they have. This was accurate. Rong's assessment of his gaps was always accurate, which was one of the reasons he paid attention to her assessments. You'll keep a separate operational log, Wei said. Not my ledger, your own record, distinct from mine. You observe and document what you directly observe. Not inference. Not assumption. What you see and hear, in the order you see and hear it. Understood. You do not approach any senior righteous elder without clearing it through me first. You don't discuss our assessment of any delegate with anyone outside our delegation. If Shu Porin attends, and he may, you treat him with formal courtesy and report everything he says and does to me, without editorializing. Understood. Fong pulled out his own notebook. How will I know what's worth reporting? You report everything, and I determine what matters. At this stage, you don't have the framework to filter. Trying to filter without the framework loses things that turn out to be important. Wei picked up his tea, which was cold. He drank it cold. The summit is nominally about border territory. It is actually about something else. I don't know yet what that something else is. Finding out is the primary mission. Fong nodded. He wrote this down, not the conclusion, but the structure. Summit nominal topic, actual topic unknown. Determining actual topic is the work. Good. He was learning to document the problem rather than the expected answer. Elder Qiu. Fong looked up from his notebook. What would happen if someone from the righteous side read you the way you read them? If they had a method equivalent to the lens? Wei considered this seriously, the way he considered every question that was actually a real question. Then they would see my ledger, he said. Shadow Hollow Sect's institutional crimes are in it because I've been its intelligence elder. My personal choices are in it. The cases where I documented suffering instead of preventing it. The cases where the information mattered more to me than the person the information was about. He paused. Anyone who reads my ledger will find both the things I would defend and the things I would not. He looked at Fong. That's not different from anyone else's ledger. What's different is that I know the content of mine better than most people know theirs. The lens forces that kind of accounting. Fong was quiet for a moment. Does it help? Knowing what's there. It helps with honesty. It doesn't help with changing what's already recorded. Wei returned to his documents. Cross-referenced the delegate profile list against the last 2 years of Grand Alliance public statements. Mark every place where a stated position and a documented decision don't match. Bring me the list by evening meal. Fong got to work. Wei returned to his reading, and the lamp burned slowly, and outside in the compound the evening practitioners moved through their cultivation forms in the courtyard as the light went long and golden, and none of them knew that 3 weeks from now an intelligence elder would sit across a table from 12 righteous sect representatives and read every one of them while they talked about a summit that was about something none of them were saying out loud, and that the reading would tell him. Things that would matter more than the summit itself. And Fong, who stayed at his desk and worked until his candle burned out and quietly lit another and kept working, already understood this in the instinctive way that very good observers understood things before they could articulate them. Wei noted Fong's second candle being lit and said nothing. Some things went in the official ledger. Some went only in the private one. Both were accurate. Chapter 6 Elder Sister Rong Yihua arrived at Wei's study 3 days before the departure for Clearwater with a bottle of rice wine, a rolled intelligence document, and the specific energy of someone who had decided something was going to happen whether or not the person it concerned had thought to ask for it. She was 44 years old and had spent the past 20 years as Shadow Hollow Sect's interrogation specialist of the 2nd Division, which was the institutional label for a role that she performed with the precision and professional satisfaction of a gifted surgeon. She extracted information from people who did not want to provide it, using methods that she had spent 2 decades refining into something approaching an art form. She found the work genuinely satisfying. She was also warm in the specific, attentive way of someone who paid close attention to the people around her and found most of them more interesting than they expected to be found. This combination of qualities, methodical cruelty and genuine warmth, was the part of Rong Yihua that most people in Shadow Hollow found difficult to reconcile. Wei had stopped trying to reconcile it years ago and simply noted it as an accurate description of a person. She dropped the document on his table, displacing a stack of his delegate files without apology. She poured 2 cups of wine without asking. She sat down across from him and waited for him to stop staring at the displacement and start reading the document. He started reading. The conventional intelligence was thorough. Rong's source network was the product of 20 years of relationships built during interrogation sessions that had left people with a complicated but genuine loyalty to the woman who had broken them carefully and treated them decently afterward. It was an unusual basis for a source network and an effective one. She had profiles on 9 of the 12 attending sect delegates. Names, known priorities, documented positions in previous cross-sect negotiations, identified personal interests and vulnerabilities. Wei read through the profiles methodically, cross-referencing each against his own records. After 12 minutes, he stopped. 3 discrepancies, he said. Rong raised her cup. Which ones? Patriarch Shen of Iron Bell Sect. Your profile lists his primary delegate concern as territorial waters access in the southern portion of the Ironwood boundary. Wei set the document flat and smoothed it. My prior ambient readings of his second-in-command, during a cross-route inspection 2 years ago, showed that the second-in-command's personal frustration was focused specifically on refinery rights for night bloom lotus extract. Territorial waters access is adjacent to that concern, but not the same concern. Shen is here for the processing monopoly, not the border lines. He moved to the second. Elder Chao of Bright Flame Sect. Your sources characterize her as a moderate who favors negotiated settlement and is likely to support reasonable compromise. I read one of her students at an unrelated divisional briefing 8 months ago. The student's recent ledger showed 17 separate instances of receiving instructions to gather intelligence on Shadow Hollow's internal governance structure, not our territory operations, our internal governance. The brief for a student doesn't come from a moderate who wants comfortable compromise. Rong was listening with the focused attention she brought to information that required actual revision of her model. And the third, the summit's own stated agenda. Wei set the document down. The invitation's language about resource collection zone verification. I've mapped the proposed verification areas against our operational charts. The areas the Alliance wants verified correspond precisely to the entry points and transit corridors for our 5 highest-yield herb collection routes in the southern and eastern marshes. This is not a border adjustment discussion. The framing is territorial, but the actual geometry is economic. They're trying to document our routes well enough to block them. Rome was quiet for a moment. She picked up her wine cup. How confident? First discrepancy, high. Second, high. Third, certain. Wei picked up his own cup. Your conventional intelligence is correct about the facts it covers. The motivations are incomplete because conventional intelligence can't read what people are thinking behind what they say. The 2 methods cover different terrain. That's why I bring you the documents and you tell me where they're wrong, Rong said without particular modesty. She refilled her cup. What's your read on the summit's real purpose? Not the territorial question, the purpose of having this specific summit now. Wei had been constructing the hypothesis for 11 days. He laid it out in sequence, the way he always did, not as a conclusion, but as a working model. Someone inside the Grand Alliance needs a demonstrable diplomatic result. Not the result itself, the demonstration. The summit exists to produce something that can be called a success in an internal alliance political context. The specific terms matter less than the fact of a signed outcome. He paused. What I don't know is what political problem they're managing. Finding that out is the second most important thing I'll do at the summit. What's the first most important? Determining whether Tiansong knows what the summit is actually for. From the corner of the study, Hifong looked up from his files. He had been listening with the stillness of someone who had learned that staying quiet in rooms where experienced people talk produced more useful information than asking questions. If he doesn't know, Hifong said, that means whoever arranged the summit's actual objective kept the Grand Alliance's own inquisitor out of the loop. Correct, Wei said, which would tell me that the real objective is something Tiansong would have objected to. He looked at Rome. Your source network in the Alliance's upper administrative tier, how deep does it go? Not deep enough for this question. I know middle management. The summit's strategic framing would be at council level. She stretched her shoulder in the way she did when it was bothering her after close work. Take Hifong. He has ears for what people want underneath what they're saying. You have eyes for what they have. You need both at a summit this size. I was already planning to take him, Wei said. I know. I told Lin you weren't planning to take him, so she'd authorize it in writing before you could change your mind. Rome stood. Don't read everyone in the first day. Pace yourself. Your eye can't recover properly when you're traveling. Noted, Wei said. She left without waiting for elaboration, because Rong Yihua never waited for elaboration when she had made her point. He Fong, across the study, was writing something in his notebook with the speed of someone getting down information before it slipped. Wei did not ask what. He would find out when He Fong decided it was ready to share. The boy had learned to distinguish between observations that required immediate reporting and observations that required time to understand first, and he had learned this without Wei having to explain the distinction directly, which was the best way to learn it. Wei filed Rong's 3 additional notes from the conversation: the processing monopoly angle on Iron Bell, the governance intelligence brief on Bright Flame's delegate, and the political success demonstration hypothesis he'd now shared aloud, and which benefited from having been articulated, and returned to his preparation. 3 days until departure. The summit's shape was becoming clearer. The question it raised, the one Rong's sharp sourcing couldn't reach, remained dark. What was Tian Song managing that required this particular outcome at this particular time? Chapter 7. The road to Clearwater took 2 days through organized righteous territory, which meant riding with Shadow Hollow identification visible and enduring the particular social texture of inns and roadside stalls that served Shadow Sect cultivators with excessive politeness that covered something else entirely. He Fong handled this with a competence that Wei had not fully anticipated. The boy had grown up in righteous sect territory before the destruction of his family, and the specific social grammar of righteous hostility, the careful courtesy deployed as a weapon, the virtue performance that communicated contempt through its own excess, was familiar to him in the bone-deep way that early experience created. He did not react to the visible contempt at the second morning's breakfast stop, where the inn's owner presented their food with elaborate care and served every other table faster and more warmly. He ate what he was served. He paid the posted price without negotiating. He noted the establishment's name. On the second evening, camped off the main road, He Fong asked his question. He had been building toward it for hours. Wei could see the shape and how he kept approaching adjacent subjects and redirecting. The way someone circles a thought they're not ready to commit to directly. He left space for it. Elder Qiu, He Fong said, watching the fire rather than Wei's face. Why Shadow Hollow? Wei set down his notes. Specify. You have the lens. You see everyone's ledger, righteous sects, dark sects, doesn't matter. Both sides show up the same in the record. So what makes the choice? He Fong was choosing his words with care, the specific care of someone who has been thinking about something for months and doesn't want to phrase it wrong. If the corruption is universal, why this institution rather than another one? The premise contains a structural error, Wei said. Both sides are not equally corrupt. The corruption levels vary considerably by institution, by time period, by specific leadership and context. The lens doesn't show everyone as equally bad. It shows everyone as they actually are, which is varied and specific. He Fong looked at him. That's not the answer. No, Wei agreed. The answer is how they describe themselves. He set his pen down. Shadow Hollow collects resources from controlled territories. They use coercion when coercion serves their interests. They employ methods that cause pain, and they kill when killing is operationally useful. These are accurate descriptions of what the sect does. He paused. The founding documents describe the sect's purpose as the honest pursuit of organizational objectives by methods appropriate to those objectives. Those are the actual words. You signed them when you joined. I signed because I didn't have anywhere else to go. You signed because you read them and they were accurate descriptions of what you were agreeing to. Wei looked at the fire. The righteous sects do the same things. Coercion, resource extraction, violence when convenient. Their founding documents describe those same activities as protection of the righteous order against demonic incursion, cultivation of regional spiritual stability, defense of virtuous communities against external threat. He paused. None of those phrases describe what the organizations actually do when I read them. They describe the story the organizations tell about what they do. He Fong was quiet for a while. The fire made the only sound. The corruption lens requires honest relationship with what it reads, Wei said. If I'm inside an institution that requires me to call its crimes by virtue words, if I have to write regional stability enforcement in my report when what I mean is coerced resource extraction from a community that had no defensible recourse, the contradiction corrupts the read. I can't see clearly through a lens that's been filtered by institutional language. He looked at his disciple. Shadow Hollow's language is honest. That's what I chose. Not the axe, The accuracy about the acts. But the acts, Yifeng said. The things the sect actually does are in the ledger. I know all of them. I read the sect's institutional record twice a year. Wei picked up his pen again. There is no version of the cultivation world's current structure that has clean hands. There are versions with honest hands and versions with pretending hands. I can work with honest hands. I can't work with the other kind. Yifeng stared at the fire for a long time. I'm not convinced, he said finally. That Shadow Hollow is the right choice. But I think you are. He paused. Those feel like they should be the same thing, and they're not. Wei noted this observation in his personal ledger, not the operational one. It was accurate in a way that most people his age wouldn't have articulated, the distinction between trusting an institution and trusting a person within it, and what it meant to separate those two assessments. They're not the same thing, Wei agreed. That's the honest situation. You're allowed to hold both simultaneously. He returned to his notes. Get some sleep. Clear water tomorrow. The work starts the moment we arrive. Yifeng lay down on his bedroll and looked at the stars through the gaps in the tree cover. Does it get easier? He asked. The not knowing which choice is actually right. No, Wei said. You get better at functioning while not knowing. That's different. Yifeng accepted this. Wei wrote for another hour after his disciple was asleep, because the preparation for clear water still had gaps that keeping notes filled faster than sleep did, and because the question Yifeng had asked, which was not really a question about Shadow Hollow at all, but about the practice of loyalty to imperfect things, deserved to sit in the ledger alongside everything else that he was honest enough to record. Chapter 8 Grand Alliance Inquisitor Tiansong arrived in Clearwater 2 days before the summit with a minimal retinue and the specific quality of efficiency of a man who had been doing significant work for a very long time and had stopped needing external markers of his own importance. Wei was in position in the welcoming hall when the advance party entered. He had been there for an hour, establishing his observation angle, watching the room fill, and noting who arranged themselves where relative to who. The hall served as the summit host's formal reception space, large enough for all the expected parties, organized with the careful neutrality of a venue that had hosted cross-faction events for decades and had learned to make the physical space say nothing that would give anyone's side an advantage. He opened the lens at ambient level when Tiansong crossed the entrance threshold. The ledger that resolved over the Inquisitor was the largest Wei had encountered at casual range in his career. The scale was immediately apparent, not as a color intensity, but as density. 50 years of active service in a role that touched everything the Grand Alliance's internal conflicts produced. The entries were layered the way old growth was layered. Each year's record visible in cross-section, the deep roots of early decisions visible beneath the current growth. Wei worked through the ledger methodically while the welcoming proceedings moved around him. Most of the entries were defensible by any reasonable standard he could apply. Enforcement actions taken in proportion to the established threat. Investigations conducted with genuine rigor. Conclusions reached through evidence rather than preconception. Testimony given accurately in hearings where accurate testimony was more costly than convenient testimony. Tiansong's internal ledger showed a man who had built his entire career on the foundation of doing what he said he was going to do, regardless of what that cost him. The 12 entries that were different came into focus gradually, and then all at once. They were spread across 15 years of service. Each one had the same underlying structure, an investigation that had reached a conclusion Tiansong knew was incomplete, followed by an official record that did not acknowledge the incompleteness. He had not falsified the records. There was no entry in his ledger for deliberate fabrication because there had been no fabrication. He had simply stopped asking questions at a specific point in each of the 12 investigations, named the incomplete answer sufficient, and closed the file. Each of the 12 investigations had involved a senior righteous patriarch. Each had ended at the point where the investigation would have required naming the patriarch's involvement in whatever the underlying event had been. Wei processed this carefully. He had encountered this pattern before. The corruption of honest men who had decided, with full deliberation, what to investigate and what to leave alone. It was not the same as lying. It was more like curating. Tiansong was a man who was entirely honest about every record he kept, and who chose, with equal deliberateness, which records to keep. The 12 cases were the cases he had decided not to keep. Across the room, Tiansong looked at Wei. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. Then the Inquisitor's expression settled. A micro-adjustment in the jaw, the specific stillness of someone who has encountered something they did not expect and is rapidly deciding how to process it. He smiled. Measured, professional, the smile of a man who has been read by someone competent and is deciding what the protocol for this situation is. Wei looked away. He opened his ledger and wrote, in the shorthand he had been using for 20 years, Tiansong. 50 years service, core formation. Ledger, extensive, mostly defensible. 12 cases of deliberate investigative restraint regarding senior righteous patriarchs. Consistent pattern, not random omission. Pattern suggests either received instruction from above to limit scope or made independent judgment that full investigation was not survivable for his position. Second, more likely given the self-determining character of his other decisions. Most dangerous category of opponent. Honest men who have decided which truths deserve pursuit. Cannot be dismissed as hypocrite, too self-aware. Cannot be trusted fully, too much at stake in his own position. Can potentially be worked with, his standards, where they apply, are genuine. He closed the ledger. Across the room, Tian Song was speaking with a minor sect representative about seating arrangements. His posture was relaxed. He did not look at Wei again, but he had seen. Wei was certain of this. And the smile had been the smile of a professional who had just updated his assessment of the other professional in the room, and found the update significant. Whatever Tian Song was hiding, the thing beneath the 12 closed cases, the reason he needed this summit to succeed that he was not going to state directly. Wei would find it before this summit was over, and it was going to change what he understood about why they were all here in the first place. Chapter 9. The 2 days before the summit opened gave Wei what he had specifically requested when he'd mapped the schedule. Time to read the environment before the people inside it arrived in force. Clearwater was a border town with 80 years of managed tension woven into its architecture. The prayer wheels on every corner were real. The families who maintained them were third-generation believers in the Azure Summit tradition. The Shadow Hollow protection levy notices on every merchant's doorframe were also real, posted by agents who collected them quarterly without incident. Both payments were made. Both obligations were observed. The town had learned, the way communities at the edge of competing powers always learned, to perform compliance in two directions simultaneously and to find this sustainable. Wei moved through the town for 36 hours on the simple errand of a traveler observing an unfamiliar place, running continuous ambient scans without deep activation. He visited the market. He sat in the tea houses. He walked the administrative quarter. He Fong, moving on a separate route that they had mapped in advance, covered the areas where Wei's angle would have required too obvious a position change. The town's chief magistrate came into clear focus within 3 hours of concentrated observation. Magistrate Deng Pu was 52 years old and had arrived at this posting 8 years ago with the specific energy of a man who had expected something better and had eventually stopped expecting it. His face had the settled quality of someone who had made peace with his situation through the method of making his situation work for him. His ledger was not dramatic. Wei had read far worse in the 3 minutes he usually needed to assess a local official. No violence. No crimes that would reach a formal tribunal or that anyone with authority would bother to pursue. But the pattern was precise and deliberate, organized over 8 years into something that had become so routine that Deng Pu himself probably no longer experienced it as active decision-making. The Grand Alliance's Azure Summit Sect operated an orphan fund in Clearwater. The fund was legitimate in every observable sense. Wei read the children who moved through the courtyard of its facility and found them genuinely housed and fed, their ledgers clean, their emotional states consistent with children in institutional care rather than exploitation. 31 children currently. The fund received donations from righteous cultivators passing through town, from the local merchant guild as a formal tithe, and from 8 additional sources Wei identified through the financial threads visible in the ambient spiritual field around the administration office. Of the total collected over the past 4 years, approximately 60% had reached the orphan fund. Wei worked out the missing 40% by tracing the flow backward from what arrived to what had been sent. The remaining fraction had been redirected to an account held in the town's financial registry under the name of a legitimate trader who happened to be Deng Pu's brother-in-law, and who consistently received transfers that had no corresponding trade documentation. The amounts were small enough per instance to avoid triggering any routine audit. The cumulative sum over 4 years was not small. Wei wrote this down in full. The account details, the transfer pattern, the timeline, the amounts, the orphan fund's actual receipt records versus its projected income based on known donor sources. He did not immediately take this to anyone. He set it aside in his notes under a category label that said, Comparative Documentation, Summit Context. If the summit's negotiations produced arguments about Shadow Hollow's resource collection methods being exploitative, which they would, because they always did, having a precise, documented account of a righteous administered funds management sitting in his pocket was worth more than having it sitting in a formal complaint. Formal complaints required a response. A precisely deployed comparison in a negotiation session required a reframe. Fong returned in the early afternoon with his own observations from the eastern side of the administrative quarter. He sat across from Wei at the tea house table and opened his notebook. 3 separate private rooms in the summit venue have been prepared with sound-dampening arrays, he said. More than the posted agenda would explain. The posted agenda has 3 open sessions and 1 official working group. The private room count suggests at least 2 additional meeting tracks that aren't on the public schedule. Wei noted this. What else? Elder Chao's aide met with 2 members of a different sect's delegation 3 times this afternoon. The interactions were short and the timing was distributed to avoid pattern recognition, but they were all within the same 2-hour window and all in locations away from the main delegate preparation areas. Fong paused. I don't know what they were discussing, but the care taken to make the meetings look incidental suggests the content wasn't incidental. Document it formally. Which sects? Wei asked. Elder Qiu is Bright Flame. The people she was meeting with. One had Iron Bell Sect insignia, visible briefly. The second, I didn't get a close enough look. Document what you have. The attempt to make the meetings look incidental is itself information. Wei looked at his disciple. Good work. What was your read on the summit venue staff? The senior administrator is nervous about something that isn't related to the logistics. The logistics are going well. He talks about them with calm precision. He talks about the delegate relationships with the kind of careful avoidance that means there's something in them he doesn't want to say. Fong paused. I don't know if that's relevant. Document it. We'll see. Wei closed his notebook. Tomorrow we'll have the full delegation in one room. Tonight, review your delegate profiles one more time and tell me before we sleep what you think the summit is actually about. Fong thought about this for a while. Seriously, the way he took all serious questions. I think someone needed to be seen doing something about Shadow Hollow, Fong said finally. I don't know who or why, but the whole structure feels like a performance for an audience that isn't in the room. Wei looked at his disciple for a moment. That, he said, is exactly right. Now figure out who the audience is and what they're waiting to see. Fong made a note and underlined it 3 times. Chapter 10. The second Shadow Hollow delegate arrived on the morning of the summit's first session, which was 2 hours before the session began, which was long enough after Wei's arrival that it was clearly a statement. Fong found Wei in the preparation room and delivered the information with the expression he had developed for news he expected Wei would not enjoy but was going to receive calmly anyway. Inner Elder Shu Porin is here, he said, with 2 staff members. He has told the summit registration staff that he is Shadow Hollow's primary delegate and that you are functioning as his intelligence support. He told this to the registration clerk at sufficient volume that at least 2 Azure Summit Sect junior cultivators in the adjacent area heard it clearly. Wei set down his notes. An Elder One of Jade Pillar? Fong paused. How did you know about Elder One? Shu Porin needed an audience for the statement. Elder One is the most senior righteous delegate in the preparation wing at this hour. I noted his position on arrival. Continue. Elder One was in the area. He heard. Shu Porin also said something to him directly about the corruption lens being a potentially disqualifying demonic technique for summit participation. Fong kept his voice even. I don't know if one took it seriously. One is pragmatic and does not share the conventional righteous position on dark sect cultivation techniques. He found it useful to hear, which is different from believing it. Wei stood. What is Shu Porin's current position? He's in the main hall, establishing himself with the summit administrators. Then we go to the main hall. Shu Porin was 48 years old and presented himself with the polish of someone who invested significantly in the impression he made. He was already at the central delegate table when Wei and Fong entered, arranging his materials with the purposeful deliberateness of a man establishing territorial claim through office management. He did not look up when Wei took the seat next to him. Elder Qiu, Shu Porin said, to his documents. Given the sensitivity of the summit and the potential diplomatic implications of certain methods, I've assumed the lead delegate role. Your expertise will be valuable in an intelligence support capacity. Noted, Wei said. He arranged his own materials with equal deliberateness and then was still. The righteous delegation was filing into place across the table. Elder One of the Jade Pillar group was in the 3rd seat, watching the Shadow Hollow side with careful attention. Several of the other delegates were organizing themselves with the shuffling of people who had just arrived at a new situation and were reading it. The session's opening formalities were scheduled for another 40 minutes. Wei used the time. He ran ambient scans across every delegate as they settled. He noted their physical arrangements, their conversational patterns, the small choices that revealed relationships, who deferred to whom, who arranged themselves to observe rather than to be observed. Fong, sitting slightly behind and to his left, was writing continuously in his operational log. Good. When the opening statements began and the first welcoming round of pleasantries moved through the room, Shu Porin waited until there was a natural pause in the formal proceedings and then addressed the assembled delegates at carrying volume. Shadow Hollow recognizes the value of the Grand Alliance's invitation to negotiate in good faith, he said. He had a good voice, resonant, practiced, the voice of a man who used it regularly to fill rooms. As lead delegate, I want to clarify for the assembled parties that any intelligence methods employed by Shadow Hollow's secondary delegate will, of course, be subject to appropriate limitations in a formal diplomatic setting. Several righteous delegates looked at Wei. Wei waited. He waited through the rest of Shu Porin's opening sentence. He waited through the moment when the attention was fully on Shadow Hollow's side of the table. Then he spoke at exactly the same carrying volume, in exactly the same formal register, with the documentation tone he used when reading ledger entries aloud. Inner Elder Shu Porin has raised the question of appropriate methods in a diplomatic forum. The concern is noted. He looked toward the righteous delegates who were watching with genuine attention now. The Inner Elder's method history may be relevant context for evaluating this concern. Over the past 4 years, his division's mission reports have included 14 instances of documentation inconsistencies. Specifically, points where claimed operational costs exceeded verifiable expenditure by margins of 15 to 30%. In each of the 14 instances, the disputed documentation was provided by divisions whose recorded outputs competed with the Inner Elder's departmental allocation requests during the same reporting period. He paused, giving time for this to register. This pattern was identified by Shadow Hollow's internal review committee 18 months ago. The review remains ongoing. He picked up his tea. I raise this not as an accusation, but as context for the framing of the Inner Elder's concern. The assembled delegates may find the context useful for their own assessments. The room was quiet for 3 seconds. Tian Song, at the far end of the righteous delegation, was looking at his documents. He turned a page. The movement was entirely ordinary, but the line of his jaw had changed. Elder One of the opposing delegation was watching Wei with an expression that had moved from assessor to something closer to peer, the recognition of one professional by another who has encountered the same category of behavior from a different angle. Shu Porin did not speak for the remainder of the session. He sat with the particular quality of stillness of a man who had committed to a gamble and watched it go wrong, and was currently calculating his next position while appearing to review his documents. The session moved into its formal opening remarks. Wei ran his scans and noted that Tian Song, across the table, had adjusted his angle almost imperceptibly, enough to include Wei in his peripheral attention while appearing to focus on the center of the room. Both of them were reading the situation. Both of them knew the other one was reading. That shared awareness was its own kind of information, and the nature of what each of them was going to do with it was, Wei thought, probably the most important question the first session had opened up. He could see every lie you had ever told, written across your face like ink on wet paper. He could read the crimes you buried under decades of careful virtue, and he would say nothing, until the moment it mattered most. My name is Wei Liang Qiu, elder of the Shadow Hollow Sect, and I have never been wrong about a person in my life. Welcome to the story. Subscribe, hit the bell, and leave a like. More stories await on the path ahead. Chapter 11. The evening reconnaissance was Wei's standard operational practice at any extended engagement. A walk through the surrounding area at dusk, lens at passive ambient level, mapping whatever the territory held that the territory hadn't chosen to present. Clearwater's eastern road was quiet at this hour. The merchant traffic had settled for the night. Way past 2 inns, the message relay station whose operators had changed shift twice since his arrival, and a temple whose spiritual array showed the characteristic working maintenance hum of Azure Summit technical traditions. He noted these as landmarks and kept moving. He was 3/4 back toward the Summit Inn when the merchant caravan came around the bend. Mid-sized operation, 9 wagons, 12 handlers, 2 riding cultivators serving as hired protection. The protective cultivators were low rank and cautious in the way of people who had accepted a job and were doing it carefully rather than confidently. The handlers were ordinary workers at the end of a travel day, the spiritual field around them showing the flat texture of people who were tired and not thinking about anything in particular. Wei read them as they passed, which was the kind of automatic ambient check he ran on any group he encountered in operational territory. Most were clean, a few with small entries, a handler with a theft pattern from the caravan supply stores, one of the protective cultivators with unresolved debt obligations to a gambling establishment. Normal fieldwork finds. The woman near the back of the 3rd wagon stopped being normal the moment the lens caught her. He almost missed her. She was positioned behind 2 stacked crates, head bent over what appeared to be a cargo manifest, the specific posture of a worker occupied with something routine. If his ambient scan hadn't been active and relatively sensitive from a day of preparation work, he would have registered her as simply another handler. What the lens showed was wrong in a way he had no immediate category for. Her ledger did not look like a person's ledger. The structural difference was immediately apparent. Where a personal ledger showed individual entries scaling by severity, the crimson ink of the lens reading private crimes, each one its own discrete point in a personal history. Hers showed something organized differently, interconnected, structured like a filing system rather than a life. The entries cross-referenced each other in a way that human memory didn't produce. And the color was gold. Not the warm gold of cultivated spiritual achievement, which Wei had read in a few extraordinary practitioners over his career. Something colder and more precise than that. The gold of measurement rather than warmth. A color that felt like a tool rather than a quality. He read what he could in the 3 seconds the caravan's pace gave him before the angle closed. She was observing the righteous delegation's movements. The accumulated observation data was organized in her recording, not in her memory in the way a person organized what they saw, but in something separate. A storage mechanism external to her physical body, maintained through spiritual connection. She had been stationed in this area for at least 4 days. Her coverage was systematic, not following a specific delegate, but mapping the movement patterns of the delegation as a whole. The caravan went around the bend. Wei stood in the middle of the road for a full minute, running through every framework he had for what he had just read. None of them fit. He opened his ledger and wrote carefully. Unknown subject, female. Merchant caravan, 3rd wagon, Eastern Road, Clearwater. Ledger character. Institutional structure rather than personal, organized like a filing system, not a life history. Color reading, gold. No warm cultivation hue. Precision/measurement quality. Function apparent. Systematic observation of righteous delegation movement patterns. Data storage. External to subject's body, spiritually maintained. Prior presence in area, minimum 4 days. Criminal entries. None visible at ambient range. Affiliation markers. None readable. He paused, then added, "She did not look at me." He underlined this. A person who was observing a diplomatic delegation in secret and who noticed a corruption lens elder walking past within 30 feet of their position did not usually manage to appear completely uninvested in that elder's presence. The absence of reaction was itself a data point. It suggested either that she had not noticed him, or that she had noticed him and had extensive practice at not reacting to being noticed. The second option implied experience, which implied purpose, which implied organization. He filed the observation under unusual, requires follow-up when summit work allows. Then he continued his reconnaissance route, because the summit opened tomorrow and the unknown woman was a thread he had found, not a thread he understood. An understanding required more information than 3 seconds of ambient scan from a moving road. But he noted the golden glow of her ledger at the edge of his awareness all the way back to the inn, because the lens did not glow gold for ordinary reasons. And whatever those reasons were, they were already in the room where Wei was about to do the most important diplomatic work of his career. Chapter 12. The summit's formal sessions opened on the 3rd morning with 34 delegates and their staff assembled in Clearwater's main negotiation hall. Wei had arrived early enough to select his position, not the center of Shadow Hollow's side of the table, where Shu Porin had placed himself, but the right-hand seat that gave him the best viewing angle on the righteous delegation's full length, while remaining within comfortable ambient scan range of every person present. He ran a continuous passive scan throughout the opening proceedings, with deeper reads allocated by priority to whoever was speaking or who the speakers directed their attention toward. The hall was a significant load. Managing 34 ambient reads simultaneously required discipline, not because each individual read was difficult, but because the aggregate produced a complex overlay that required constant sorting to prevent signal interference. He had practiced this in the 3 weeks before the summit. He was ready. Tiansong's opening presentation was the work of a man who was very good at exactly this kind of work. He had a practitioner's command of pacing, the ability to move through complex material at a rate that kept attention engaged without losing the thread, to vary emphasis in ways that seemed natural rather than calculated, to make a structured argument feel like a thoughtful conversation. His physical command of the room was equally excellent. He made eye contact with specific individuals at moments when eye contact underscored a point, and he looked at his notes when looking at notes communicated engaged preparation rather than uncertainty. Wei logged every factual claim in his notes and ran each against his documented knowledge. The first hour of Tiansong's opening produced 3 statements that diverged from the record Wei held. These were not lies in the conventional sense. His lens registered deliberate concealment only where the speaker knew the truth and was choosing to say otherwise. None of the three triggered that register in Tian's song. What they were was selective, situations where Tian's song or his source material had access to only part of the documentation, and where the part presented happened to support the alliance's position while the part omitted complicated it. The third discrepancy was the most significant. Tian's song cited the Ironwood incident 7 years ago, an event that had been referenced in 3 subsequent cross-faction negotiations as evidence of Shadow Hollow's aggressive territorial posture. Shadow Hollow forces, according to the Alliance's version, had ambushed a merchant convoy, killing 4 righteous cultivators serving as escorts. Wei knew a different version because he had read one of the convoy's surviving members during a routine border intelligence sweep in his first year as intelligence elder. The survivor's ledger had been clear. The convoy was attacked by a third party whose cultivation techniques matched neither Shadow Hollow nor any recognized righteous sect. The survivor had never reported this because reporting it would have required explaining what he was carrying that wasn't on the convoy manifest. Wei had documented this at the time, filed it as a historical accuracy correction. The document existed. He said nothing during Tian Song's presentation. He wrote each discrepancy in precise shorthand. He wrote the documentation source for each correction. He noted which of the 3 discrepancies was likely recoverable through negotiation and which represented the deeper structural disagreement that the summit was not actually organized to resolve. When the formal response period opened, he waded through 4 righteous sect delegate responses, each calibrated to reinforce the alliance's framing while appearing to nuance it. Then he spoke. Shadow Hollow Sect appreciates the Grand Alliance's comprehensive historical review, he said. We note 3 points where Shadow Hollow's records diverge from the presentation. He addressed each one, precisely, with specific reference to documentation. The Ironwood incident received a full paragraph in its source citation. Across the table, Tian Song made a note. The righteous delegates had the expressions of people who had arrived expecting a dark sect's representative to either protest broadly or comply silently, and who were recalibrating. He Fong, behind Wei's shoulder, was writing at speed. A productive opening. The afternoon session moved the territorial questions into their initial framing, and by the time the day's proceedings ended, Wei had confirmed 3 of his prior hypotheses and generated 4 new questions. He Fong submitted his evening report over cold rice, organized into observation categories without prompting, and included 2 details Wei had not noted himself. The way Elder Wan's second-in-command arranged his documents during the moments when Shadow Hollow was speaking, which suggested a note-taking protocol that was separate from the official session record, and a brief but visible exchange between Xu Porin and one of the righteous delegation's junior staff members during the afternoon break that had lasted 40 seconds, in which He Fong had been close enough to partially overhear. He asked the staff member what Elder Wan's formal position was on the territorial survey, He Fong said. The staff member said he'd have to check. Xu Porin seemed satisfied with this. Xu Porin is trying to build a back channel with the righteous side, Wei said. He thinks a side arrangement with them is his path to relevance at this summit. He looked at his disciple. Document it. This becomes important if he succeeds. He Fong documented it. Wei returned to his notes and prepared for tomorrow, when the territorial demands would arrive in their full form, and the document sitting in Xu Porin's bag that Wei had noted him carrying since arrival, the one whose shape and spiritual seal pattern suggested it contained something more significant than logistics materials, was going to become relevant. Chapter 13. The territorial demands came on the second day, presented by Elder Hao of the Azure Summit Sect with the kind of thorough preparation that indicated the demands had been assembled by a team over several months and were not adjustable in their fundamentals. Elder Hao was 60 years old, Foundation realm, with the specific type of competence that came from decades of bureaucratic navigation. He was not creative and did not need to be. His role was to present a prepared position with maximum clarity and minimum vulnerability to immediate counterargument. And he did this with the methodical precision of a man who had delivered similar presentations many times and had learned which orderings and framings worked best. The 12 maps came out in sequence. The proposed boundary adjustments were explained with their rationale in sequence. The process took 40 minutes and was executed well. Wei mapped each proposed adjustment in real time against his own documented knowledge of the territory. After 20 minutes, the picture was complete. He confirmed what the summit's pre-analysis had suggested. The proposed boundaries were not a border adjustment in any meaningful geographic sense. They were the result of careful reverse engineering from a goal. The goal was to close Shadow Hollow's 5 highest yield collection routes without creating a justification for immediate conflict by naming those routes directly. Instead, the proposed cartographic adjustments created new boundary lines that would legally exclude Shadow Hollow from the territories those routes crossed, while appearing to be about geographic features rather than economic ones. He waited for Elder How to finish. Then he spread his own maps across the Shadow Hollow side of the table. The proposed boundary lines intersect with a network of established imperial trade roads, he said. The eastern corridor in the Alliance's proposed adjustment corresponds to Imperial Road 17, surveyed and established in the founding dynasty period. The northern adjustment overlaps Roads 8 and 12. The proposed western access changes follow Road 21. He set out the second set of documentation, copies of the Imperial Survey records that Shadow Hollow had obtained 18 years ago. These roads predate any sect's territorial claims in this region by 300 years. Shadow Hollow's collection activities in the territories in question follow commercial logic that the Imperial surveyors established when they mapped the resource availability and transit efficiency of this area. He looked at Elder How. The proposed adjustments do not represent a border correction. They represent the removal of Shadow Hollow from routes with 3 centuries of established economic use, framed as a cartographic revision to avoid that description. Elder How began a counterargument. Wei addressed each element of it, precisely, with documented reference. The session ran long, both sides recalibrating as the explicit territorial argument was replaced by a more fundamental question about what basis for claiming territory was historically valid. By the afternoon break, the negotiations had deadlocked. This was not a failure. Wei had expected and planned for this outcome. A deadlock on the explicit territorial question revealed that the righteous side's stated position was their maximum. They had brought their best framing, and it had not achieved the outcome they needed. The next phase of the negotiation would be more honest precisely because this one had been publicly tested and found insufficient. Hifeng appeared at his shoulder as the delegates moved toward the refreshment area. The maps, Hifeng said at low volume. Where did we get the original Imperial Survey records? Archive. Obtained through an intelligence operation 18 years ago. Wei kept moving toward the delegation's private space. We have them. The Alliance doesn't know we have them. Today we showed them we have them. What does that do? It tells them their preparation had a gap they didn't know existed. That changes what they think they know about Shadow Hollow's documentation capabilities. Wei paused at the private room door. It also tells Tiansong something specific. What? That whoever told him Shadow Hollow's intelligence elder was the right delegate to request. They were correct. He opened the door. Document the session in full. I want your assessment of Elder Hao's reaction at the moment the survey records appeared on the table. Hifeng had his notebook out before the door closed behind them. In the main hall, Shu Porin was speaking with the junior righteous delegation staff member from yesterday's exchange. The conversation was longer this time, and both of them were positioned to appear accidental. Wei noted this from the angle of the door without stopping or showing that he had noticed. Shu Porin had found his back channel. That was going to become a problem on a schedule that Wei needed to manage carefully. Chapter 14 Elder Sister Rome arrived at the Clearwater Summit in that evening without having sent advance notice, which was consistent with her general operational approach and which Wei had therefore anticipated as a possibility. She knocked once and entered before he answered, which he had also anticipated. I'm here, she said, dropping her travel bag in the corner. Brief me on what I missed. Territorial demand presentation, when is projected? Counter-presented with the Imperial Survey documentation. Deadlock achieved on the explicit territorial question, which means we've pushed to the second negotiation layer. Wei watched her settle into the room's available chair with the comfortable efficiency of someone who traveled frequently and had stopped caring about accommodation quality beyond functional adequacy. Shu Porin has been building a back channel with a junior member of the righteous staff. That's going to be a problem. On a schedule. He paused. You're not here because Lin is worried about Shu Porin. Lin is worried about Shu Porin. Rong accepted the teacup Hifeng had silently prepared and set beside her. But you're right that I'm here for a different reason. She reached into her inner robe and produced a document. My best source in the righteous territory. Cross-referenced by 2 supporting sources. She unrolled it on the table between them. 2 of the attending sects have a pre-summit arrangement. Wei looked at the document. The sourcing chain was solid. He knew Rong's source identifiers and could assess the reliability chain. Which sects? He said. Jade Pillar and Iron Bell. They've agreed in advance to divide the eastern Ironwood territory between them regardless of this summit's official outcome. Their arrangement was reached 4 weeks ago. Jade Pillar takes the water access corridor. Iron Bell takes the primary herb route segment. Wei read the document for 60 seconds. The summit is theater for those 2 sects, he said. For those 2, yes. The rest of the delegation may be genuine or may have their own separate arrangements I haven't found. Rong sipped her tea. How does this change your position? Wei thought through the implications in sequence, as he always did when new information arrived that required model revision. Tian Song doesn't know about this arrangement, he said. I read him extensively in yesterday's session. His engagement with the summit is consistent with a man who believes the proceedings are real. If he knew that two of his delegation had a prearranged conclusion, the self-justification layer in his ledger would show it. He would have built a rationale for participating in theater, and that rationale would be visible. He paused. The arrangement between those two sects was made without the Inquisitor's knowledge. They're using him the same way they're using us, Fong said from his desk. He had been working through the evening's notes and had clearly been tracking the conversation. Correct, Wei said. Which means Tian Song, when he finds out, and he will find out, because these arrangements always surface, will have a specific kind of anger. The anger of a man who has been made complicit in something he would not have agreed to. He looked at the document again. This is leverage, but not the way Lin will want to use it. Lin wants it used as direct leverage, Rong said. Control the truth, control the people who fear it, which would require us to threaten the exposure rather than execute it. The threat trades truth for currency. It's spent once, and it's corrupted the moment it buys something. Wei folded the document and set it down. There's a better use. If Tian Song needs a private meeting, and I expect he will request one, this information changes what I can offer him. Rong looked at him. You're going to tell the Inquisitor that two of his own delegation have a side arrangement. I'm going to give him the documentation and let him decide what to do with it. The exchange is, he handles the side arrangement. We agree to a token concession that lets him close this summit with a formal outcome. Wei paused. He needs a win. I know he needs a win. I don't know why yet. But the arrangement documentation gives me something to offer that has value to him specifically. Rong was quiet for a moment. Then she said, You trust that he'll honor the exchange. I trust that his ledger shows a man who does what he says he's going to do, consistently, over 50 years of service. That's not trust in the personal sense. It's assessment of the demonstrated pattern. He picked up his tea. I could be wrong. The assessment could be wrong. But the pattern is strong. Fong looked up from his notes. What if he uses the document to expose the side arrangement publicly and claims all the political benefit himself, without honoring the exchange? Then I have documentation of the exchange conversation, which I'll have made sure of, Wei said. And the information gets into the public record either way, which was going to happen eventually. He looked at his disciple. There's no version of this where I lose something I wasn't going to lose anyway. The question, Tian Song's request for a private meeting arrived the following morning through the summit's official administrative channel, the formal route, which meant it would be recorded as having occurred and that both parties had agreed to it, but not what was discussed. This was standard protocol for sensitive side conversations in formal negotiations, and both parties used it without commenting on the use. They met in one of the sound-dampened rooms that Fong had identified in his initial survey. A small, well-appointed space designed for exactly this purpose, with a single table and adequate chairs, and the specific quality of atmospheric stillness that the dampening arrays produced. Tian Song was there when Wei arrived, seated, with 2 cups of tea already prepared. Elder Qiu, Tian Song said. Please. Wei sat. He activated the lens at ambient level, enough to read surface-level registration in real time, not enough to be visible to any standard spiritual awareness. You can use whatever assessment method you need, Tian Song said. I won't object. Wei noted the offer. It was either genuine or a sophisticated performance. He would determine which as the conversation developed. I'll be direct about why I asked for this meeting, Tian Song said. He set his cup down and folded his hands with the deliberateness of someone who has thought carefully about how to begin a conversation they have prepared for. The summit is under political pressure. I need it to produce a formal outcome, a signed agreement, even a narrow one. Not because the outcome itself is critical, but because the fact of a completed summit with a documented result is necessary for reasons I cannot fully disclose. He paused. This is a sincere statement. I recognize you may not be able to verify sincerity through whatever method you use, but I'm telling you regardless. The lens registered the statement as true. All of it. The political pressure, the need for a formal outcome, the disclosure of the stakes without disclosure of the full reason. The sincerity was not performance. Why are you telling me this? Wei asked. Because the negotiations are heading toward a deadlock that serves neither side. The explicit territorial question has been contested well. Your presentation yesterday was thorough and the alliance's position is less defensible than we presented it. A full deadlock produces no outcome. No outcome serves neither my needs nor Shadow Hollow's. Tian Song looked at him directly. I'm offering a trade. Shadow Hollow agrees to a formal token concession, something small enough to be real, but large enough to be called a concrete outcome. In exchange, I address an internal issue within my delegation. The prior arrangement between two of your member sects, Wei said. Tiansong was still for a moment. A practiced stillness, the kind that acknowledged that information had been correctly identified without confirming or denying its source. You know about it, Tiansong said. I have documentation. Wei did not elaborate on the source. The arrangement predates this summit by approximately 4 weeks. It was reached without your knowledge. Something changed in Tiansong's expression, briefly, controlled quickly. Not anger. Something more complicated than anger. The expression of a man who has just had his assessment of a situation confirmed in a way that is simultaneously validating and uncomfortable. Then you understand why I need the summit to produce a formal result, Tiansong said. Without it, the arrangement executes regardless of these proceedings. With a formal treaty outcome that both sides sign, the arrangement requires modification to remain credible, which gives me time and standing to address it through proper channels. Wei activated the lens slightly deeper for 5 seconds, reading the statement's true flair. Tiansong was sincere about this specific mechanism. He was also concealing something about the broader context, the reason the arrangement specifically threatened him, the political situation inside the Grand Alliance that made this summit necessary for his standing in particular. That concealment was intact. The token concession, Wei said. In concrete terms, Tiansong slid a folder across the table. One observation post in the Northern Hill sector. Marginal value. I verified this before making the offer. Wei reviewed the documents. The post coordinates. Its coverage area. Its overlap with Shadow Hollow's other observation infrastructure. The assessment of its value was accurate. The post was redundant. Giving it up cost nothing meaningful. Shadow Hollow will agree to this concession under the following conditions, Wei said. First, the formal session record must acknowledge the historical accuracy of the Imperial Survey documentation I presented. This is non-negotiable. If those records are in the room, they need to be in the record. Second, the concession cannot be subsequently cited as a precedent for additional territorial adjustments. Third, the arrangement between the two sects is formally dissolved within 30 days, with documentation that you provide to me when it's done. Tiansong considered this for a moment. His consideration was genuine. He was working through the conditions against his own constraints, not performing deliberation. The first 2 conditions are straightforward. The third requires me to take internal action against member sects based on information they don't know I hold. He paused. I can do it. The mechanism exists. But I need to know the arrangement's dissolution will be complete, not cosmetic. The documentation you provide will tell me that. Wei paused. You and I both know what cosmetic looks like, Inquisitor. Don't provide cosmetic documentation and expect it to close this matter. Tiansong looked at him for a moment with the expression of one professional encountering another who has correctly assessed the dynamic. Agreed, he said. They did not shake hands. It was not that kind of meeting. Wei stood. One other matter. The reason you need this summit to succeed, whatever is threatening your position inside the Alliance. If it becomes directly relevant to Shadow Hollow's interests, I expect you to tell me before it affects us rather than after. Tiansong met this with a stillness that was longer than the previous ones. And if it doesn't become relevant to Shadow Hollow, then it stays in your ledger and mine, Wei said. I have no interest in your internal politics for their own sake. I have an interest in not being surprised by consequences I could have anticipated with more information. He paused at the door. The summit will close tomorrow with the token concession on the table. Noted. He left the room and walked back through Clearwater's corridors, making notes. The concealment Tiansong was managing, the reason his standing inside the Grand Alliance was threatened enough to require this summit's success, was still dark. But now Wei had agreed to terms that gave him 30 days to find out what it was, and a communication channel with the Inquisitor that would continue past this summit. Some threads you pulled immediately. Some you followed at a measured pace. This one was going to require patience. He noted this and kept walking, the evening air cool on his face, clear water settling into its nightly performances around him on all sides. Chapter 16. The resumed summit session lasted 3 hours and produced the outcome both parties had privately negotiated. Wei presented Shadow Hollow's token concession at the session's midpoint, framing it within a statement about regional stability and the shared interest in maintaining functional transit through the Ironwood territories. He used the word goodwill twice, in context where it was technically defensible and practically inaccurate. He used good faith once, which was more defensible because the concession was in fact given in exchange for something of value, which qualified as a form of faith in the exchange's honoring. The righteous delegation received the concession with the visible relief of people who had been watching a negotiation threaten to produce nothing, and were now watching it produce something they could bring home. The summit administrators noted the outcome. The session concluded with the formal language of a completed diplomatic exchange. There were handshakes and the specific quality of relief that appeared on faces when something that might have been a failure had been redirected into a qualified success. Tian Song crossed the refreshment hall to Wei's side during the post-session gathering with the unhurried approach of a man who has calculated the correct timing for a brief professional exchange. "Clean work," Tian Song said at low volume. "Yours as well," Wei replied. That was all. Tian Song moved back to his delegation's cluster. The room absorbed the exchange as small talk. Fong, standing 2 steps behind Wei, said nothing until they had moved to the edge of the room. "He means it," Fong said. "The respect. He recognizes competent work," Wei said. "Whether that's respect or recognition is a question I'll leave open for now." He watched the room. He is not going to stay in this region after the summit. He has whatever problem is threatening his standing to address, and it's going to take his attention. Wei paused. "Which means the thing he's concealing will surface where I'm not watching. Make a note. Establish a secondary source to track Tian Song's movements and activities in the post-summit period." Fong made the note. They left Clearwater the following morning, the token concession formally signed, the survey documentation acknowledged in the summit record, and Shadow Hollow's actual collection routes intact. Xu Porin rode ahead of their party, maintaining the posture of someone who had been through a significant experience and was still working out what to say about it. Wei spent the return journey organizing his notes. The summit had produced its stated outcome, but the actual work it had opened, Tian Song's concealed political problem, the side arrangement's dissolution to be verified, the merchant woman's golden ledger, the thing Ming Huashang had implied, he partially understood. All of that was still open. He wrote at the top of a new page, "Summit closed. Work continues." And below that, because it was true and because the ledger deserved accuracy, called Shadow Hollow's coercion goodwill in a formal diplomatic session. The inaccuracy was necessary. Noted. He underlined noted and felt, as he always did when he made this kind of entry, the clean discomfort of being honest about exactly what he had done and finding it insufficient reason to stop. Chapter 17. They were back at Shadow Hollow within 4 days, and Xu Porin filed his censure request within 3 hours of arrival. This was efficient of him. Wei noted the efficiency without surprise. Xu Porin had identified the summit as his opportunity and had escalated at exactly the point where he believed he could frame the outcome as Wei's failure rather than his own. The request went to Sect Master Lin through the formal Elder Council channel, which meant it would appear in the permanent record regardless of outcome. Wei submitted his own complete report to Lin simultaneously, through the same channel, which he had been preparing since the summit's final day. Lin called them both for a formal accounting 2 days later. The meeting room was one of the Elder Council's secondary chambers, smaller than the full council hall, used for matters where formality was required but the audience was limited. Lin sat at the head of the table, Wei on her left, Xu Porin on her right. No other witnesses. Xu Porin had prepared a statement. He delivered it with the polish he brought to everything. A measured account of the summit's proceedings that framed Shadow Hollow's concession as a yield achieved under Wei's leadership, positioned Wei's method as having created diplomatic risk, and suggested that a senior delegate with more conventional authority and fewer controversial techniques would have achieved the same outcome with less exposure. The statement was coherent. Each individual element was defensible. The overall picture it constructed was wrong in the specific way that curated facts produced wrong pictures without any individual fact being false. Lin listened to the complete statement. Then she read Xu Porin's document. Then she read Wei's report. She read it thoroughly, which took 20 minutes. The room was quiet while she read. When she finished, she set both documents on her desk and looked at Xu Porin with the expression she used when she had made a decision and was explaining it rather than discussing it. "Your censure request," she said. "The summit outcome, I've read the outcome. I've also read 4 years of division reports." Lin's voice was even and entirely without anger, which was more effective than anger because it left no opening for the response to emotion that anger enabled. The 14 documentation inconsistencies Elder Qiu cited in the summit session. The budget allocation pattern. The specific timing of your objections to Elder Qiu's division's reported outputs. She paused. "And I have Fong's operational log from the summit's first morning, which includes a verbatim account of what you said to the registration clerk and to Elder One of the opposing delegation." Xu Porin said nothing. "You attempted to undermine an active sect mission," Lin said. "At a summit. In front of righteous sect delegates." She picked up the censure request and moved it to the left-hand pile. "The referral stack, not the retention stack. You are reassigned to Outer Territory Administration. 3 days. Sect Master, I have 20 years of divisional, Your skills in organizational management are genuine, Lin said. They are not appropriate to the Intelligence Division's operational environment. The Outer Territory Administration needs those skills. She looked at him without elaboration. 3 days, Elder Shu. Shu Poran's face moved through several configurations before arriving at the controlled neutral of a man who had understood the outcome and was choosing his next position carefully. He left. Wei waited. Lin looked at his report for a moment, then at him. You had this documentation prepared before you left for the summit. The foundation was prepared. The summit-specific material was added on return. You expected him to act. I assessed it as likely based on his pattern. Wei paused. I could have briefed you before departure and prevented the summit incident. I chose to document his action in context instead. Prevention suppresses a behavior temporarily. Documentation establishes the pattern that supports a final resolution. He met her eyes. I recognized that the method exposed Shadow Hollow to a summit incident that could have been avoided. Yes. Lin was quiet for a moment. The outer territory posting. How long before he moves back? 6 months minimum. His usefulness in organizational management is real. When his pattern is removed from the Intelligence Division context and placed somewhere it can't do that kind of damage, he'll perform adequately. Wei gathered his papers. The summit follow-through. I'll monitor Tian Song's handling of the arrangement dissolution and report at 30 days. Do that. Lin looked at him for a moment. The concession. The observation post. Marginal value, as documented. I know you documented it. I'm asking if you're satisfied with the exchange. Wei thought about this honestly, which was the only way he thought about anything. The outcome preserved our collection routes. The survey documentation is formally in the record. Tian Song's follow-through on the arrangement dissolution is the variable. He paused. The concealed reason he needed this summit to succeed, I don't have it yet. That's the residual unknown. When it surfaces, the picture will be more complete. Lin nodded. Go rest. You look like you've been awake since Clearwater. I've been awake since 2 nights before Clearwater, Wei said, and left. Chapter 18. The cost of the summit reading arrived in the expected form over the 3 days following the return. Wei had scheduled for it. He always scheduled for it. The eye's recovery period after sustained heavy use had patterns he had learned through years of pushing and observing the consequences. After a full summit read of 34 delegates across 6 days of continuous ambient scanning with multiple deep reads interspersed, the recovery window was approximately 4 to 7 days of reduced lens capacity, aching vision, and the specific fatigue that came not from his body, but from the sustained concentration of the ability itself. His left eye ached consistently through the first 2 days. The pain was not sharp, more like the deep fatigue of a muscle that had been used to its limit and was reporting this accurately. His vision through the eye was reduced at the edges, and in bright light it watered involuntarily. He wore a shade cloth over it for 2 days. Yifeng had sourced the cloth and left it on Wei's desk the morning after their return, without a note, which was the correct approach. Notes would have prompted a conversation Wei would have declined to have about whether the shade was necessary. Without the note, the cloth was simply there and useful. The sect's medical elder offered the standard qi stabilization treatment for extended lens use. Wei accepted it, noted that it reduced the aching by approximately 40% over the first treatment, and returned to reduced intensity work, reviewing documents, organizing his summit notes into the final archive format, beginning the preparation for what would come next. Rong visited on the 3rd day. She came without the wine this time. She sat across from him in his study and looked at his face with the specific quality of attention she gave to assessments that mattered to her. Full, unhurried, not performing concern but actually measuring something. The aging is visible from this distance, she said. Wei had noted this himself. The skin around his left eye aged faster than the rest of his face. Not catastrophically, not in any way that would alarm most observers who weren't looking for it. But the lines were deeper than they should have been for a man of his actual years, and the tissue around the eye had the quality of skin that had been worked hard and had not had adequate time to recover. The medical elder's formal prognosis? Rong asked. He didn't offer one. I didn't request one. Wei set down his pen. I know the mechanism and the rate. Each full deep audit ages the eye by 1 year. Sustained summit-level work is not technically one audit. It's a continuous process. The cost of the summit, distributed across 6 active days, is consistent with what the observation shows. You're not going to do anything differently, Rong said. Not a question. If I find a method that achieves the same analytical result with lower cost to the eye, I'll use it. I haven't found one. He looked at her. The work requires the lens. The lens requires the cost. I understand the exchange, and I'm making it deliberately. Rong was quiet for a moment. In the corner of the study, Yifeng was working at his desk. maintaining the particular quality of stillness he had when he was aware that something significant was being discussed and had decided not to be part of it. You're going to run out of eye, Rong said. Probably. At some point the cost will exceed what the eye has left to give. Wei met her eyes. I know this. I note it accurately. I continue working. He paused. This is not denial. Denial would be failing to account for the cost in the ledger. The cost is in the ledger. I'm choosing to spend it anyway. Rong looked at him for a long moment. The expression on her face was not something her ledger would have made easy to read, even with the full lens. She had learned over decades to control the surface register in ways that most people never mastered. But something was there, underneath the control. You matter, she said. Simple declarative. Not elaborated. He had no standard response for this. He noted this gap in his protocols. After she left, he wrote in his personal ledger, Rome. Unprompted statement of significance. Context, concern about lens cost. Filed under, statements that don't fit standard ledger categories. Note, the statement is noted as having been made and having registered. The registering is also noted. Fong, at his desk, had gone perfectly still during Rong's visit and had gone back to his work after she left in the way of someone who understood that some things in a room were not his to enter and that respecting this was itself a form of care. Wei noted Fong's discretion in the professional ledger under developing judgment, positive trajectory. He returned to his work. The eye ached. He kept working. Chapter 19 The Tier 2 breakthrough came 11 days after the summit's conclusion, in the middle of a document review session at the archive. Wei had been tracking the signs for a week without naming them. The increased sensitivity of the ambient scan, the ability to read impressions at slightly greater range without the usual effort, the ease of sorting detail that had previously required sustained focus. He had filed each observation as post-summit recovery enhancement and continued working. When the breakthrough arrived, it was not gradual. He was reading a document from the archive's political history section when his left eye went completely dark. Not pain, not the visual disruption of overuse, but a full blackout that lasted 20 seconds and then resolved into a fundamentally different kind of seeing. The bronze ledger. He sat very still for those 20 seconds. Fong, across the archive reading room, looked up at the shift in the ambient spiritual field. Even without the lens, the tier advancement was a significant enough event to register as a change in the room's atmospheric quality, and did not speak. When Wei's vision restored, he tested the new capability carefully. The bronze ledger's additional range was immediately apparent. Where the previous tier had read recent crimes and surface-level concealment with high precision and older material with diminishing reliability, the new tier read the full personal history with the same clarity he had previously reserved for recent events. The past became as readable as the present. He looked at a letter on his desk from a junior division member requesting resource allocation. Through the bronze ledger, he read not just the letter's content but the full 3 years of request history behind it, the member's actual use of previous allocations against his stated uses, and a minor discrepancy from the second year that the member himself had likely forgotten. Old information, not relevant to any current priority, but readable. He needed to test it on a person before he trusted it operationally. Fong was sitting 12 feet away, absorbed in his own reading. Wei activated the bronze ledger fully and read his disciple for the first time in complete depth. What he found first was what he had expected, the complete record of what the righteous sect patriarch had ordered and the chain of enforcement that had carried it out. Fong had never described the details aloud. The ledger supplied them, precisely and without editorializing. 3 months of documented atrocity compressed into the spiritual record of a 19-year-old who had lived adjacent to it while being protected by circumstance from its worst effects, and who had arrived at Shadow Hollow Sect carrying the complete knowledge of what institutional authority was willing to do when it decided a family's existence was inconvenient. Fong's personal ledger, the crimes he had committed rather than those committed against him, was clean. Genuinely clean, in the way that required the full bronze ledger read to confirm, because surface reads could miss things that deeper reads found. He had survived through circumstances and choices that had required neither betrayal nor harm to others. His record was the record of someone who had been acted upon without becoming the thing that acted upon him. And then, the correspondence. It appeared as a distinct thread in the full ledger, a pattern of behavior, separate and deliberately separated from Fong's official activities, maintained over the past 4 months with a specific quality of care that meant the person maintaining it understood the separation mattered. Letters. Sent through a gray zone courier network that operated outside both Righteous and Shadow Hollow oversight channels. The recipient carried Fong's family name, a cousin, confirmed by the relationship markers visible in the ledger. The content of the communications was not directly readable, The lens read deliberate concealment, not the content of private communications, but the shape of what was being communicated was visible in the pattern of the concealment itself. Information was flowing. Yifang was providing his cousin with something useful. Wei read the pattern carefully for 3 minutes. No Shadow Hollow operational intelligence. Yifang had been scrupulously careful about this. Whatever he was telling his cousin, it did not contain anything from the intelligence division's actual work. The separation was genuine and maintained. Yifang understood where the line was and had stayed behind it. But the correspondence itself had been concealed from Wei. For months of deliberate omission, Wei looked at his disciple, who was reading a scroll about historical righteous sect border agreements with the focused absorption of someone doing useful work. He closed his ledger. He wrote one line in the personal record. Yifang, confirmed concealed correspondence, external contact, family connection. No operational breach detected. Pattern, personal matter with significant emotional weight. Decision, monitor. No confrontation at this time. The tier advancement's costs settled over the next 2 hours. A significant headache, vision blur in the left eye, the specific discomfort of an ability that had just expanded its range and was calibrating to the new baseline. Wei noted the cost, took the medical elder's treatment, and continued working. He now had the full picture of his disciple. The picture included both the trust Yifang had earned and the omission Yifang had maintained. He did not confront him. He waited. Yifang would tell him, when the time came, or he would find out through other means. Either way, the ledger would be complete eventually. That was the discipline. Know what you know, mark what you don't know, and continue reading until the picture is whole. Chapter 20 Grand Elder Meng Huashang sent for Wei after the 10th evening bell. The summons was unusual enough that Wei registered it as significant before he understood why. Meng communicated through formal channels during standard hours as a matter of discipline he had maintained for 60 years, and he had made his contempt for late-night urgency clear enough often enough that everyone in the sect understood late-night summons from the Grand Elder meant something had bypassed his standards. He arrived at Meng's chambers to find the elder standing at the window, looking out at the compound's central courtyard with the focused expression of a man reviewing something he does not have adequate framework for. Close the door, Meng said. Wei closed it. Intelligence from a network contact in the Clearwater region, Meng said, turning from the window. Received within the hour. Grand Alliance Inquisitor Tian Song did not return to Alliance headquarters after the summit concluded. He crossed to the desk and placed his hand on a map. He is still in the region, moving through the Ironwood district, interviewing farmers and minor cultivators, following a trail of small anomalies in the area's spiritual energy readings. Wei came to the map, the direction of his movement pattern. Meng traced it, parallel to the eastern road through Clearwater. The eastern road, where the merchant caravan had been, where the woman with the golden ledger had been moving and watching. He's investigating something connected to the merchant caravan that passed through Clearwater on the night before the summit, Wei said. Meng looked at him. You saw something on that road? Yes. Wei told him. Full account. The woman near the third wagon, the institutional quality of her ledger, the gold color, the observation function, the absence of reaction when he walked past. He had filed it as requiring follow-up and moved on to the summit itself. I haven't had the opportunity to pursue it. The summit's recovery period, then Shu Porin's situation. Meng listened without interrupting. When Wei finished, the Grand Elder was quiet for a moment. You're telling me the Grand Alliance's Inquisitor is investigating something that you noticed and set aside? Yes. And Tian Song is frightened of what he's found. Wei paused. Then he made a decision. He extended the bronze ledger's range to maximum, pushing the new capability further than he had tested it, into the distance that separated Shadow Hollow Sect from the Ironwood district where Tian Song was currently moving. A full read at that distance was not possible. The bronze ledger had range limits that expanded with tier advancement but did not become unlimited. What was possible at this distance was catching the edge of a strong emotional state if the person was in a state of strong emotional investment in what they were doing. He read for 60 seconds. His eye ached the entire time in the specific way that meant he was at the operational boundary of the ability's current range. What came through was a fragment, not a full ledger read. Impressions only, the strongest registers, the things that were vivid enough to carry across that distance. Fear. Genuine, considered fear. Not the fear of physical danger. Something more like the fear of a man who has found a fact that requires him to revise his entire understanding of a situation he thought he knew. And beneath the fear, deliberate concealment. A wall of decided silence. The specific quality of someone who has found something and made an active choice not to tell anyone yet. Wei stepped back from the extended read. His vision in the left eye went dark for 2 full seconds. When it cleared, he looked at Meng. He's frightened, Wei said. Of an implication, not a threat. And he's concealing what he's found from his own organization. Meng's face was doing something that Wei's ordinary vision, without lens assistance, could read well enough. The specific configuration of a man who has been waiting for a particular thing to arrive and is now looking at the leading edge of it. What do you know about this? Wei said. Meng was quiet for 5 full seconds. Less than you'll want, he said finally. I know the shape of something old. Something that has been in the background of this sect's history since before I joined it. I was told I would never need to understand it. He paused. I was wrong about that. He looked at Wei directly. Sleep. In the morning I'll tell you what I know, and it will give you a direction even if it doesn't give you an answer. Wei left Meng's chambers and walked back through Shadow Hollow's quiet corridors, writing as he walked, because the bronze ledger had just shown him that Tian Song was frightened of something he had found in the Ironwood district, and the merchant woman's golden institutional ledger had his name in it, and Meng knew something that he had believed he would never need to know, and all 3 of these threads were the same thread pulling from different ends. He wrote, the merchant woman's ledger contained my name. The entry predates my career. Tian Song found her trail and is frightened of what it means. Meng Huoshang knows more than he has said. All 3 are connected. All 3 are connected to whatever the founding charter's 4th column says. He stopped in the middle of the corridor and wrote one more line, very carefully. For the first time in my career, I have found something I cannot read with the tools I currently have. I am going to need to become something capable of reading it, or I am going to lose the thread before I find its beginning. He underlined this. He closed the ledger. He kept walking into the dark of the compound, the weight of an entry that had been made about him before he existed pressing against the back of his awareness like a debt he didn't know he had already accumulated. And somewhere far out in the Ironwood Marshes, Tian Song moved through the dark toward whatever he had found and was afraid to name. And the Golden Ledger Keeper moved through a world that had been reading everyone for longer than anyone had realized, and neither of them knew yet that all their threads were about to pull tight at once. Chapter 21. Wei Liang Qiu began following Tian Song's investigation on the morning after Meng Huoshang's summons, with the specific patience of a man who understood that the most reliable way to learn what someone was looking at was to watch where they kept returning their attention. He did not approach Tian Song directly. That would alert the Inquisitor and prompt a defensive response. Tian Song had already demonstrated at the Peace Summit that he possessed the professional instinct to notice when he was being read. Direct surveillance of someone who was alert to being surveilled produced diminishing returns. Instead, Wei traced the trail the Inquisitor was leaving in the Ironwood district. The farmers he had interviewed, the minor cultivators who had been questioned about spiritual energy anomalies, the specific sites he had visited. Yifeng managed the research side. Wei had not mentioned the correspondence yet. The disciple went to work with his usual focused precision, using the gray zone courier networks they had developed for the summit and his own careful personal contacts in the Clearwater region. The picture that emerged over the first 4 days was methodical. Tian Song was tracking something that moved, not a person in the conventional sense. The reports from interviewed farmers described incidents rather than a figure, a sense of displacement, small objects found in positions inconsistent with where they had been placed, a barn at the district's edge that a farmer's son swore had not been there 3 seasons ago, and that the farmer swore had been there for 20 years. The specific quality of contested spatial reality that the Bronze Ledger, Wei now recognized, associated with places where institutional ledgers crossed. The audit points. Wei read 2 of the sites personally on the 4th day, while Tian Song was occupied at the Regional Administrative Center reviewing old records. What he found in the sites confirmed what he had theorized. The spiritual residue was not the residue of combat or cultivation technique. It was the residue of sustained observation, a reading presence that had been stationed at these points for extended periods, looking outward rather than inward. The sites were not where something had happened. They were where something had been watching. He noted this very carefully. On the 5th day, Yifeng brought news that he clearly considered significant and was uncertain how to deliver. The Inquisitor went north, Yifeng said, spreading a rough map on the table. The northern edge of the Ironwood district borders the road that the merchant caravan traveled the night before the Peace Summit. Wei looked at the map. The paths were not just proximate, they were the same path. Tian Song was tracing the woman's route backward from the surveillance sites to her point of origin. He had found the audit points first and was working backward to the auditor. He is going to find her before I do if I don't move, Wei said. Is that a problem? Wei considered this. It is a variable I would prefer to control. The answer to that question depends on what Tian Song does with what he finds. He picked up his pen. We are going to need to accelerate. Hook. He sent Yifeng to the northern road to position himself ahead of Tian Song's line of investigation. not to interfere, but to observe who else was also tracking the merchant woman's route, because the bronze ledger's impression from Meng Huashang summons had suggested 3 threads pulling toward the same origin point, and Wei needed to know whether the 3rd thread had an owner yet. Chapter 22 Patriarch Yu Chun arrived in the regional capital on a Thursday, in a procession that had been calibrated to announce importance without announcing urgency. Wei read this from the edge of the capital's main road, standing at the back of the gathered crowd with his left eye at minimum activation, enough to register what the lens showed without conducting a full read that might produce the eye pain he was still managing from the Tier 2 breakthrough. Even at minimum activation, the ledger that appeared above Yu Chun was visible from 40 meters. It was enormous, not in the way of someone who had committed many small crimes. The volume of a long life's ordinary moral failures, the accumulated weight of choices made in service of institutional interests rather than genuine conscience. Most ledgers of older cultivators looked like this, dense but legible, a long history of incremental compromise. That ledger Wei could read quickly and categorize efficiently. Yu Chun's ledger had something else in it. Beneath the expected volume, a genuine life of warmth and investment and real contribution, all legible and present. There was a single entry that glowed with the specific brightness the bronze ledger assigned to deliberate, sustained concealment of an act involving significant harm to multiple people. Not a single moment of violence. The entry's glow was too sustained for that. This was something that had been covered over and kept covered for a very long time. Wei did not conduct the full read. He noted what he had observed and stayed in the crowd. The procession entered the capital. Yu Chun's stated purpose was to attend a fellow patriarch's naming ceremony, a reasonable and frequent type of visit among the righteous world's senior figures. The capital's administrators turned out with appropriate ceremony. Wei watched from the crowd and read the officials who greeted Yu Chun. Their responses showed genuine respect, and none of the guarded performance that people adopted in the presence of someone they feared or distrusted. Yu Chun was genuinely liked here. That made the concealed entry more significant, not less. Later, in the private rooms that the intelligence division maintained in the capital under a name associated with a minor trading house, Wei completed the read from memory. The partial impressions he had caught at minimum activation extended and assembled into a coherent picture. The complete entry for the concealed act was not yet fully visible. A full institutional audit of something 30 years old would require a sustained read closer than 40 meters, but the shape of what was being concealed was legible. A site, a group of people, an act, covered by an official account that replaced the reality. He opened his ledger and wrote what he had. Then he wrote at the bottom, Yu Chun, present here under stated pretext. Actual reason, unknown. Concealed crime, significant, approximately 30 years old. Probable type, direct harm to named cultivators, subsequently reframed in official record. Investigation required. Do not approach until full read is possible. He read the entry back. He added, he is genuinely warm. Noted. This does not reduce the ledger entry. Noted. Hook. Fong returned from the northern road at nightfall with a report that stopped Wei mid-sentence. A third party was also tracking the merchant woman's route, operating 2 days ahead of Tian Song, using a surveillance technique that Fong's conventional intelligence instincts flagged as neither Shadow Hollow's methodology nor the Grand Alliance's, something older and more patient, moving through the landscape like a feature of it rather than an observer. Chapter 23 3 men, 2 women, and 1 unknown presence were now all operating in the same regional capital and its surrounding territory for ostensibly different reasons. Wei stood at his working table in the trading house's private rooms and mapped the convergence. Tian Song was tracking the audit points toward the merchant woman's point of origin. He had found something in the early portion of his investigation that frightened him. Wei had confirmed this through the extended bronze ledger read, and was proceeding toward its source with the particular determination of someone who understood that the answer to a frightening question was better than the prolonged uncertainty of not knowing. He had not shared what he found with his Grand Alliance superiors. He was operating alone. Yu Chun was here for an unknown actual purpose beneath the stated ceremonial one. His concealed crime, 30 years old, had a site. Somewhere in this region, Wei suspected, given the geographical specificity of the entry's spatial associations when read at minimum activation. The merchant woman was no longer present in the capital, as far as Fong's network could establish, but she had been here. Her route through this region was documented in the surveillance pattern of the audit points, the sites where she had positioned herself as an observer and then moved on. The audit points were not random. They were organized around a specific coverage pattern that, when Wei mapped it, had an obvious geographic focus. The northeastern edge of the district, where the road through the Ironwood Marshes approached the mountains. The third tracker He Fong had identified was operating in the same northeastern corridor. Wei assigned Liang Qiu the merchant woman's travel history. Liang Qiu was Shadow Hollow's primary intelligence broker, not a member of the sect in the conventional sense, serving neither loyalty nor faction, but providing analytical work in exchange for resources and the particular freedom of someone who had been profoundly disgusted with everyone and had found, in Wei's division, the one person who did not pretend the disgust was unreasonable. She was efficient, thorough, and resistant to the kind of institutional filtering that made most intelligence operations produce results that resembled the conclusions the analyst had started with. The merchant woman, Wei said. I need her full movement history for the past 3 years. All territories. Starting points, ending points, everything in between. Conventional methods. I cannot use the lens again until the eye recovers. Liang Qiu looked at him for 2 seconds in the way she looked at requests whose size she was calculating. 3 years, continental range. Standard delivery is 8 days. 4. She made a brief sound that was not agreement, but was not refusal either, and left. Wei returned to the map. The northeastern corridor. The audit points. The third tracker, whose methodology He Fong had described as moving like a feature of the landscape. The merchant woman was not a person with a criminal ledger. She was an institution, or something operating as one. What he had read in her was not a personal record of deliberate concealment, but a functional design, the spiritual signature of a constructed purpose rather than an individual history. He had been categorizing her incorrectly. She was not a person running a surveillance operation. She was the surveillance operation. He added this to his working record and made a note. Review assumption that the third tracker is human. Hook. He Fong came to the table as Wei was writing and said, quietly, the northeastern corridor's focus point, the place the audit points are organized around. I ran the district maps against the historical record. There was a minor sect based in that valley. The Willowstone Sect. The records list it as destroyed in a demonic incursion approximately 30 years ago. No survivors. Wei set down his pen. Who filed the incursion report? He Fong said, Thousand Bloom Sect. Patriarch Yu Chun, in his capacity as regional alliance representative at the time. Chapter 24 Liang Qiu delivered the merchant woman's movement history in 3.5 days, which Wei noted in his working record as evidence of professional capability exceeding stated parameters. The document was 63 pages. Liang Qiu had rebuilt the route from courier records, innkeeper logs in the Gray Zone network, spiritual energy anomalies documented in border post records, and cross-referencing sightings reported to 3 different intelligence networks that did not know they were each reporting on the same person. The construction was methodical and the gaps were labeled as gaps rather than filled in with inference, a professional discipline that Wei appreciated precisely because most analysts filled gaps with what they expected to find. Wei read it twice. Then he read it a third time, mapping each stop against the spiritual geography of the cultivation world's major institutions. The pattern was visible by the third reading. The merchant woman had visited every significant righteous sect's territorial center in the past 3 years. Not the headquarters directly, the perimeter, the supply roads, the market days where ordinary cultivators moved and spoke freely. She had also been present in the vicinity of 3 dark sect operations, 2 neutral territories, and 1 location that Liang Qiu had flagged with a note. Site of historical significance, nature unspecified in conventional records, significant spiritual energy density. Wei looked at the flagged site. The coordinates placed it in the northeastern corridor, the Willowstone Valley. She had been there 3 times in the past 3 years. The most recent visit was 4 months ago, shortly before Wei had seen her on the road to the Peace Summit. He added this to the map and then looked at the overall pattern. A coverage route. Not random, not reactively following events. Proactive, systematic, covering each major institutional node in a rotation that ensured every significant faction was observed at regular intervals. And returning, repeatedly, to the Willowstone Valley. Something in the valley was the operational center. The route was constructed around it. She is not reporting on events, he said to Liang Qiu, who had remained in the room and was reading her own copy of the document. She's conducting a standing audit. The visits to the major sects are not surveillance operations targeting specific activities. They're check-ins, ensuring the institutional picture stays current. The valley is the anchor. Liang Qiu said, whatever she's auditing for hasn't happened yet. Otherwise the audit would be over. Wei looked at her. She's been at this for at least 3 years based on my records, and I suspect longer based on the documentation gaps in earlier periods, Liang Qiu said. 3 years of sustained systematic coverage for an event that hasn't happened. The coverage pattern doesn't change. It doesn't tighten around any particular target, it doesn't shift in response to any particular development. It stays comprehensive. She's watching everything because she doesn't know where the thing she's watching for will appear. Wei wrote this into his ledger with the specific care he reserved for analysis that reframed his understanding of a problem scale. An audit watching for something that hadn't happened yet. A threshold. A condition being monitored before it was reached. He looked at the 3 visits to the Willowstone Valley. She keeps returning to a site where 30 people were killed 30 years ago, he said. And the man who filed the report that called those deaths a demonic incursion is currently in this capital for reasons he has not disclosed. Hook. Liang Qiu was quiet for a moment, then said, the golden glow you described in her ledger, institutional rather than personal, constructed purpose. I have seen something like that before. Not in a person. In a building. In a sect archive that had been active for long enough that the archive itself had acquired a function-based spiritual signature, independent of anyone who maintained it. Whatever she is not a person who developed an auditing function. She is an auditing function that has a person. Chapter 25, he traveled to the Willowstone Valley alone. Fong argued against this. Not emotionally. He made a specific tactical argument. The 3rd tracker that had been following the merchant woman's route was operating in the northeastern corridor, and Wei's left eye was still in its recovery period from the Tier 2 advancement, which meant he was operating with reduced lens capacity at a time when an unknown methodology tracker was working in the same area he was moving into. Wei acknowledged the argument's tactical validity. He went anyway. His reasons were not tactical. The Willowstone Valley needed to be read in person, and the reading required the lens at full attention rather than at the extended range that the capital allowed. The Bronze Ledger's ability to read places that had been saturated with significant spiritual energy was a new capability he had not fully tested. The Tier 2 advancement, which had given him access to full personal history reads and fabrication detection, also contained a function the advancement's instinctive knowledge had suggested, but that he had not yet used operationally. Location reading at a site of sufficient historical spiritual intensity. The valley was 3 hours from the capital on horseback. He arrived in the early afternoon, when the light came through the mountain pass at the angle that made the valley's bowl visible in full, the grass running down toward a dry riverbed that had once been fed by the mountain's runoff and had been dry long enough to grow sedge along its edges. He stood at the valley's rim for 20 minutes before descending, noting everything he could observe with ordinary senses, the specific quality of silence that a valley has when it has not been inhabited for a long time, the absence of bird movement that characterized high spiritual density locations where the ambient energy unsettled small animals, the arrangements of stone on the valley floor that did not look like natural collapse patterns. Then he descended and activated the Bronze Ledger at full capacity. The reading hit him like a physical weight. The valley's spiritual saturation was intense, not because of ongoing cultivation activity, but because of what had happened here 30 years ago on a single night. The Bronze Ledger's location reading function processed this as a concentrated impression, a convergence of spiritual energy from multiple cultivators, not in combat patterns, but in distress patterns, the specific residue of techniques used in flight or defense rather than engagement. And over it, layered and then relayered, the specific residue of fire technique. The Thousand Bloom sect's signature fire method. He recognized it from contemporary reads. The sect's cultivation style left a distinctive thermal trace in the ambient spiritual record, the kind of institutional fingerprint that identified the technique's origin more clearly than any verbal record. He stood in the center of the valley and read for an hour. What the valley remembered: 47 Willowstone cultivators that night. 14 escape attempts blocked. Specific individuals. He could read the ledger traces as distinct signatures even after 30 years, a resolution the Bronze Ledger reached for places saturated at this intensity. 3 of the blocked escapes had been attempted by cultivators who were not fighting, who were carrying objects, books, something they were trying to remove from the valley. His eye ached badly by the hour's end. He sat down on the dry riverbed's edge and wrote everything into his ledger with the specific, careful handwriting he used when the material required precision above speed. He wrote every name the ledger had shown him. 47. He wrote the technique signatures. He wrote the specific evidence that the incursion report was false. The techniques used were not demonic. The cultivation signatures were human. The timeline as recorded in the ambient residue was inconsistent with the duration a demonic incursion of that scale would require. He had the evidence. He now had to decide what to do with it. Hook. As he prepared to leave, the Bronze Ledger registered a presence at the valley's eastern rim. Not a threat, nothing hostile, but the specific signature of something that had been observing him for the duration of his reading and that he now recognized. With a specific sharpening of attention, as the third tracker Fong had described, moving like a feature of the landscape, patient, and watching him with the quality of something that recognized what he was and what he had just done. Chapter 26. The presence at the valley's eastern rim did not approach. Wei stood at the dry riverbed's edge and looked toward the rim, the bronze ledger showing him the signature clearly, hovering at the valley's margin like something with very precise ideas about where it belonged and where it did not. It was not human. Not in the cultivation sense of not being a cultivator. It was not human in the sense that the spiritual signature it carried was not organized in the way human cultivation signatures were organized, from the inside out, around a center of personal history and individual will. This signature was organized from the outside in, a function with an observer attached. Exactly what Liang Qiu had described. Wei looked at it for 30 seconds, making no movement toward it or away from it. It looked back. He read what he could read at this distance, and with the lens at the level of residual fatigue his hour of location reading had produced, attentiveness, orientation toward him specifically, and a complete absence of the defensive guarding that most observed individuals showed when they realized they were being read. It was not trying to conceal itself from the lens. It was letting him see what was there. He took out his ledger and wrote, "Third tracker, present, non-human institutional signature, did not approach, permitted read, no defensive response, registered my Willowstone reading and waited. Likely function, witness, not opponent." He closed the ledger. He looked at the presence again. "I have recorded what this valley contains," he said, to the valley at large and to whatever was watching him from the rim. His voice carried clearly in the bowl's acoustic quality. The names, the techniques, the inconsistency with the official record. Noted. The presence at the rim remained at the rim. It did not acknowledge him in any way he could read conventionally. But the bronze ledger registered a slight shift in its orientation. A small functional realignment that, if he was reading it correctly, resembled the way a recording device changes from passive to active when the information it is built to collect arrives. He had been recorded noting the record. He left the valley through the path he had entered it on and rode back toward the capital with his ledger full and his left eye aching, and the specific quality of understanding that came from knowing that something much larger than a regional political dispute had been waiting a very long time for someone to read this valley properly. When he returned to Shadow Hollow Sect the following day and presented his findings to Lin Zoli, he found the sect master and Meng Huishang already in argument. He waited at the door until the argument reached a pause. Then he entered and placed his ledger on the desk between them. "The Willowstone Massacre," he said. 47 cultivators. 30 years ago. Thousand Bloom Sect's fire technique. Yu Qin's involvement is evidenced by location residue and the timeline of the official report he filed. "I have a complete record." He paused. "Now we need to discuss what to do with it." Meng said, "Use it." Lin said, "Hold it." Hook. Wei looked at both of them and said, "The question is not whether to use it. The question is what use means, because if we use this as leverage, we buy something with it and destroy it as evidence simultaneously, and everything it proves about how the righteous world operates dies with the transaction. If we release it, we change the political landscape in ways that will produce a response we need to be prepared for. Neither option is free. Tell me what this sect needs most, and I will tell you which cost is acceptable." Chapter 27. He gave them until morning to argue it, which they did without him. In the interval, he took care of the matter he had been deferring. He sent for Fong at the 9th evening bell, late enough that the administrative offices were quiet, early enough that a summons would not register as an emergency. Fong arrived with the specific attentiveness he had developed over 2 years of working with Wei, not braced for punishment, but alert in the way of someone who understood that summons at this hour meant a direct conversation rather than a task assignment. "Sit down," Wei said. Fong sat. Wei did not open with the correspondence. He opened with what the Tier 2 breakthrough had actually shown him, stated plainly. "For months ago, you established correspondence with a person outside the sect using a gray zone courier network that operates outside Shadow Hollow's standard intelligence oversight. The correspondent carries your family name. The nature of the information you have been providing is personal rather than operational. I could read the pattern of what was being communicated, not the content itself. You have been careful about the line between what belongs to you and what belongs to the sect." Fong was very still. "I read this at Tier 2 advancement, 18 days ago," Wei continued. "I have not acted on it. I am raising it now because I have made a decision about how I intend to operate my division, and the decision requires that you understand a principle I should have stated when you first became my disciple." Fong, quietly, "What principle?" "I do not treat loyalty as the absence of private life," Wei said. "The sect's claim on your information ends at the sect's operational interests. Your cousin is not Shadow Hollow's business. What you tell him is not Shadow Hollow's business unless it affects Shadow Hollow's operations. He met Hefang's eyes. The omission, however, is noted. From today, if there is information you are managing that touches the sect's situation in any way, even a connection you are uncertain about, you tell me. Not as a control mechanism. As professional practice. You cannot do your work correctly if you are maintaining a partition inside your own analytical picture. Hefang said nothing for a moment. Then, my cousin is building a case against the patriarch who had my family killed. I have been giving him contextual information about how the sect's documentation processes work. Nothing operational, nothing classified. He is trying to construct an evidentiary approach. Yes, Wei said. Tell me what he knows and what he needs. Hefang looked at him with the specific expression of someone recalibrating an expectation that had been held for a long time. He found something, Hefang said finally. A witness. An elderly cultivator who survived whatever happened 30 years ago in the northeastern corridor. She has been farming in the district for 3 decades and has been unwilling to talk. My cousin has been working on her trust for 6 months. He thinks she is close to being willing. Wei said, noted. He picked up his pen. Tell me everything. Hook. Hefang told him everything. The witness's location, approximate age, the cousin's approach methodology, the specific nature of what she was willing to testify about. And Wei listened without interrupting, writing carefully, until Hefang finished and said, you already knew about the massacre. And Wei said, I read the valley yesterday. I have the full picture from the spiritual residue. But a living witness changes the quality of the evidence in ways the residue alone cannot produce. Your cousin's work and my investigation are on the same thread. Hefang was quiet, and then he said, you were going to get there regardless. He just made it faster. Wei said, you both did. Chapter 28. In the morning, Lin Zoli and Meng Huoshang had arrived at an uneasy compromise that resembled Wei's suggested framing more than either would readily acknowledge. Staged release, Lin said, when Wei returned to her study. One piece at a time, through independent channels. Not Shadow Hollow releasing it. Intermediaries with credibility in the righteous world. Tian Song, Wei said. Lin looked at him. You've been watching Tian Song. He is investigating the same situation from a different approach vector, Wei said. He has found the audit points, but has not yet read the valley. When he does, he will have direct evidence that the official account is false, but he will not have the full resolution I achieved through the bronze ledger. He needs what I found. I need his institutional access. He paused, and he is frightened of what he has already found, which means he is past the point where institutional loyalty outweighs the need to resolve the question. He will cooperate. You would share intelligence with a Grand Alliance Inquisitor, Meng said, from the chair in the corner where he had been silent since Wei entered. I would share specific intelligence with a specific Grand Alliance Inquisitor for a specific purpose, Wei said. Tian Song's ledger, at the bronze ledger level, shows a man who is not fabricating his mission or his ethics. He is wrong about many things. He is not lying about any of them. That combination is unusual enough to work with. Meng made a sound that was not agreement, but was not objection. Lin said, the cost of cooperating with Tian Song is that we acknowledge the investigation to him. If the staged release plan fails, if he takes the evidence and files it through alliance channels in a way that implicates Shadow Hollow rather than the Suppression Council, we have provided the documentation for our own censure. Wei said, that is the cost. Yes. He met Lin's eyes. He is not going to do that. His ledger does not contain the specific kind of self-deception that would allow him to use evidence of a massacre to score a sectarian political point. What he will do with accurate evidence of a covered massacre is report it as a covered massacre. The institutional consequences will fall on Yu Chun and the Suppression Council, not on us. You are very confident in a reading you conducted at long range on a person who was not consenting to be read, Lin said. I read him in person during the summit, Wei said. The extended read confirmed the pattern the direct read established. I have sufficient resolution. He did not add, and his frightened determination in the Ironwood district told me something about the quality of his character that personal presence could not have told me. Some readings require distance to show their full shape. Lin made her decision in the way she always made decisions, without announcing it, by simply moving to the next point. Then approach Tian Song carefully, and do it before he reads the valley and reaches conclusions without your input. Hook. He wrote a message to Tian Song that evening. Not through official channels, not through the Gray Zone courier network that Shadow Hollow controlled, but through a third method. A letter left at the inn where Hefang's reconnaissance had confirmed Tian Song was staying, written in the format of a professional communication between investigators, which stated only, you have found the audit points. I have read the valley. We have different pieces of the same record. I am proposing a meeting with no institutional witnesses to determine whether our respective pieces warrant sharing. He signed it. Wei Liang Qiu, Intelligence Division, Shadow Hollow Sect. The name in the ledger was mine too. Chapter 29, He Feng's cousin's network, once fully disclosed to Wei, turned out to be more developed than the correspondence pattern had suggested. Not in size. It was small, carefully maintained, operating through the same gray zone channels that Shadow Hollow's own intelligence used in the spaces between institutional oversight. But it had produced real work. The documentation of the patriarch who had ordered He Feng's family's punishment was partial but structurally sound. Corporate testimony, corroborated financial records showing resource transfers that post-dated the punished family's assets being seized, a pattern of subsequent behavior that established an ongoing relationship between the patriarch and the sect that had accepted those resources. Wei reviewed it in the same analytical posture he applied to everything. The case is viable, he told He Feng. The documentation chain has 3 points of structural vulnerability. The financial records are copies rather than originals. The corroborating testimony is from people with obvious motivation to implicate the patriarch, and the behavioral pattern evidence is circumstantial rather than direct. A skilled advocate defending the patriarch would target those 3 points. He Feng said. Can they be strengthened? The original financial records exist in the sect's own archive under the patriarch's administration. Accessing them requires either institutional authority or an alternative method. Wei looked at the map of the righteous sect's relationships he had been building since the Peace Summit. The Patriarch's sect has documented relationships with 2 members of the Suppression Council, the informal network of sects coordinating to prevent investigation of pre-war crimes. This is a more direct connection than He Feng's cousin has likely identified. How do you know about the Suppression Council? Wei told him. The full picture, the network he had been building since the summit, the pattern of coordinated opposition to investigation, the 3 sects whose alliance appeared to control significant votes in the Grand Alliance Council. He had not shared this previously because the intelligence had been in development. It was complete enough now to share. He Feng listened with the focused absorption of someone integrating new information against an existing model that the new information was upgrading. When Wei finished, He Feng was quiet for 30 seconds. My cousin has no idea this exists, He Feng said finally. He has been treating his patriarch as an individual problem. He does not understand that the individual problem is protected by a structural mechanism. Most people investigating one crime do not know they are investigating the edge of a much larger one, Wei said. That is not a failure of investigation. It is a limitation of perspective. How do you change the limitation? Wei said, you share what you know with people who can use it correctly. He paused. Which is why I am telling you now. Hook, He Feng said. My cousin is going to want to move on the patriarch directly. He has been building this case for 3 years, and he is going to want to use it as soon as it's strong enough. He doesn't understand that moving too early, before the broader network can be exposed, will allow the network to bury the case the same way it has buried every other individual case against any of its member sections. Wei said, then you need to explain this to him before he acts. He Feng said, he won't believe me unless it comes from someone he can't dismiss. Wei said, then I will give him the evidence. When the time is right. He Feng looked at him and said, when is the time right? Wei said, when Tian Song answers my letter. Chapter 30 Tian Song answered on the 3rd day. Not with a letter, with a location. A tea house on the edge of the regional capital, known as a neutral meeting ground for cultivators from competing sects who occasionally needed to discuss matters that could not be managed through official channels. The proprietor understood that the establishment's function required discretion and charged accordingly. Wei arrived 20 minutes early and positioned himself with his left eye at the angle that gave him the best read of the entrance without requiring full lens activation. Tian Song arrived exactly on time, alone, and sat down across from Wei with the specific quality of a man who had not slept well in several days and had decided that the decision to meet was correct despite having made it in a state of exhaustion. Wei read him. The bronze ledger's full read capacity showed Wei the Inquisitor's personal history at the level he had prepared for. After nearly a year of partial reads and extended impressions, a long career, genuinely motivated by the desire for order and stability, a ledger that included the 12 undefendable entries buried under layers of righteous justification that Wei had registered at the summit. The buried entries were real, and they were defended badly. They were not, by the standard of the Inquisitor's overall record, what defined him. He was a man who had convinced himself that certain tools required dirty use, and who was consistently wrong about which specific uses were actually necessary. The fear was visible in the current ledger at the level Wei could now read it fully. a man who had found something in the Ironwood Marshes that required him to revise not a specific belief, but the framework his beliefs were organized around. You found the audit points, Wei said. Yes, Tiansong said. And then I found what they were auditing. The spatial anomalies the farmers described. I followed them to a series of sites where something had been observing the region for an extended period. Not years. Decades. He looked at Wei with the expression of a man deciding how much to say. I know what institutional spiritual signatures look like. I have read them in the course of inquisitorial work. The signature at those sites was not an institutional signature I recognized from any currently active organization. Older, Wei said. Much older. Tiansong paused and deliberately organized around a specific geographic focus in the northeastern corridor. The Willowstone Valley. Tiansong went very still. Wei said, I read the valley 3 days ago. The Bronze Ledger's location function. I have the full record, 47 cultivators, the date and duration, the technique signatures. I have written evidence that the incursion report filed 30 years ago was false. He looked at Tiansong steadily. I believe you know who filed that report. Yu Chun. Tiansong's voice was flat. Not surprised, he had known, or suspected, from whatever investigation had brought him to the valley's edges. You're telling me you have physical evidence of the massacre. I have ledger record evidence, Wei said. The Bronze Ledger's reading of a location records spiritual impressions. It is not evidence in the conventional legal sense. It cannot be entered in a formal hearing without me testifying to its contents, which requires both of us explaining what I am and how it works. But it is evidence in the investigative sense. It confirms what happened. It names the technique signatures. Tiansong looked at him for a long time. Hook. I came here, the Inquisitor said finally, because the entity running those audit sites has my name in a ledger that was started before I was born. I came here because whatever is auditing this region registered my investigation 6 days ago and has been watching me since. I came here because you are the only person I have encountered in this investigation who appears to know more than I do about what is happening, and I am running out of the patience required to discover it on my own. He looked at Wei with the directness that Wei had registered at their first meeting as the Inquisitor's most reliable characteristic. Tell me what you know. All of it. Chapter 31 Wei told him. Not everything. There were components of his investigation that touched Shadow Hollow's intelligence networks in ways that sharing with a Grand Alliance Inquisitor would compromise regardless of Tiansong's personal trustworthiness. He held back the specific names in Liang Qiu's network, the operational details of how Hefeng's courier contacts functioned, and the full extent of the Suppression Council's membership list as he had currently mapped it. These were operational security decisions, not concealment for its own sake. He told Tiansong what he could tell him, and he labeled what he was not telling him and why. Tiansong listened in the way that Wei had come to associate with the Inquisitor's genuine attentiveness, still, with his hands on the table in front of him, not taking notes because he was encoding the information in the structure of his memory, not performing reception. When Wei finished, Tiansong said, The merchant woman, Xiao, is not a cultivator in the conventional sense. She is an auditing function, Wei said. Liang Qiu's framing. Something that has had a person attached to it long enough that the distinction may not be meaningful from the outside. The audit sites are hers. They are the physical locations of her observation function, yes. Tiansong was quiet. I read the history of phenomena like her in the Alliance archives 3 years ago, as part of a research assignment that had nothing to do with this investigation. Entities that were constructed for a purpose rather than born to one. There are 3 documented cases in the past 200 years. All 3 were created by practitioners working at a level above anything currently operating in the mortal cultivation world. She predates us, Wei said. By at least that long, yes. Tiansong looked at him. The thing she is auditing for, the threshold you described, the condition where institutional corruption reaches a level that produces a specific outcome. You said she has been watching for it without the event occurring. But my read of her audit sites suggests the monitoring has intensified recently. The density of observational residue at the sites has increased over the past 8 months. Something changed 8 months ago, Wei said. Something came closer to the threshold, Tiansong said. Or the threshold moved. They looked at each other across the tea house table with the specific understanding of 2 investigators who have been working toward the same conclusion from different ends and have just found where their respective paths intersect. Wei said, I am not offering you an alliance. I am offering a working arrangement based on the recognition that we need each other's capabilities to read this situation completely. You have institutional access I cannot use. I have an investigative tool you cannot replicate. Tiansong said, I am not accepting an alliance with Shadow Hollow Sect. I am accepting a temporary operational arrangement with Wei Liang Qiu, Intelligence Elder, for the specific purpose of investigating the Willowstone massacre and its connections to the current monitoring activity. He paused. There is a difference between those two things. Noted, Wei said. Hook. Fong, who had been positioned outside the tea house as additional observation, met Wei afterward and reported that 2 additional people had been watching the meeting from different positions. Neither of them appeared to be from Shadow Hollow or the Grand Alliance, and one of them, when Fong tracked their departure route, had moved toward the northeastern corridor with the directness of someone reporting to a waiting superior. Chapter 32. The Suppression Council moved faster than Wei's assessment model had predicted. He had rated them as reactive rather than proactive, an intelligence estimate based on their previous behavior, which had been consistently in response to external pressure rather than in anticipation of it. The staged assassination attempt, the petition against Shadow Hollow's investigation, the blocking of individual cases like Fong's cousins. Pattern consistent, defensive, institutional, protecting existing positions rather than building new ones. The new action was different. They dispatched 3 cultivators to intercept Wei's investigation before he had finished processing his findings from the Willowstone reading. Fong picked up the trail through standard surveillance, a team of 3 moving through the district with the specific operational profile of a team that knew its target and was not attempting concealment from trackers, which suggested they either did not know they were being tracked or considered the tracking irrelevant. Wei read their approach while they were still 2 days from the capital. He positioned himself at a point along their approach route, not a killing ground, not an ambush of the lethal variety, but the specific type of location that offered controlled approach angles and clear withdrawal paths in both directions. He went alone. Fong objected. Wei acknowledged the objection as tactically valid and went alone anyway, because what he intended to do required one person who could read all 3 simultaneously without the social complexity of having a second Shadow Hollow presence present. They came to him in a formation that registered as standard combat deployment, the 3-person structure that basic tactical cultivation used for unknown threat engagement. 1 forward, 2 flanking at angles that covered the forward's withdrawal. They were not at Wei's cultivation level, but they were not far below it. A genuine fight would cost him. He read all 3 in the 30 seconds between their appearance on the approach path and their arrival in conversation range. 2 hired contractors. Their ledgers showed the specific shape of people who accepted tactical assignments from multiple clients based on operational specifics and payment rather than ideological alignment. They had done this kind of work before with 4 different clients across 3 years. Their current client, the Jade Pillar Sect, one of the Suppression Council's members. Their assignment, intercept and discourage, not eliminate. The third was different. Core formation, with a deep ledger showing years of investment in the Suppression Council's specific function, not hired but embedded, a true believer in the protection of existing power structures on the basis that the cultivation world's stability depended on the righteous sect's perceived legitimacy. The third's investment in this work was genuine and deep. Wei addressed the 3 of them before they spoke. He read the 2 contractors' ledgers aloud. Not the worst entries, the precise entries relevant to their current situation, who they had worked for, what they had been paid to do in comparable previous engagements, the specific pattern of disengagement that both contractors had shown when a client's instructions placed them in situations with higher than projected legal risk. Your assignment is to discourage an investigation, Wei said to the 2 contractors. The investigation you are discouraging has produced documentation of a 30-year-old massacre of 47 cultivators. The Jade Pillar Sect retained you to impede access to that documentation. He looked at them steadily. Your current instructions have placed you in the operational path of an investigation that will eventually reach a public outcome regardless of whether you succeed in the assignment. When it reaches that outcome, the record of your participation in suppressing it will be part of the documentation. He paused. That is your situation accurately stated. One contractor looked at the other. The lens showed Wei the specific processing pattern of a business decision being reached. They stepped back and left. The third engaged. Hook. The fight was not clean. The embedded suppressor was genuinely capable at core formation, and Wei took a strike that he felt in his right side for the rest of the engagement. But the bronze ledger gave Wei a combat advantage that the suppressor had not anticipated. Past injuries, habitual technique patterns, specific vulnerabilities that years of written records had accumulated and the lens had read in the first 10 seconds of contact, letting Wei work through targeted precision rather than matched force. Chapter 33. He won. He released the suppressor with a complete accounting of their ledger written in the road's dust, not metaphorically, with a stick, so that the surviving witnesses to the engagement, 3 farmers who had been observing from the adjacent field since before the confrontation began and had not left because curiosity outweighed tactical sense, could read it. The suppressor left knowing that Wei knew. The two contractors had already departed. Rong Yihua's assessment, when Wei returned and told her what he had done, was delivered in the warmth as practical wisdom mode she used for analysis. She found both correct and inadvisable. Releasing them was the wrong tactical decision and an understandable human one. And in 6 weeks, when they report back to the Jade Pillar Sect and the Suppression Council accelerates its response timeline, you are going to have to account for the difference between those two things. I have already noted it, Wei said. I know, Rong said. I'm noting that you've noted it. Which is different. He considered this. The release was not the emotional decision. The release was the decision consistent with the principle that the Suppression Council's network functions through secrecy and that its members' willingness to continue operating for it decreases when they understand that their participation is being recorded. Releasing the contractors with their ledger visible to witnesses serves that principle better than detaining or eliminating them. That is a good argument, Rong said. It also has the practical effect of you feeling like you didn't do something your values object to. Wei looked at her. You are suggesting my analysis is rationalizing a preference. I am suggesting, Rong said cheerfully, that your analysis is both correct and motivated by a preference, and that noting the first one without noting the second one is exactly the kind of incomplete accounting that gets interesting people into trouble. She examined his side with practiced clinical attention. The strike is bruised, not fractured. You'll be stiff for a week. Try not to fight anyone at core formation during that period. Wei wrote in his ledger, release decision, tactical cost. Suppression Council will now have confirmed intelligence on my investigation's current stage and will adjust response timeline accordingly. Tactical benefit. 2 contractors removed from Council's available assets with their ledger in the open record. Principal motivation for the release. Principal. Secondary motivation. Preference. Both noted. He looked at what he had written. He did not scratch out the secondary notation. Hook. 2 days later, Hifang reported that the Jade Pillar Sect had filed a formal complaint with the Grand Alliance Council, citing Shadow Hollow's unauthorized investigation in righteous territory as a violation of the summit's terms, framing the encounter as an unprovoked attack by a Shadow Hollow elder against a Jade Pillar operative conducting legitimate sect business, and attaching signed statements from the 2 contractors that described the engagement in terms that, while factually accurate about the fight's outcome, omitted everything that preceded it. Chapter 34 Patriarch Yuchen sent his message through a channel that made Wei pause. Not through Liang Qiu's network. Not through the Gray Zone couriers. Through a personal intermediary, an elderly cultivator who arrived at Shadow Hollow's outer gate and asked for Wei Liang Qiu by name, presenting a sealed letter and nothing else. The letter was brief. It was written in a hand Wei recognized from the Thousand Bloom Sect's official correspondence, though this letter carried none of the official seal or formal framing. You visited the valley. I know this because the thing that watches it told me, in the way it communicates. I am not going to pretend I do not know what you found. I am requesting a meeting. I am not requesting mercy. I am requesting the chance to say something directly before whatever you intend to do begins. Wei read the letter twice. He read it with the lens. The spiritual residue of a sealed letter carried for distance could carry impressions if the writer was in a strong enough state when they wrote it. What he found in the residue. A man in the specific state of someone who has been carrying a burden for 30 years and has decided that carrying it differently might be possible. No hostility. No threat. Genuine request, and under it, genuine shame that had never resolved into anything other than more effort on the redistribution plan. He agreed to the meeting. Yuchen arrived at the neutral location Wei specified, not the capital, not Shadow Hollow's territory, a way station in the gray zone between them that served both populations without allegiance to either. 3 days later. He came alone. He was older in person than he appeared at distance. The lines around his eyes and the specific quality of posture that belonged to someone who had been managing a weight for decades showed clearly when he was not performing for a reception. Wei activated the bronze ledger at full capacity the moment Yuchen was in range. He let the read run for 10 full minutes. The full picture confirmed everything the partial reads had suggested and added detail. The massacre's planning had been deliberate. Not a sudden decision made in the heat of conflict, but a considered choice made over several weeks, with a specific outcome desired. Access to the Willowstone Valley's resources, which had included a formation site of significant quality that the minor sect had refused to sell or share. Yuchen had wanted the site. The minor sect had refused. He had taken it, and then he had spent 30 years living with that. The redistribution plan was real. The timeline was genuine. The money flowing to the surviving community's descendants was documented in the ledger's current entries as a sustained commitment, not in a regular gesture. He had been doing this work continuously, funding it from his personal cultivation resources rather than Thousand Bloom Sect's institutional funds, ensuring it could not be stopped by institutional politics. I know what you found, Yu Qin said, when Wei indicated the read was done. I know because the valley showed you truly. There is no version of that reading that doesn't show what happened. No, Wei said. I am not going to ask you not to expose it, Yu Qin said. I am going to ask you to wait 2 years. Hook. He laid the redistribution plan's full documentation on the table between them. 6 years of records, quarterly accounting, the names of every family member in the surviving community who had received resources and the amounts and the purposes, and the projected timeline for full resource transfer, the entire formation site's cultivation value, converted through a process Wei had not thought possible, transferred to the people it had originally belonged to, and said, if you expose this now, the plan ends and the transfer stops. If you wait, it completes. Chapter 35. Wei sat with the documentation for a long time. Yu Qin sat across from him and did not speak. He understood. Wei had read this from the spiritual impression in his patient posture. That silence was the correct response to watching someone conduct the specific kind of examination that Wei was conducting. He did not perform contrition. He did not argue. He waited with the quality of a man who knew the decision was not his to make. Wei read the documentation in the methodical way he read all evidence, chronologically first, to establish the sequence, and then thematically, to assess the pattern. The redistribution plan was real. It was not a political document constructed to look real. It was the actual administrative record of someone doing the actual work. He activated the bronze ledger and read Yu Qin again, more slowly this time, focusing specifically on the element of the ledger that was hardest to read from the outside, the quality of the self-knowledge around the concealed crime. Not whether Yu Qin knew what he had done. He clearly did. The question was what he understood about what he had done, whether the understanding was accurate or was the kind of understanding that had constructed a more comfortable version of the events. What the full read showed, the understanding was accurate. Yu Qin had not rewritten the narrative into something defensible. He had been living with the accurate version of it, in private, for 30 years, while presenting the official version publicly. The internal version, the one that the bronze ledger showed as the ledger's actual contents, matched what Wei had read in the valley. That was the piece that mattered. A person who had deceived themselves about what they had done was not capable of genuine redistribution, because genuine redistribution required accurate accounting of the debt. Yu Qin's redistribution plan was accurate in its scope because Yu Qin's understanding of the debt was accurate. Wei put the documentation down. I have 3 considerations, he said. The first, the people in the surviving community receiving these resources have not been told why. They know Yu Qin's plan as charitable giving by a patriarch with regional concern. They do not know it as reparation. Yu Qin was quiet. No, they don't. That is not acceptable as the plan's final state, Wei said. They are owed the accurate account of what they are receiving and why. He watched Yu Qin absorb this. The second consideration, the timeline runs 2 more years. I want quarterly reports and the list of names updated. If the plan stalls or stops, I release the full record without further notice. He paused. The third consideration, at the plan's completion, you give full testimony, documented, sealed, witnessed, ready for release at the moment I determine is correct. Not if I ask for it. You prepare it now, in advance, as a condition of the arrangement. Yu Qin looked at him steadily. You are not giving me a pardon. No, Wei said. I am giving you 2 years to pay what you owe before the debt is read aloud publicly. The debt is still in the record. It will be read eventually. He met Yu Qin's eyes. What I am giving you is the question that I have been considering since I read the valley. Does the work a person does to repair harm matter? I do not have a complete answer. I am allowing for the possibility that it does, on the condition that the repair is genuine and the full account is eventually public. Hook, Yu Qin said, you believe what I am doing matters, but you are not willing to say so. Wei said, I am not willing to say so yet. He closed his ledger. 30 days for you to prepare the testimony document, confirm the current distribution figures, and deliver the updated name list. In 30 days I will send a reply that is either the terms of the arrangement or a notification that the arrangement is not possible. Until then, nothing changes. Chapter 36. The Suppression Council's petition against Shadow Hollow reached the Grand Alliance Council before Wei had finished his 30-day consideration of Yu Qin's request. Lin Zhou received the official notification on a Tuesday and sent for Wei immediately. The notification was formally worded, procedurally correct, and described Wei's investigation in the Righteous Territory as a unilateral sectarian intelligence operation violating the summit's terms, framing the engagement with the Jade Pillar operative as unprovoked aggression. Wei read the petition document with the lens residue active, Official documents carried the institutional signature of the people who had drafted them, which the bronze ledger could read at the level of deliberate framing choices. The petition had been drafted by 3 people in sequence, each adding a layer of procedural correctness over the previous draft. The original draft was raw and emotionally motivated. The final draft was technically accurate and deliberately misleading. They are not wrong, Wei said to Lin Zhou, that the investigation was unilateral. They are wrong, Lin said, that it was unprovoked. The Grand Alliance Council will not distinguish between those two things at this stage of the process. He set the petition down. What they will distinguish is whether the summit terms actually prohibit intelligence work in righteous territory, which is ambiguous. The summit produced a border treaty about resource collection, not an intelligence non-interference pact. He paused. Tian Song's opposition to the petition will be the decisive variable. Lin looked at him. The Grand Alliance Inquisitor is going to oppose a petition filed by member sects. He is going to oppose a petition that he knows is motivated by the cover-up of a massacre he has been investigating, Wei said. Whether he opposes it formally or through procedural obstruction or by ensuring that the correct information reaches the correct council members is a question of his specific methods, which I cannot predict with full accuracy. But the fundamental, he will not allow a false petition to succeed if he can stop it. You are betting Shadow Hollow's political position on your read of a Grand Alliance Inquisitor. I am relying on a read I have conducted multiple times under multiple conditions, Wei said. I will not represent a bronze ledger assessment as certainty. I will represent it as the best available information about a person's decision-making under specific circumstances. He met Lin's eyes. If I am wrong, I will account for the error fully. I will not be wrong. Lin was quiet for a moment. Then, give me 30 days. She gave him 30 days because it was the amount of time he needed. Wei had noted, across 2 years of working with Lin Zhou, that her apparent commands were frequently aligned with the amount of operational time she had determined the situation required. She phrased constraints as grants because this was more consistent with the way she preferred to understand her role. He had never pointed this out. He considered it a professional courtesy. He sent word to Tian Song through their established private channel, enclosing a copy of the petition and a 1-sentence note. The Jade Pillar Sect's complaint. Accurate in its procedural framing. False in its practical implications. You have the investigative authority and the institutional access to challenge it on accurate grounds. I am informing you before the formal review begins. Hook. Tian Song's response arrived the following day. Not a message but an action, confirmed by Hefeng's monitoring of Grand Alliance official channels. The Inquisitor had filed a notice of conflict of interest against the Jade Pillar Sect's petition, citing his own ongoing investigation into events in the Northeastern Corridor as creating an unresolved evidentiary question that the petition process could not proceed in ignorance of, and requesting a stay of the petition's progress until his investigation produced a preliminary report. Chapter 37 The Suppression Council, having watched their procedural weapon blunted by Tian Song's intervention, moved to a different instrument. The staged assassination attempt arrived as a rumor first. A cultivator found dead in a village 3 days north of Clearwater, apparently struck by a Shadow Hollow technique. The body discovered by a patrol from the Azure Summit Sect who immediately reported to Grand Alliance channels. The timing was aggressive. 2 weeks after the petition's stay. Fast enough to be a response to the stay, but not so fast as to make the connection obvious. Hefeng's cousin provided the advance warning through the correspondence channel that was now fully disclosed to Wei. The cousin had a contact in the patrol's territory who had heard the disposal plan discussed at the edge of a tavern 2 days before the discovery. Heard discussed, Wei said. Credibility assessment. He knows the contact personally, Hefeng said. Long-standing, no history of fabrication in my cousin's accounting. The contact's specific motivation for sharing the information was that the plan made him uncomfortable and he wanted someone to know. The discomfort is legible. The advance warning is valuable regardless of full confirmation. Wei looked at his map. The village's location. The patrol's reported route. The timing to reach the scene and read it. I have 24 hours before the story hardens. He took Liang Qiu with him. Her conventional intelligence methods were faster than his lens at reconstructing a physical scene's recent history, and the lens's reading of the specific scene would be more precise once her groundwork had established the timeline and the physical evidence baseline. They rode through the night. The village was small, 30 households, a market day once a week, the kind of settlement that existed in the gray zone between righteous sect influence and unaffiliated territory because its economic function served both populations. The death scene was in a barn at the village's edge. The patrol had not yet moved the body, pending official documentation. A junior member was standing guard. Liang Qiu handled the junior member with the specific blend of confident institutional authority and mild charm that she applied to situations requiring access without confrontation. Wei was inside within 4 minutes. The scene told its story quickly, not through the lens, through the elementary physical evidence that any investigator would have read before Wei reached for the lens. The position of the body was wrong for the technique it was supposedly killed by, a Shadow Hollow restraint and severance method that left specific post-mortem presentation patterns, and the actual presentation was inconsistent in 3 ways. The ground impressions around the body showed 2 sets of footprints approaching from the east, not from any direction associated with Shadow Hollow's regional territory. And the victim's cultivation signature, still present in the residual spiritual field, was not blank. It was the signature of a Foundation Realm cultivator who had died in distress, fighting against the force being applied, with a technique profile that the bronze ledger read clearly. The technique profile did not match Shadow Hollow. It matched the Jade Pillar Sect, the same institutional fire-adjacent signature he had read in the Willowstone Valley under Thousand Bloom's hand. Not identical, but of the same lineage, the Eastern method of cultivation that the Suppression Council's sect shared because their founders had trained at the same institution. Wei read the scene for 30 minutes with full lens activation and a significant eye cost that he accepted without hesitation, because the documentation needed to be complete and required depth. He had the full picture by the time Liang Qiu reappeared at the barn door with the information she had gathered from the village's residents. The 2 figures approaching from the east had been seen by an early rising farmer, who described them as cultivators wearing plain traveling clothes, moving with the specific, purposeful pace of people who knew where they were going and what they were doing. "We have 8 hours before the Grand Alliance's formal documentation process begins," Liang Qiu said. "After that, the story is part of the official record, and contesting it requires institutional process." "Hook," Wei said, "we have everything we need. Begin drafting the counter-account now, the physical evidence baseline, the footprint analysis, the cultivation signature inconsistencies. I will give you the lens read findings for the full documentation once we are moving." He looked at the barn's interior one more time, and then looked away. "The Jade Pillar Sect has now staged a murder to frame Shadow Hollow. That is a significant escalation. Note, the escalation means they are afraid of what my investigation has found. Note further, that fear is evidence in itself." Chapter 38, he pushed the bronze ledger harder than he had pushed it before. Not at the scene, at the remote red, conducting a supplementary analysis of the cultivation signatures from a distance while riding back toward the capital. The location residue read he had conducted on the barn needed supplementing with a direct institutional read to produce the evidentiary chain that would make the counter-account convincing to someone who had not been present. The remote institutional audit, applying the bronze ledger's full history read at the institutional level to the Jade Pillar Sect's cultivation signature as he had registered it from multiple sources across his investigation, required 6 months of accelerated aging on his left eye. He felt this as a physical sensation, a deep ache that radiated from the socket and did not respond to the medical elder's basic techniques. The skin around the eye was noticeably more lined by morning. The payoff was complete. The cultivation signature chain was unambiguous. The technique used on the victim matched a specific lineage within Jade Pillar's training program, a lineage he could trace through the institutional record to 3 specific individuals who had trained in that method and were currently active in the Jade Pillar's operational division. Not a general match, a specific lineage, documentable through the sect's own publicly available training records. He compiled everything into the counter-documentation with Liang Qiu's physical evidence analysis and Yifang's overnight research into the Jade Pillar Sect's operational personnel roster, identifying the 3 cultivators whose training records matched the signature. The counter-documentation named the technique, named the lineage, named the 3 individuals whose training matched it, presented the physical evidence inconsistencies, and noted the 2-day advance knowledge that Yifang's cousin's contact had provided as corroboration of premeditation. He sent it to Tiansong before dawn. Tiansong's reaction, when it came at midday, was a formal request for emergency council review, citing new evidence in the Inquisitor's Northeastern Corridor investigation that bore directly on the Jade Pillar Sect's pending complaint. The request was precise and procedurally unassailable. The council granted the review. Wei looked at the cost in his mirror that afternoon. The left side of his face was noticeably older than the right, the eye socket skin a decade or more ahead of the rest of his face, the eye itself clearer in its functioning than its appearance suggested, but visibly different. Rong Yuan knocked on the door. "The medical elder is waiting," she said. "I know," he said. "I saw the cost before I paid it. And the documentation is complete," he said. The cost was accurate. Rong's expression was the one she used for assessments she agreed with professionally and found personally difficult. At some point, Wei, you're going to have to note that the cost was accurate is a different statement from I was willing to pay it. He considered this. They are the same statement. They are not, she said. One is accounting. The other is choice. Hook. He wrote in his ledger that evening. Remote institutional red, Jade Pillar Sect, complete. Evidence chain established. Left eye, significant cost, approximately 6 months aging. Note, Rong Yihua raised the distinction between accounting and choice. Accounting describes what the cost was. Choice describes whether I would pay it again. I have not resolved whether these are the same question. Filing for later consideration. Chapter 39 Tian Song presented the evidence to the Grand Alliance Council in emergency session. Wei was not present. His presence was neither required nor appropriate. A Shadow Hollow elder attending a Grand Alliance Council session, even informally, would have transformed a factual hearing about a Jade Pillar manipulation into a question about Shadow Hollow's institutional standing. The evidence he had gathered needed to reach the council through a voice it could accept, and Tian Song was that voice. He waited at the trading house in the capital and read what he could read from a distance. The spiritual energy movement in the council district, which changed character during high-stakes institutional proceedings in ways that a silver audit, which he did not yet have, would have read clearly, but that the bronze ledger could register in broad strokes. Elevated tension, concentrated attention, the specific quality of institutional processing when a fact has arrived that requires recalibration. Hefang managed the courier network, positioning contacts near the council building to collect whatever conventional intelligence they could gather about the session's progress. The reports came in over 6 hours. Tian Song had presented the physical evidence, the cultivation signature analysis, the 3 named individuals from the Jade Pillar's training record, and Wei's formal lens read documentation as sworn testimony from a recognized investigative source. The Jade Pillar sect's representatives had responded with counteraccusation. That Wei had fabricated the evidence, that Shadow Hollow's intelligence methods were unreliable by design, that a dark sect elder's testimony should not be admitted as evidence in Grand Alliance proceedings. This last point had produced, according to Hefang's closest contact, an unexpected response from 3 council members who had not been expected to object. They had challenged the admissibility ruling on procedural grounds, citing prior precedent for external expert testimony in complex cases and arguing that the counter-accusation required evidentiary response rather than admissibility challenge. Hefang's contact was a minor administrative official, and the report was partial. But the shape was clear enough. The council had not accepted the evidence cleanly, but it had not dismissed it either. The process was alive. Tian Song is buying time, Wei said to Liang Qiu. He cannot win an outright admission in today's session. The council is not going to publicly validate a Shadow Hollow elder's evidence against a member sect in a single emergency session. But he can keep the question open and the petition suspended, and open is enough for now. Open is not exonerated, Liang Qiu said. No, open is still being investigated, which means the Jade Pillar sect cannot proceed with the original complaint, and the Suppression Council has used a significant resource, the murder and the framing operation, and produced no net gain. He looked at the intelligence picture on the table. They are beginning to understand that normal suppression tactics do not work on my methodology. What do they do when normal tactics don't work? Liang Qiu said. Wei said, they will attempt to design a tactic specific to my methodology, which means they will attempt to access, discredit, or destroy the lens. Hook. 3 days later, Tian Song sent a private message. The council had suspended the Jade Pillar sect's petition pending investigation and had formally assigned the Northeastern Corridor incident to Tian Song's inquiry docket, giving him official authority to compel testimony and access evidence from any Grand Alliance member that bore on the case. And at the bottom of the message, in a different hand than the body of the text, Tian Song had added, the 3 individuals I named from the Jade Pillar's training record were not available for questioning. They left sect territory 4 days before the council session. They knew we were coming. Someone in the council's administrative structure told them. Chapter 40, he sat at the Northeastern Corridor's edge in the late afternoon light and looked at the Willowstone Valley from the rim. He had not returned since the first reading. He came now because Tian Song's warning about the leak in the council's administrative structure had produced a question he needed to think through without the interruption of the capital's operational tempo. If the Suppression Council had access to information from inside the Grand Alliance's administrative structure, the staged assassination's documentation had been partially compromised. Not destroyed. Tian Song had the evidence and had presented it. But the 3 individuals named had departed before the session, which meant the Suppression Council had a response timeline that implied foreknowledge. The leak was not a tactical problem. It was a structural one. A network that had maintained itself for decades by protecting covered crimes would not operate without institutional tendrils in exactly the places that could give it early warning of official proceedings. He activated the bronze ledger and looked at the valley below. The presence was there. The institutional signature, Xiao Miao's observation function, the auditing entity that had been stationed here for decades, was at the valley floor. More visible than it had been before, more present at the surface, as if the sustained attention of Wei's investigation had made it more legible rather than less. Or as if it was choosing to be more legible. He read it carefully, at full bronze ledger capacity. For the first time, he got a full resolution read of the institutional ledger's outer structure. Not the contents, the outer structure. The organizational architecture of the function itself. How it was built, what its operational parameters were, what it had been designed to do, and for how long. The outer structure was 200 years old. The ledger's construction was consistent with a specific period in the cultivation world's history, the era before the current righteous sect system had fully consolidated, when multiple competing institutional frameworks had been active and the balance of power was genuinely contested. The auditing function had been built during that period by someone who had anticipated that the consolidation's outcome would require monitoring. Someone had known, 200 years ago, that the cultivation world was going to develop in a direction that would need watching. Wei sat at the rim for a long time. Then the merchant woman walked out of the valley below, not from a concealed approach path, not emerging from behind a formation. She simply appeared at the valley floor's center, standing in the grass, looking up at him with the quality of someone who had been waiting for him to reach this specific stage of understanding before initiating direct contact. She was holding a letter. She set the letter on the dry riverbed's edge. He could see it clearly from the rim, and then walked back into the valley and disappeared in the way she had appeared. Wei descended and picked up the letter. It was addressed to the cultivator who has read the valley properly, and the spiritual seal on the outside was not the personal seal of a cultivator, but the institutional seal of a function. The same architecture he had read in the outer structure, compact and precise and 200 years old. Hook. He opened it. The first line said, "Your name was entered in this record 17 years before your birth, at the point when the breeding program's 4th generation was confirmed viable, which means you are not who you think you are in one important respect, and there is evidence inside this valley that will tell you what that respect is once you know where to look. Come back when you are ready to read what this valley holds besides the massacre." Chapter 41. He read what remained of the valley for 4 days after returning. The letter had told him where to look. Not the massacre site itself, but the administrative archive that had existed within the minor sect before the massacre. A set of records that the Willowstone sect had maintained about their own history, and that, unlike the people who kept them, had not been destroyed. The fire techniques used 30 years ago had targeted the cultivators and the structures, but had missed the archive's location because the archive had been stored in a sealed formation chamber that the attackers had not discovered or had not been able to open. Wei found it in the valley's northern face on the second day, a chamber carved into the stone, its entry disguised as a natural weathering pattern, sealed with a formation that the bronze ledger read as functional and intact. The seal was keyed to a specific bloodline. He put his hand against the stone, and the seal read him and opened. He was in the Willowstone bloodline. Not the direct descent. The Willowstone sect's records, once he was inside and reading, told a history that was more complex than the massacre's single narrative. The minor sect had maintained records of cultivators who had trained with them, married into families that later affiliated elsewhere, produced lineages that scattered during the decades before the massacre. His own family history, which he had read partially with the bronze ledger after the letter's instruction, pulling on threads he had traced before without recognizing their direction, connected through a great-grandmother who had left the valley as a young woman 40 years before the massacre. He sat in the archive chamber and read his own bloodline's connection to this place. The feeling was not what he would have predicted. He had noted, in his ledger, that he was likely to feel something significant when the full picture arrived, and he had marked the note as something to return to when he could. Now he returned to it and found that what he felt was not the specific emotion he had anticipated, grief for the people who had died here, anger at what had been done to them, but something quieter and more structural, a sense that a question he had been carrying his whole life without naming it had just been answered. He had always wondered why the corruption lens had awakened in him specifically. The lens's activation conditions required a person who had suffered institutional hypocrisy and chosen loyalty anyway. He had met those conditions. But the awakening's intensity, the speed with which it had developed, the unusual depth of its initial capability, had always registered to him as something not fully explained by his personal history alone. The breeding program. 4 generations of selection. His bloodline had been shaped specifically to produce the lens at its current capacity. He was not an accident of circumstance. He was a designed outcome. He noted this in his ledger with the careful handwriting he used for foundational information. Origin confirmed. Bloodline connection to Willowstone Sect. Established. Breeding program. For generations minimum. Purpose. Corruption lens at current capacity. I was not a spontaneous development. This is consistent with all available evidence and requires no revision of current operational method. The lens's function is unchanged by its origin. Noted. He closed the ledger. He was not sure the notation was complete, but it was accurate, and accurate was the standard he applied. Hook. In the archive's deepest section, behind the bloodline records, he found a document sealed with the same institutional signature as the letter from the Valley's Rim, the same 200-year-old auditing function, written in a formal hand that matched the letter's first line, which read, "For the one who opens this chamber, the program that produced you was authorized. The program was also not fully disclosed to the people who participated in it. The debt between those two facts is yours to decide how to account for when the time comes. We believed it necessary. We may have been wrong. Both are noted." Chapter 42. The declaration arrived at Shadow Hollow Sect on a Thursday. Not a petition this time. A formal declaration, with the full procedural weight of a Grand Alliance Council vote behind it, delivered by an official courier with a specific formal dress that indicated binding institutional communication rather than ongoing correspondence. Shadow Hollow Sect was declared a confirmed demonic organization. The gray status that had protected them from direct military action was revoked. Active military suppression was authorized. Wei read the declaration twice, confirmed the vote count, 62%, short of the two-thirds that the Alliance Charter required for a binding declaration of suppression, but sufficient by the procedural interpretation the Suppression Council had constructed, using the stay of Tian Song's investigation as a reason to argue that the evidentiary question he had raised was insufficient to delay an institutional determination, and noted the specific motion language that marked the charter. Violation. Lin Zoli called the War Council while Wei was still reading. He attended. The council chamber held 11 elders, including Meng Huashang at the far end with the expression of a man reviewing options. Most were combat-oriented division heads, the people Shadow Hollow relied on for the direct application of force that its operations required. Wei was the only intelligence division elder present. Direct force comparison, Lin said. Elder Shan, the tactical division head, was brief in the specific way of practitioners who thought in forces and outcomes. 8 of the 12 sects that voted for suppression have active military capability in this region. Combined cultivation ceiling is above soul tempering across all units. We have 46 combat-ready elders at core formation and above, 16 at soul tempering. We cannot match them on direct engagement. Vulnerabilities, Lin said. Wei said, 3. He spread his map on the council table. The declaration vote achieved 62% by pressuring abstaining sections. The charter requires 2/3. The vote was procedurally invalid. That fact, properly documented and presented, allows legal challenge through the Alliance's own framework. The challenge will take time, but it removes the military authorization's legitimacy if it succeeds. We don't have time for legal challenges if they're already moving troops, Elder Shan said. The second vulnerability, Wei continued, is the Suppression Council's overreach. 8 sects voting for direct military suppression of a borderline case is politically aggressive in ways that Alliance members not affiliated with the Suppression Council have noted with concern. Tian Song has 3 documented allies in the council who opposed the vote. Those 3, properly supported with the evidence I have compiled about the Suppression Council's manipulation of the vote, will work against the declaration from inside. And the third, Lin said. The third is that 2 of the 8 attacking sects are present in this coalition not out of genuine conviction, but out of debt relationships with the Suppression Council's core members. I can identify those 2 sects and their relevant leverage points with a silver audit, which I do not yet have, or through conventional intelligence, which will take longer but will produce the same result. He paused. Those 2 sects can be offered a withdrawal path that costs them less than continued participation in a military operation whose legal basis is compromised. Meng Huashang said, from the end of the table. And while we pursue all 3 of those options, they are moving through our outer territories. Yes, Wei said. Hook. Lin Zoli looked at the full council and said, we defend and expose. We hold our core territory through the military advantage of terrain knowledge and intelligence support from the lens. We do not give battle lines where direct force comparison determines the outcome. We give battle lines where information determines the outcome. She looked at Wei. You are going to be working in the field. This is not an intelligence operation from the capital. This is a war. Chapter 43, Fong said. I want to go with you. Wei looked at his disciple across the field operations tent that had been established at Shadow Hollow's inner defensive perimeter, 3 kilometers from where the outer perimeter was receiving the first probing attacks. No, Wei said. You need someone to manage the network in the field. The courier relays, the contact points, the documentation chain. You cannot run the lens and the administrative infrastructure simultaneously. That is an accurate assessment, Wei said. The answer is still no. Fong said, why? Wei said, directly, because he had decided 2 years ago that Fong deserved direct answers. Your cousin is close to the witness. You have built the external intelligence network that connects our investigation to the evidentiary chain. If this battle goes wrong and Shadow Hollow's inner perimeter is compromised, the investigation continues only if the person holding its external threads is not inside the perimeter when it falls. He met Fong's eyes. You are not less important to the outcome because you are not in the field. You are more important to it. Fong was quiet for a moment. Wei read him, not invasively, just the surface of a person processing something they had not anticipated. You've thought about what happens if the sect falls, Fong said. I have noted it as a scenario and have allocated operational resources accordingly. Fong sat down. You prepared a withdrawal plan for the investigation. I prepared for the continued functioning of the investigation under adverse conditions. Wei picked up the coded briefing package he had prepared. This goes to you. It contains everything I have. The Willowstone evidence, the Suppression Council's member list, the cultivation signature documentation from the staged assassination, the Yuchen arrangement's terms, the contact information for Tiansong's 3 allied council members, and the full routing for Liang Qiu's network. If Shadow Hollow's inner perimeter is compromised, you take this out and you ensure the evidence reaches people who can use it. Fong held the package. He looked at it with the expression of someone who understood that they had been handed a significant weight. The investigation is more important than the sect, Fong said. Not a question, Wei said. The investigation subject is more important than any single institution's survival, including ours. He picked up his working pack and the ledger case he carried in the field. Do not lose the package. Work from outside the perimeter, and tell your cousin to move on the witness before the battle's outcome creates a new political situation that changes her willingness. Fong said, Wei. He paused. Come back. Wei said, noted. Hook. He moved to the field perimeter in the hour before the first major engagement and read the approaching forces commanders with the bronze ledger at maximum range, identifying the specific individuals whose decisions would determine the engagement's shape, logging their cultivation signatures, their injury histories, their command patterns as the battle's early contact revealed them, and building the information picture that would give Shadow Hollow's combat elders every advantage the lens could provide in the hours ahead. Chapter 44. Fong left for the external network on the second morning of the war, carrying the briefing package and the specific expression of someone who had been told their post was more valuable than the post they wanted. Wei noted this after the fact, when the absence registered in the field operations tent. He was better at noting absences than preventing the small ache that accompanied them, and he had no particular interest in eliminating the ache. It was an accurate signal about what Fong meant to the investigation, which was itself an accurate signal about what Fong meant to Wei, which was information he had been noting in his ledger with increasing specificity since the first reading 2 years ago. The war's second day was harder than the first. The attacking forces had adjusted after the first day's contact. They had correctly identified that Shadow Hollow's defense was not relying on direct force, but on something else. The combat elders who had been pulling back from contact at exactly the right moments, defending at exactly the correct angles for the terrain, adjusting to the attacking force's movements with a precision that several attacking commanders would later describe in after-action reports as uncanny. They had not yet identified the source as a corruption lens read, because the possibility had not occurred to them as an operational variable. By the second day's afternoon, 2 of the attacking forces had shifted to tactics designed to limit Wei's field of view. Fragmented assault groups, multiple simultaneous pressure points, the specific methodology of a military force trying to overload an information-based defense by exceeding its processing capacity. Wei worked through this by prioritization. He could not read everything simultaneously. He could read the most critical variable in any given moment. Which commander, which attack vector, which cultivator's tactical decision would determine the engagement's outcome in the next 60 seconds, and provide that single piece of intelligence to the combat elder who needed it. This required a different kind of work than the sustained institutional reads he was accustomed to. It required the specific focused responsiveness of choosing, every 60 seconds, which thread mattered most. He had not done this kind of work before at this scale. He learned it under operational conditions, which was not his preferred methodology, but was the methodology available. Rong Yihua appeared at the perimeter command position in the middle of the second afternoon and stood beside him with her specific quality of present without intruding. "How are you holding?" she said. "Working," he said. "The eye is managing." "I know," she said. "I'm not asking about the eye." He processed a tactical read and fed the result to Elder Shan through the relay system. "I am holding," he said. "The scale is new. The methodology is adapting." "Hook," she said. "3 soul-tempering cultivators have just broken through the northeastern secondary perimeter. Elder Shan needs a read on their advance angle and their habitual technique pattern before he engages." Wei activated the bronze ledger full, felt the eye's familiar cost begin accumulating, and said, "Give me 30 seconds. Chapter 45. Jade Sovereign Princess Kai Ming arrived at Shadow Hollow's border on the 4th day of the war, in the manner of a person who had not been asked but had determined that their presence was required. Wei read her from 400 meters at the first available moment, pushing the bronze ledger to its range limit with the understanding that he was paying a significant cost for a non-tactical read in the middle of an active military operation, and that the cost was justified because Kai Ming's actual position in this situation was information he needed before anyone at Shadow Hollow said something that committed them to an adversarial relationship with her. What he read at range was extraordinary. Kai Ming's ledger was the most internally consistent record Wei had read in his career. Not because it was clean, it was long and contained a great deal of violence and a substantial number of deaths directly attributable to her decisions, but because every entry in it was consistent with the same underlying principle. She did what she assessed as necessary, she did not do what she assessed as unnecessary, and she never described the first category as the second. Her ledger contained not a single entry of the specific type Wei read most often in senior cultivators. The entry that required significant defensive structure around it, because the person had to explain something to themselves. There was nothing in Kai Ming's ledger that she had to explain to herself. He had not read a ledger like this before. He went to meet her alone, over Elder Shan's objection and Lin Zoli's careful silence that indicated she was choosing not to object. Kai Ming was standing at the border marker, the stone pillar that Shadow Hollow's outer territorial claim began at, with the quality of a person who had positioned themselves there specifically because it was the boundary and she was respecting it. She was taller than he had expected. Void crossing realm carried in the body differently than lower stages. The specific way she was simply present in her location was distinct from the way other cultivators occupied space. "Wei Liang Qiu," she said. "Not a question. Jade's Sovereign Princess," he said. "I was sent as an impartial observer," she said. "In practice, my presence means the Grand Alliance sects do not escalate past the current engagement level without consulting me first. It is not a protection. It is a pause." "I understand the distinction," he said. "I have 3 days to observe before my obligation to report to the Council on whether the Declaration's military execution meets the Charter's standards." She looked at him with the directness that the ledger had told him was her consistent mode of engagement. "Tell me what you need the 3 days to produce." "Hook." He told her about the Charter violation, the 62% vote that fell short of the 2/3 requirement, the procedural argument he had been preparing, the 3 allied council members Tian Song had identified, the documentation of suppression council coercion that would support a challenge, and she listened without interrupting, and when he finished she said, "If the declaration's procedural basis is void, I enforce a void declaration." She paused. "That is not a commitment to your cause. It is a commitment to charter law, which happens to align with your argument." He said, "I am not asking for your cause. I am asking for your 3 days." She said, "You have them." Chapter 46. They spoke for 2 hours at the border marker, and what emerged from the conversation was something Wei had not anticipated when he walked to the meeting. A professional assessment of Kai Ming's actual function in this situation that was more useful to him than the tactical intelligence about the attacking forces he had been gathering for 4 days. Kai Ming understood her own role with the same precision she applied to everything. She was an enforcer, a weapon the Grand Alliance employed when political machinery needed something done that political machinery could not do cleanly. She had no illusions about this. She had been deployed 14 times in her career at void crossing level, and she had a complete recall of every deployment, every outcome, every life the deployments had ended or changed. The ledger Wei read showed that she had reviewed each deployment at the time and had assigned it to one of 2 categories, necessary or defensible but not necessary. The defensible but not necessary category had 3 entries. She knew about those 3 entries. They were not buried. Wei read them clearly not because she had failed to notice them, but because she had noticed them precisely and had not constructed any defensive structure around them in her own internal record. She said, In the middle of their second hour, the declaration is procedurally weak. I recognized this when I received the assignment, and I accepted it because the option to decline assignments on procedural grounds would be a precedent I cannot afford to establish at this stage of my career. But procedurally weak means my enforcement obligation is conditional on the Council's review of the challenge. You will enforce the declaration until the Council determines its validity, Wei said. I will enforce the declaration's terms as I understand them, which do not include the use of void crossing force against a sect that is not engaged in the specific activities that merit suppression authorization, mass atrocity, systematic corruption of the spiritual foundations, direct threat to mortal populations. Shadow Hollow Sect has a documented history of crimes that are real and serious. Those crimes do not, in my assessment, reach the level that the suppression authorization was designed for. She looked at him steadily. I am enforcing compliance rather than destruction. The attacking sects are not under this constraint. I understand, Wei said. The 3 days I have offered you are 3 days in which my presence prevents the attacking sects from escalating to void crossing adjacent methods. They will not use their most destructive capabilities with me watching, because my report to the Council would include that uses evidence in the Charter Challenge. She paused. This is not charity. This is the specific function I am fulfilling. Do not mistake the mechanism for goodwill. Wei said, I have read your ledger. I understand the difference. He looked at her. I will tell you one thing in return for the clarity you have given me. The person who arranged Kai Ming's deployment to this specific engagement used the pending suppression declaration as a pretext. The actual purpose of your deployment is to provide a witness to the engagement's conduct who can later be cited as validating whatever outcome the Suppression Council wants to claim. Your credibility is the mechanism. You are not just an enforcer. You are documentation. She was quiet for a moment. You read this. In the Jade Pillar Sect's recent institutional record, at a distance, during the Bronze Ledger's range extension. He paused. I am not certain of this read at the confidence level I prefer, but the pattern is consistent with the Suppression Council's documented methodology. Hook, she said, if that is accurate, I will note it in my independent report to the Council, specifically that my deployment may have been arranged to produce evidentiary cover rather than neutral observation, which invalidates my report as impartial. She looked at him with the expression that the ledger showed was her closest analog to respect, a specific quality of professional recognition. You may be the only person in this situation who told me something that made my position harder rather than easier. Chapter 47. The siege's active phase lasted 11 days before the first coordinated breakthrough attempt. Wei worked through all 11 days with the specific focused endurance of someone who had understood, before the battle began, that the work would not be tactically elegant, and had chosen to do it correctly rather than elegantly. His function at the field perimeter was not to fight. He had neither the cultivation level nor the combat training to hold a perimeter line against soul-tempering cultivators. His function was to ensure that Shadow Hollow's combat elders had the best available information about the attacking forces at every moment. This meant continuous lens work, not the sustained deep reads that institutional analysis required, the quick reads of immediate tactical situations, repeated 60, 80, 100 times a day. Reading the commander about to give an order, reading the strike cultivator about to commit to an attack angle, reading the support cultivator managing the formation's integrity for the sign that their concentration was about to break. Small reads, rapid succession, feeding the output into the relay system that Elder Shan and the other combat elders were using to coordinate defense. The cumulative cost was significant. He noted it in the evening entries he wrote in the field journal, the only personal record he maintained separate from the operational ledger, in which he allowed himself the slightly less structured prose of someone writing for their own reference rather than for the historical record. The left eye's aging was accelerating during sustained tactical work, not as fast as the deep institutional reads produced, but faster than ordinary operation. The skin around the socket was lined in a way that the physical mirror confirmed, and his right hand, touching his face each morning, confirmed independently. He noted the cost, and continued. Elder Shan found him at the command position on the 6th day and stood beside him for a moment without speaking. The specific posture of a combat elder who had something to say and was constructing the most direct version of it. You have been doing this for 6 days, Elder Shan said. Yes, Wei said. The information you're providing is changing outcomes, Shan said. I want you to know that I have noted it. We have taken casualties, but the casualty rate is significantly below what the force comparison would predict. Wei said, the lens is reducing variance. The outcome's full picture is not determined yet. I know, Shan said. I'm not thanking you early. I'm telling you that the cost you are paying is not invisible. Wei looked at Sean with the assessment he always made of unsolicited acknowledgement. What it contained, what it was meant to do, whether the recognition was genuine or performative. The Combat Elder's ledger showed him a man who had fought in 3 previous major engagements and who understood the specific loneliness of sustaining a high-cost function for extended periods without the social structure that usually attended combat roles. Noted, Wei said. Continue the briefing. Hook. On the 11th day, the attacking forces committed a coordinated assault on 3 perimeter sections simultaneously. The specific 3 sections that Wei had been reading as most defended, which meant the attack plan had been constructed with some knowledge of where Shadow Hollow had concentrated its combat resources, which meant the Suppression Council's intelligence network had an inside source in either Shadow Hollow's tactical command or the perimeter deployments routing. Chapter 48 Rong Yihua came to his position in the 7th second of the coordinated assault, moving at the speed she used when she had already assessed the situation and was arriving with a plan rather than a question. Northeastern Secondary, she said. 3 soul-tempering cultivators, coordinated advance. Elder Sean is pulled to the western breach. Wei was already reading the 3 cultivators at the northeastern position. He had their full tactical profiles from the previous 11 days of engagement. He had read all of the attacking forces' soul-tempering and above cultivators in the first 4 days, building a comprehensive picture of their individual combat styles, injury histories, and technique limitations. The 3 moving toward Rome's position were known quantities. He had their habitual opening sequences, their preferred formation geometry, the specific defensive gaps each maintained in transition from offense to defense. The central one leads with left-hand formation technique, he said, moving beside Rome as she positioned herself. Habitual tell is a micro-step with the right foot preceding activation, half a second. The left cultivator has an old injury to the right shoulder that limits overhead strikes above a specific angle. I need to show you the angle. He put his hand on her arm, positioning it. This angle exactly. Anything above this, she compensates with the left side and slows by approximately 60%. The right cultivator, Rong said. The right cultivator has never in 11 days initiated an attack sequence without the central's action preceding them. They are following, not leading. Pressure on the central creates a 3-second delay in the right's response. Rong looked at the 3 approaching figures. You've been reading them for 11 days. Yes. And you're giving me all of it in 30 seconds. That is the limitation of the methodology in real-time application, Wei said. The information is complete. The delivery window is not. She said, stay behind me and keep reading. And she moved forward to meet 3 soul-tempering cultivators in the specific posture of someone who did not have a cheat sheet and was walking into the engagement with one. The fight took 4 minutes and was not clean. Rome took a strike to her left shoulder that would not have landed if the central cultivator had behaved consistently with their 11-day pattern, which they did not, because under real combat pressure some cultivators abandoned their habitual sequences in ways that even complete historical knowledge could not predict with certainty. She stayed up. They did not. Hook. Afterward, breathing hard and holding her shoulder with the hand she had been using to execute the specific technique sequences Wei had fed her, she said, that is the most useful I have ever found another person in a fight. He said, the shoulder? She said, it will heal. He said, I know. I have the medical elder's assessment on your shoulder's baseline resilience. She looked at him for a moment. You've been reading my health records. He said, I have been noting your operational capacity across the engagement's duration. Yes. She laughed. Of course you have. Chapter 49 The 11-day siege's cost became visible when the count arrived. Elder Sean compiled it with the specific care of a combat elder who understood that the enumeration of losses was a function of respect rather than only administration. 2 outer defense elders killed in the coordinated assault, 7 field cultivators incapacitated with wounds that would require extended recovery. 2 complete outer base positions lost when the Suppression Council's intelligence had compromised the defensive routing. The 2 bases were resources. They could be rebuilt. The 7 wounded were people who would carry the damage. Wei noted every name in his ledger with the full accounting he kept for all significant costs. Each person's role, cultivation level, the specific circumstances of their wound, and his own contribution, the intelligence he had provided in their engagement's specific context, and whether his provision had been adequate to the situation. In 2 of the 7 cases, he found an honest accounting of insufficient data. His read of the attacking force in those specific moments had been less complete than other moments, and the gap had contributed to the wounded cultivator's exposure. He noted this directly. He did not distribute blame differently from how the events had distributed it. Both the attacker and the information gap contributed. He wrote both. Hefon's report arrived through the courier network on the same day. His cousin had reached the witness. Grandmother Chui was willing to testify. The cousin had secured her agreement to travel to a neutral location where her testimony could be formally recorded. The account Hifang provided was detailed and consistent. The witness had been waiting for someone to come for 30 years and had run out of reasons to continue waiting. He read Hifang's report twice. It was good news, and he noted it with the specific care he gave to developments that changed the investigation's evidential weight. It was also poorly timed, in the sense that the war's ongoing pressure made the pursuit of the witness's testimony operationally difficult. He noted this tension and allocated it as something to resolve in the period immediately following the war's resolution, which Tian Song's counterpetition and Kai Ming's presence suggested was approaching. Rong found him that evening, her shoulder immobilized by the medical elder's technique, reading the day's intelligence summary with the eye that had aged 6 months since the war began. "The bronze ledger," she said, settling into the chair across from him. "How much more can you use it before the war's cost becomes permanent?" Wei said, "The eye's functional capacity is not acutely at risk for the remaining engagement period. The aging has been significant, but is within the range the medical elder assessed before the engagement. The long-term projection is different." "How long-term?" "If I continue at the current use rate in tactical application for another decade, the eye will reach the point where the Tier 3 breakthrough, silver audit, will require a cost that I may not be able to sustain without significant permanent loss of function." "Hook," Rong said. "Then you need the war to end before your eye does." She paused. Fortunately, Hifang's courier reported this afternoon that Tian Song has secured 2 of the 3 coerced sects' internal communications confirming the Suppression Council's debt leverage, which means the Charter Challenge has the evidentiary basis to proceed to a full council review, which means Kai Ming's 3-day assessment period is going to produce a recommendation that the declaration be suspended pending review, which means the war is 4 or 5 days from a formal pause. She looked at him. "I told you to come back. I was not telling you to come back aged a decade." Chapter 50. The silver audit arrived not as a moment, but as a gradient. Over the war's final 4 days, the days between Tian Song's secured communications and the council's formal stay order, Wei felt the bronze ledger's capacity extending in the specific way that preceded tier advancement, not the discrete breakthrough that the iron eye to bronze ledger transition had been, a sudden expansion that felt like a wall disappearing, but a steady deepening of the reading's reach. He could feel, at the edges of his institutional reads, a new layer becoming accessible. Not personal history, something larger, the kind of view that would look at a sect's full aggregate record rather than the individual records of the people who composed it. He pushed through on the 3rd of those 4 days, during a sustained read of the Suppression Council's institutional coordination that he conducted in the 3-hour window between the afternoon engagement and the evening relief. Silver audit opened. The difference was not subtle. He read the Suppression Council as an institution, not as a collection of individuals, but as the aggregate structure they composed, the pattern of their interactions, and the crimes embedded in those interactions viewed as a single system. The reading took 20 minutes and produced a comprehensive picture that would have taken months of individual bronze ledger reads to assemble through standard methods. The system's shape was visible: 3 core sects, for affiliate members, 2 external dependencies through which the council controlled votes on the Grand Alliance's administrative body, the financial flows between them, the shared resource deposits that functioned as mutual assurance mechanisms, the specific members whose participation was coerced versus genuinely aligned. He wrote the full picture into the operational ledger in the 45 minutes after the read. The cost was the right eye, not permanent. The silver audit's cost at first use was a 3-day complete loss of function in both eyes, the right clearing first. He sat in the field operations tent, effectively blind, writing from memory while the cost settled. Rong sat with him for the 3-day blindness. Not continuously, she had her own operational duties. But she was present during the hours when the tent was otherwise empty, and Wei's only sensory input was sound, and the faint lens impressions that the cost had not fully suppressed. They talked about things that were not the war and not the investigation, about Rong's childhood, about the specific path that had produced a person who found precision warmth and warmth precision, about the parts of Wei's own history that the breeding program's revelation had reconfigured. "Does it change how you see the lens?" Rong said, on the 2nd evening. "The origin does not change the function," Wei said. "The function is what I have learned to use. The origin is what was done to people before I existed." He paused. "The debt in the origin is real and belongs to a different accounting than the lens's current operational use." Hook. On the 5th day, his vision returned, the right eye first, then the left, both functioning. The silver audit confirmed as active and stable. and the first thing he read with the new capability was the Grand Alliance Council's administrative structure as it was currently configured, seeing for the first time the full picture of the Suppression Council's tendrils inside the official body, and noting, with the specific quality of information that changed a problem from difficult to solvable, exactly which 3 individuals in the administrative structure represented the Council's internal intelligence source. Chapter 51. 2 sects were carrying their Suppression Council participation under compulsion. Silver Audit had shown Wei their institutional records clearly. Both had acquired debt relationships with the Council's core members during a period of financial vulnerability, and those debt relationships had been structured with a specific architecture of obligations that could be called in as political votes. The sect's leadership understood they were trapped. The institutional record showed the precise quality of constrained loyalty, going through necessary motions, maintaining necessary appearances, quietly hoping for an exit that the Council had no interest in providing. He sent letters, not threatening, not offering leverage. He offered something more useful. The precise contents of the debt relationship they were held by, fully documented from the Silver Audit, returned to them as information they could use rather than as a weapon he would use against them. His letter said, "You already know what is in this document. I am giving you your copy so that you have the evidentiary basis to argue, in the Council's review of the current declaration, that your vote was given under duress. You do not need to do this alone. Xianxia's investigation has the institutional authority to support a duress claim if you are willing to file one." He ended both letters. The debt relationship that compels your participation is noted. Your willingness to participate given that compulsion is noted separately. Both entries belong in the accurate record. I am giving you the opportunity to add your own. The first sect's response arrived within 40 hours. A single-word letter, carried through a gray zone courier that had no Shadow Hollow affiliation, written in the hand of someone who had clearly been considering the decision for some time before receiving the push, withdrawing. The second sect's response was the opposite, not a withdrawal but an escalation. Their patriarch having apparently shown Wei's letter to the Suppression Council's leadership, who had immediately increased the pressure on the dependent sect to demonstrate their loyalty through a visible hardening of their military engagement. Wei noted the miscalculation in his ledger. The Silver Audit had read the institutional record but had not given him full resolution on the specific patriarch's individual psychology. The patriarch had defaulted to the authority pattern rather than the exit pattern when faced with an unexpected option. The Bronze Ledger's personal read would have shown him that distinction if he had done it. He had relied on the Silver Audit's institutional picture without supplementing it. He filed this as a methodological lesson and adjusted. Lin Zoli received his report on the withdrawn sect and on the miscalculation with the specific attention she gave to intelligence that changed the tactical picture. 1 less attacking force, she said. Still 7 on the perimeter. 6. Once the Council's stay order processes, Wei said. The withdrawn sect's departure will trigger the Council's emergency review timeline that Tiansong has been building toward. Kai Ming's observation report should be ready by the end of this week. Hook, Lin said, Silver Audit. How does it feel? Wei looked at her with the right eye's full function and the left eye's gradually deepening capability and said, "It is not a different quality of reading. It is reading the same type of truth at a scale that changes what the truth means." He paused. I read the Suppression Council's institutional history this morning. Seeing the structure of something designed to maintain a lie at scale, not individual deception, but the collective architecture of it, is different from reading individual deceptions. It is larger and colder. He closed the Silver Audit deliberately. I prefer the individual reads. They are more interesting. Chapter 52. He was wrong about the second sect. The miscalculations cost arrived on the 4th day after the failed withdrawal letter. The second sect, having demonstrated its loyalty to the Council by escalating its military engagement, launched a surprise attack on Shadow Hollow's eastern secondary defense with double the force Wei's Silver Audit had assessed them as capable of deploying. Not because they had hidden forces, because the Suppression Council had supplemented their force immediately upon receiving confirmation of the loyalty test. The eastern secondary held, barely, at a cost of 3 additional Shadow Hollow cultivators incapacitated. Lin Zoli was furious. She summoned Wei to her command position in the middle of the crisis response and said, with the specific directness she reserved for operational failures she had not anticipated, "You told me the second sect could be turned. I authorized the letter based on your assessment." The letter alerted the Suppression Council, and they responded by reinforcing the people we were trying to turn. Wei said, "Yes, that is not an explanation." The Silver Audit read the institutional record, Wei said. "It showed me that the Patriarch was under duress. It did not show me what the Patriarch would do when given an unexpected option. That distinction required a personal read I did not conduct. I substituted institutional coverage for individual assessment. He met her eyes. I was wrong about the specific decision the patriarch would make. The analysis of the institutional situation was accurate. The prediction about individual behavior required a different tool than the one I used. Lin looked at him for a long time. Not anger, assessment. The cost of your miscalculation is 3 people incapacitated and an Eastern secondary that is now the Council's primary assault focus. Yes. He did not qualify this. I have noted it with the specific error analysis it requires. The correct response is to reinforce the Eastern secondary and to not use silver audit as a substitute for bronze ledger reads when individual decision-making is the variable I need to predict. And the second sect is now demonstrably compromised with the Suppression Council rather than turned, Wei said. The Council will not release them from the debt relationship after this demonstration. They have too much investment in maintaining the loyalty display. The second sect is more thoroughly trapped than before I sent the letter. He paused. I will not minimize this. The letter made their situation worse. Hook, Lin said, fix the Eastern secondary. Then tell me how to end this war before the Council's process completes, and we discover that the Charter Challenge works, but takes 3 months. Wei said, I have the Suppression Council's internal administrative contacts from the Silver Audit. I have the full structure of their vote control mechanism. I have Tiansong's authority and Kai Ming's presence. The Charter Challenge needs 2 things. The council members who were coerced to vote for the declaration need to revise their votes through an emergency review, and the council's administrative structure needs to understand that the Suppression Council's intelligence tendrils inside that structure are now visible to me. He looked at the Eastern Secondary's position on the map. I can make both of those things happen in 72 hours if you give me operational freedom to move. Chapter 53, he sent 3 things simultaneously. The first was a message to Tiansong. The full silver audit map of the Suppression Council's internal administrative contacts, delivered through their established private channel, with a cover note that said, the 3 people inside the Alliance's administrative structure who have been feeding the Council advance notice of Council proceedings. Their institutional signatures confirmed. Use however your authority permits. The second was a message to Kai Ming. The institutional records showing her deployment had been arranged to produce favorable witness documentation rather than neutral observation, drawn from the Silver Audit's view of the Suppression Council's planning discussions, delivered through the formal observation channel she had established for her Grand Alliance report. The third was a message to Tiansong again, separate from the first, marked for his personal attention. File the full evidentiary record on the declaration vote's procedural invalidity today. Not when you are ready. Today. I am accelerating the timeline, and you need to be ahead of the response. Then he waited. Tiansong filed within 6 hours. Not everything. The full record required more administrative preparation than 6 hours allowed. But the core of it, the sworn testimony about the vote's procedural irregularities, the documentation of 2 abstaining sects' confirmation that they had been pressured, and a formal request for emergency council session citing Kai Ming's upcoming observation report as a reason for urgency. The council granted the emergency session. Kai Ming's observation report was submitted the following morning, before the session convened. Wei had not seen its contents and could not read them through a formal document at that distance, but Tiansong sent a private message afterward that contained 3 words. It was thorough. Wei wrote in his ledger, Kai Ming. Ledger confirmed by institutional action. Her report was thorough because she is thorough. Noted. The emergency session ran for 6 hours. Wei was not present, had no mechanism to attend, but the information picture he built from Tiansong's messages and Yifang's administrative contacts was sufficient to reconstruct the session's shape. Hook. The council's finding arrived as an official communication to Shadow Hollow Sect at the end of the session's 2nd day. The declaration's procedural validity was suspended pending full charter review. The military engagement authorization was immediately stayed. All attacking sects were instructed to cease operations and withdraw to pre-engagement positions. And Grand Alliance Inquisitor Tiansong was formally assigned investigative authority over the Northeastern Corridor events, which meant, in practical terms, that the evidence Wei had been building for 3 months now had official institutional standing and the resources of the Alliance's investigative apparatus behind it. Chapter 54 Shadow Hollow held an internal accounting the day after the stay order arrived. Not a celebration. Lin Zoli had the political instincts to understand that a stay order and a declaration withdrawn were different things, and the war's cost was real regardless of how the formal outcome read. 2 elders dead, 7 incapacitated, 2 bases lost, and not yet reclaimed. The accounting was conducted in the direct mode that Wei had always appreciated about Lin's administrative style. the numbers stated, the circumstances described, the decision record reviewed. Wei submitted the full intelligence record for the accounting's archive. Every tactical raid he had conducted during the engagement, the costs paid and the outcomes produced, the 2 cases of insufficient data that had contributed to the wounded cultivator's exposure, and the miscalculation in the second sect letter. All of it, unfiltered. Meng Huishang received this record with the expression he used for situations where his role required him to acknowledge something he found professionally interesting despite his preference not to find it interesting. You included your own failures, he said. Yes, Wei said. Most elders submit summaries. Summaries edit the record, Wei said. The purpose of the accounting is the accurate picture. The accurate picture of this engagement includes my errors. If the errors are not in the record, the next engagement will not have the benefit of knowing what I got wrong. Meng was quiet. Then, the second sect letter. Yes. You made an analytical substitution error, and 3 people paid for it. Yes. Meng looked at Wei for a long time. I have been in this sect for 40 years. I have not submitted an error to an institutional accounting in 40 years. He paused. I have made errors. He picked up the record. This is noted. He walked out with it, which was as close to endorsement as Meng Huishang produced. Rome came to the accounting chamber after the session ended. Her shoulder was still in partial immobilization. The medical elder had extended the recovery estimate based on the specific type of strain the coordinated assault had put on the underlying damage. Meng read your record, she said. I know. He didn't say anything to the council about the letter. No. Hook, she said. He is going to use it eventually. The error is in his file now. He'll hold it until the moment produces the most useful return. Wei said, yes. She said, does that concern you? He said, I noted the probability when I submitted the record. She looked at him. And you submitted it anyway. He said, the accounting needed the accurate record. What Meng does with accurate information is Meng's operational decision. I cannot make accurate records conditional on who will read them. She was quiet for a moment. You know that is not how everyone thinks about accountability. He said, I know. Chapter 55 The Charter Review found the declaration procedurally invalid on the 42nd day after the stay order. Not because the evidence was overwhelming. Evidence rarely decided these things purely. Because the 3 council members Tian Song had identified as allies, having received the silver audit documentation of the Suppression Council's vote manipulation mechanism, had each independently confirmed to the council's review body that the vote count had been achieved through pressure on abstaining sects rather than genuine persuasion. Shadow Hollow's status returned to gray. The reviewing body's written finding was careful in a way that Wei read as deliberately careful. It did not vindicate Shadow Hollow's operations, did not endorse the Dark Sect's institutional record, and specified that the procedural invalidity of this particular declaration did not preclude future declarations based on legitimate evidence and proper vote counts. The righteous world was not conceding that Shadow Hollow was legitimate. It was conceding that this specific attempt to destroy it had been illegitimate. Wei noted this distinction in his ledger as important for future operational planning. Lin Zhou received the finding in the sect master's hall, surrounded by elders who expressed relief in varying degrees of visible form. Meng Huishang's expression changed by approximately 2 degrees from its baseline. The specific minor shift that Wei had learned to read as genuine emotion filtered through his decade of habitual suppression. The investigation proceeds, Lin said to Wei, after the hall had emptied. Yes, he said. The stay orders period has produced time I used. The silver audit is active. Tian Song has official investigative authority over the northeastern corridor. Grandmother Chui's testimony is secured and waiting for a formal proceeding in which to be used. Yu Chen's redistribution plan is 9 months from its original timeline and 18 months from complete. He paused. The Suppression Council's internal intelligence source in the Council's administrative structure has been flagged to Tian Song. The source's activities will be monitored and documented rather than immediately acted on, because monitoring a known source produces more information than eliminating one. Lin said, you secured all of that during the war. The war provided conditions for specific advances, Wei said. The silver audit's breakthrough required the sustained operational pressure. Kai Ming's participation required the deployment context. The charter challenge's timing required the external pressure to compress the council's administrative timeline. He looked at his ledger. I did not arrange those conditions. I worked with them. Hook, Lin said. The righteous world now knows Shadow Hollow has a capability they cannot replicate or predict. The next attempt against us will be designed specifically to counter or eliminate the lens. Wei said, yes, she said. And that means your personal safety, as well as your operational capability, is now a strategic asset to this sect in a way it was not before. He said, I have noted this. She said, good. I am reassigning 3 combat elders to your division's operational support structure. You will not refuse this. He paused. I do not object. She said, that is the most gracious acceptance you are capable of. He said, yes. Chapter 56. The full cost of the war's 11 active days came into focus over the following month. Not through additional events, but through the patient work of accounting. The resources expended, the relationships altered, the positions changed, the understanding of Shadow Hollow's capabilities that now existed in the righteous world's intelligence services that had not existed before the engagement. Wei conducted this accounting as a sustained silver audit of the aftermath's institutional picture, reading the Grand Alliance's response to the Charter finding, the Suppression Council's current status, the individual factions' repositioning in light of the Declaration's procedural invalidation. The picture was more complex than a simple victory or defeat. Shadow Hollow had defended its territory and maintained its institutional existence. The Charter challenge had succeeded. The Declaration had been withdrawn. These were the facts that looked, from the outside, like a positive outcome. The facts underneath those facts were more nuanced. Shadow Hollow's intelligence capability was now officially documented in the Grand Alliance's records through Kai Ming's observation report and Tian Song's evidentiary presentations. The previous strategic advantage of operating with a capability that the righteous world did not understand had been reduced. Future operations against Shadow Hollow would be planned with the corruption lens's existence as a known variable. The 2 bases lost in the engagement were recoverable. Wei had analyzed the recovery timeline as 8 to 12 months. The recovery would require resources that Shadow Hollow had used during the defensive engagement, and the 7 incapacitated cultivators were recovering at different rates, with 2 whose cultivation damage was assessed by the medical elder as producing permanent reduction in their maximum attainable level. Wei wrote the full accounting in his ledger and read it back. 2 killed, he said, to the empty accounting office, in the specific practice he had developed for entries that required the full weight of their accuracy to be felt rather than just noted. 7 incapacitated, 2 permanently reduced, 2 bases lost, strategic intelligence advantage reduced, institutional standing, unchanged but exposed. He wrote at the bottom, cost was paid by specific people. The strategic outcomes value is not more important than the accuracy of what those specific people paid. Both facts belong in the same record. He closed the ledger. Rong knocked on the door. She had been doing this, arriving after his evening entries, with the regularity that he had come to register as an intentional schedule rather than a coincidence. Yu Chen sent his 30-day report, she said, handing him the package. He read it that evening. The redistribution was on schedule. The updated name list was complete. The testimony document, which Yu Chen had prepared as a condition of the arrangement, was sealed and enclosed. Hook. He read the testimony document for an hour, slowly, with the bronze ledger verifying its accuracy against the Willowstone Valley's residual record, and found it completely consistent, not a version adjusted for self-presentation, but the full account as Yu Chen understood it, including the specific moment of decision 30 years ago, and what Yu Chen had told himself to justify it, written in Yu Chen's own voice with none of the smoothing that institutional documents applied to. Uncomfortable facts. Chapter 57. He sent the extended timeline. Not because the testimony document had changed his fundamental position on the arrangement. He had told Yu Chen he would provide the answer in 30 days, and the answer was that the arrangement's terms were acceptable, but because the review of the testimony document had produced one additional condition he had not included in the original terms. His letter to Yu Chen. The arrangement is acceptable under the original terms, with one addition. The testimony document's completion requires the inclusion of one fact you have not yet written, which is the name of the specific Shadow Hollow contact you used to ensure the Willowstone Valley's formation site coordinates were not in the official Suppression Council's shared intelligence record after the massacre. That contact protected your concealment in ways you are not fully accounting for. The full record requires their name. He sent the letter and waited. Yu Chen's response arrived in 9 days, delayed, he suspected, because the additional condition had required Yu Chen to review his own ledger for a contact whose role he had been deliberately not examining. The response named a former Shadow Hollow intelligence officer, retired for 20 years, who had accepted a resource payment in exchange for ensuring the formation site's coordinates were removed from the shared intelligence network. Wei read the name and found it familiar. He pulled the sect's historical personnel records and confirmed. The former officer had retired to a small property in the Outer Territory and had been living quietly since. The payment had been a single transaction, 30 years old. He noted the name. He added it to the Willowstone accounting's full record. He sent the confirmed extension to Yuchun, 2 years from today's date, with quarterly reports, the name list updated each time, and the testimony document already prepared and sealed. He Fong, reading the correspondence summary Wei provided each morning, said, "You believe the work he is doing matters." "I believe it may matter," Wei said. "The evidence for the belief is the testimony document. If the testimony document had been adjusted, if he had written a version that protected his reputation while technically meeting the terms, I would not have extended the arrangement." He looked at He Fong. He wrote the accurate version. That means the work he is doing is connected to the debt in the way that makes the work meaningful rather than cosmetic. He Fong said, "That is a more forgiving standard than I expected from you." Wei said, "It is not forgiveness. It is accuracy. The man committed a serious crime. The work he is doing to address the consequences of the crime is also real. Both facts are in the record. What I am doing is choosing not to release the first fact before the second fact has been given its full weight." He paused. "That is not forgiveness. That is sequencing." Hook. He Fong was quiet for a moment, then said, "And when the 2 years are done and you release both facts together?" Wei said, "Then the record is complete, and the people who need to respond to it can respond to it with full information." He Fong said, "Including the surviving community." Wei said, "Especially them." He Fong nodded once and went back to the morning's intelligence summary, and Wei noted in his ledger. He Fong has integrated the Yuchun arrangement's logic without requiring further explanation. He understands sequencing. Noted. Chapter 58 Rong Yihua's shoulder was reassessed 3 months after the coordinated assault. The medical elder's assessment was delivered in the specific, careful language that Wei had learned to read, as the practitioner equivalent of noting something in a ledger you would rather leave out. The left shoulder's flexibility has been permanently reduced by approximately 30% of its pre-injury range. Full combat application of Rong Yihua's primary technique sequence will require modified form development. Rong received this assessment in the medical chambers with the specific equanimity of someone who had been in physical danger professionally for 20 years and had a realistic relationship with the concept of permanent reduction. Wei was not present at the assessment. He found out through the medical elder's administrative notification to the sect's personnel records, which he reviewed daily as part of his division's comprehensive coverage of Shadow Hollow's operational capacity. He went to find her. She was in the training yard, running through a modified form that the medical elder had apparently already suggested, working through the technique sequence with the new range limit as a constraint to develop around rather than an obstacle to overcome. The work was precise and the precision was functional. She was already adapting. He stood at the yard's edge and watched. She noticed him after 3 repetitions and stopped. "You read the medical report." "This morning," he said. "The permanent reduction." "Yes." She walked to the yard's edge and sat down on the practice bench with the directness she had always used for her own physical situation. "It changes the form. It does not change the function." She looked at him. "You came here to tell me something or to check on me?" "Both," he said. "Which first?" He said, "The shoulder. I should have read the 3 attacking soul-tempering cultivators at the personal level rather than the institutional summary level before the coordinated assault. If I had done the full personal bronze ledger read on all 3, I would have registered the central cultivator's variation from their habitual pattern under sustained combat stress. I would have warned you about the non-standard strike." He paused. "I did not do the full personal read. I used the 11-day institutional summary. The gap contributed to your wound." Rong looked at him steadily. "You are telling me this. The accounting required it." She was quiet for a moment. "Wei, the accounting also required it of Meng's 40-year-old error, which you have not raised in any accounting." She paused. "I am not saying you are wrong to tell me. I am noting that you apply the accounting to yourself with a thoroughness you do not apply to people who have more power than you." Hook. He considered this for a long time. Then he said, "Meng's entry is in my ledger. My entries about my own errors are also in my ledger. The difference is that my errors harmed people who needed to know. Meng's error belongs to a context that does not yet have the correct moment for its release." She said, "That is the sequencing." He paused. "That is not forgiveness. That is sequencing." Hook. He Fong was quiet for a moment, then said, "And when the 2 years are done and you release both facts together?" Wei said, "Then the record is complete and the people who need to respond to it can respond to it with full information." He Fong said, "Including the surviving community." Wei said, "Especially them." He Fong nodded once and went back to the morning's intelligence summary, and Wei noted in his ledger. He Fong has integrated the Yuchun arrangement's logic without requiring further explanation. He understands sequencing. Noted. Chapter 58 Rong Yihua's shoulder was reassessed 3 months after the coordinated assault. The medical elder's assessment was delivered in the specific, careful language that Wei had learned to read, as the practitioner equivalent of noting something in a ledger you would rather leave out. The left shoulder's flexibility has been permanently reduced by approximately 30% of its pre-injury range. Full combat application of Rong Yihua's primary technique sequence will require modified form development. Rong received this assessment in the medical chambers with the specific equanimity of someone who had been in physical danger professionally for 20 years and had a realistic relationship with the concept of permanent reduction. Wei was not present at the assessment. He found out through the medical elder's administrative notification to the sect's personnel records, which he reviewed daily as part of his division's comprehensive coverage of Shadow Hollow's operational capacity. He went to find her. She was in the training yard, running through a modified form that the medical elder had apparently already suggested, working through the technique sequence with the new range limit as a constraint to develop around rather than an obstacle to overcome. The work was precise and the precision was functional. She was already adapting. He stood at the yard's edge and watched. She noticed him after 3 repetitions and stopped. You read the medical report. This morning, he said. The permanent reduction. Yes. She walked to the yard's edge and sat down on the practice bench with the directness she had always used for her own physical situation. It changes the form. It does not change the function. She looked at him. You came here to tell me something or to check on me? Both, he said. Which first? He said. The shoulder. I should have read the 3 attacking soul-tempering cultivators at the personal level rather than the institutional summary level before the coordinated assault. If I had done the full personal bronze ledger read on all 3, I would have registered the central cultivator's variation from their habitual pattern under sustained combat stress. I would have warned you about the non-standard strike. He paused. I did not do the full personal read. I used the 11-day institutional summary. The gap contributed to your wound. Rong looked at him steadily. You were telling me this. The accounting required it. She was quiet for a moment. Wei, the accounting also required it of Meng's 40-year-old error, which you have not raised in any accounting. She paused. I am not saying you are wrong to tell me. I am noting that you apply the accounting to yourself with a thoroughness you do not apply to people who have more power than you. Hook. He considered this for a long time. Then he said, Meng's entry is in my ledger. My entries about my own errors are also in my ledger. The difference is that my errors harmed people who needed to know. Meng's error belongs to a context that does not yet have the correct moment for its release. She said, that is the sequencing argument you applied to Yu Chun. He said, yes. She said, make sure you are applying sequencing and not protection. He said, I am noting both possibilities. Chapter 59. Hefeng returned from the external network in the autumn, 3 months after the stay order, with the courier network restructured around new contact points that he had established during the war period. People who had observed the engagement's outcome and had concluded that the gray zone's practical value in the current period required relationships with Shadow Hollow's intelligence division. He brought back more than the network. He brought back evidence. His cousin had spent the war period working on the Suppression Council case from the outside, while Hefeng managed the courier routing, and the work had produced what Wei had told Hefeng was the missing piece: original financial records, not copies. A former administrative assistant to the Patriarch sect, one of the people who had been in the gray zone during the massacre period, present at the edges of the relevant institutions without membership in either, had kept personal records of the resource transfers she had processed. She had been keeping them for 30 years without being certain they were useful. Hefeng laid the documents on Wei's desk. Wei read them with the bronze ledger and the silver audit simultaneously, verifying the document's physical integrity against the institutional record of the sect's administrative history from that period. The financial records were authentic. The transfers were real and were dated. The resource flow connected the Thousand Bloom Sect's formation site acquisition to the J Pillar Sect's initial capitalization. The financial connection that explained one of the Suppression Council's core relationships and established a debt mechanism that predated everything Wei had mapped by 15 years. He wrote this into the operational record carefully. This changes the Suppression Council's origin story, he said to Hefeng when the documentation was complete. They are not a post-war coalition formed to protect post-war interests. They are a pre-existing financial relationship that organized around protecting a pre-existing crime. Yu Chen's massacre was not just covered up by the council. It was the event that created the financial basis for the council's founding. Hefeng said, Yu Chen's action created the thing that has been trying to protect itself from exposure ever since. Yes. Hook, Hefeng said. Does that change the Yu Chen arrangement? Wei was quiet for a long time, reading the financial records again with the specific attention he gave to evidence that required him to revise a previous analysis. Finally, he said, It does not change the terms of the arrangement. He is paying the debt. The debt's implications are larger than I knew when I set the terms. He paused. It changes the sequencing. The testimony document, when it is released, needs to include this context. The people responding to it need to understand not just what he did, but what his actions set in motion. Chapter 60 Deep in Shadow Hollow Sect's foundations, something broadcast. It was not the first time. Wei had been told about Elder Kong's history, the 60-year dormancy, the shadow story that sect members recounted in the way ghost stories were recounted, with the understanding that the account was real and the specific details had been smoothed by repetition. He had filed it as historical context and had never been to the archive's lower levels. The broadcasting was different from what the ghost story described. It was not a general broadcast, not Shadow Hollow's full institutional ledger projected to everyone in the sect simultaneously. It was targeted. It was specific. And it was addressed to Wei Liang Qiu by name, in the specific cipher that Wei's division used for intelligence communications, which meant whatever remained of Elder Kong had access to Shadow Hollow's current internal communications protocols. Grand Elder Meng Huoshang arrived at Wei's office at the 10th bell in the manner of a man who had been waiting for this to happen and was not certain it was happening now. The lower archive, Meng said. He did not explain further, which was itself informative. Meng always elaborated on things he was fully comfortable discussing and abbreviated things he was not. What is broadcasting? Wei said. The signature, Meng said. The spiritual residue of an elder who used the corruption lens offensively 60 years ago and was absorbed into the archive's foundation when his body failed. He has been dormant. Meng paused. He is not dormant. Wei stood. He used your name, Meng said. In the division's cipher. He used your personal intelligence notation, not the division's standard format, your format, specifically, the way you annotate priority items. Meng looked at Wei with the expression of a man delivering information he would prefer to not have needed to deliver. He has been reading you. He has known about you for some time. Hook. They went together to the lower archive, the section Wei had never been permitted to enter, the section Meng had been avoiding by some combination of practical and personal reasons for 40 years, and in the deepest chamber, where the sect's original founding records had been sealed in a formation that the Silver Audit identified as significantly older than the sect itself. A spiritual signature was broadcasting a single repeated message in Wei's cipher, in Wei's specific notation. Style, that said, I read your ledger. You need to read yours. Come closer, and I will show you what the lens looks like when it reads the person holding it. Chapter 61 The lower archive's deepest chamber had not been opened in living memory. Meng Huoshang had the key. Wei had not known this until Meng produced it. A physical key, not a formation sequence. Because the archive's lower section had been built before the current formation architecture was standard, in the period when physical instruments were still the primary access method for secure storage. The key was old enough that the metal had acquired the specific patina of objects that had been kept in one place, handled rarely, and not forgotten. Meng opened the chamber door without ceremony and stepped back. Wei entered alone. The chamber was not large. 6 meters square, ceiling low enough that he could touch it without extending his arm fully. The walls were covered in formation arrays, not the current period style, but an older geometric pattern that the Silver Audit identified as significantly predating Shadow Hollow's founding by at least 100 years. The chamber had been here before the sect was built around it. In the chamber's center, where the formation array's lines converged, was a spiritual signature. Not a body, not a preserved form. A signature, the concentrated spiritual residue of a person who had used their cultivation's maximum capacity at the moment of their body's failure and had been absorbed into the spatial fabric of the location rather than dispersing in the normal dissolution pattern. Elder Kong had been here for 60 years. He was not what he had been when he was alive, but he was not nothing. Wei activated the bronze ledger. The reading was unlike any reading he had done before. A live person's ledger read from the outside, with the layers of consciousness and defense and self-presentation that any living person's reading involved. An institutional ledger was an architecture, functional and structured. This was a personal record that had become ambient, distributed through the spatial fabric, held in the formation arrays as a pattern rather than a person. He could read the outer structure of what remained of Elder Kong. What he found there was not malevolence. It was the specific quality of a consciousness that had been running one repeated thought for 60 years. A question directed outward, waiting for someone who could receive it in the correct register. And underneath the repeated question, the specific content that Elder Kong was holding. Not a threat. A mirror of Wei Liang Qiu's ledger. He had been reading Wei for 3 months, long enough that the broadcast had been targeting Wei specifically since the Willowstone investigation began. He had watched Wei read the valley and had identified the lens's current capacity. He had been building Wei's ledger from the outside, in the way that only a practitioner of the same ability could build another practitioner's ledger. "You see me," Wei said, to the spatial ambient where Kong's signature was distributed. The formation arrays pulsed once. Not language. Acknowledgement. "Hook," Wei said, "show me what you have," and sat down on the chamber floor, activating the bronze ledger at full capacity with the understanding that what he was about to receive was a reading of himself conducted by someone who had used the same ability for 60 years before he used it to destroy himself, and that the reading was going to show him things he had been marking as noted and filing without fully examining. Chapter 62. Kong showed him the ledger for the full duration of one day. Not once. In layers, in the way that a complex institutional record had to be read in segments, with processing time between segments to allow the implications to be absorbed before the next layer arrived. Wei sat in the archive chamber for 7 hours, reading his own record as held by a consciousness that had been observing him from the outside with the corruption lens's full precision. The outer layer was what he expected, the professional record, the decisions, the costs paid, and the outcomes produced. Seen from the outside, through Kong's lens, the professional record looked different than it looked from inside. It looked like a man who had developed an extraordinary capability and had used it primarily as an instrument, with the specific discipline and precision of someone who understood tools and was careful with them. The second layer was harder. The second layer was the personal record, the ledger of decisions that had produced harm through inaction or delayed action. Kong had found 3 entries that Wei had noted and filed. The merchant in the border town, the former disciple before he Fong, the moment 6 years ago when Wei had known a specific person was about to be killed. Wei sat with each of these. The merchant had died a year after Wei's read. He had read her clearly. Crimes being committed against her, the specific structure of her exploitation visible in the ledger. He had written it down and moved on. He had filed the record. The record had not helped her. The former disciple's name was Tang Yue. He had been Foundation Realm with talent for conventional intelligence work, placed in Wei's division for 2 years before asking Wei for intercession with sect management on a resource allocation issue that had been delaying his cultivation advancement. Wei had been occupied with a larger investigation and had not interceded. Tang had left the sect and eventually affiliated with a minor gray zone faction that had collapsed 18 months later. Wei had not looked for him again. The third entry he did not look at immediately. He looked at it last, after the other 2, with the specific care of someone approaching a thing they know will require full attention. 6 years ago, a specific person, known to Wei through an investigation, who Wei had assessed as being on a path toward a violent outcome within 3 to 5 days. Wei had the information. He had chosen to hold it because the information was more useful as a monitoring variable than as a warning. It connected to a larger network he was tracking, and warning the person would have disrupted the network's behavior in ways that would have made the larger tracking harder. The person had been killed on the 3rd day. He sat with all 3 for the remainder of his time in the chamber. Hook. Kong's spatial presence pulsed twice, a different rhythm than the acknowledgement, more deliberate, and then projected one additional entry that Wei had not expected. A future-oriented notation, the way an assessment might look if the person conducting it had 57 years of additional observational data, which read as an impression rather than text. You are going to have a 4th entry. The shape of the 4th entry is already present in your current operational posture. It involves someone you have been reading as a variable. Chapter 63. He sat in the archive chamber for an additional hour after Kong's projection finished. Not working. Not writing. Sitting with the 3 entries and the 4th entry's shape and the specific quality of recognition that came from being shown something you had known was there, but had been categorizing as filed rather than resolved. He had been wrong to file them that way. Not wrong about the decisions at the time. The merchant's case had genuinely produced no clear intervention point. The Tang Yue situation had been ambiguous. The 3rd case had involved a real trade-off between warning one person and losing visibility on a network that protected others. The decisions were defensible. He had been wrong to file them as resolved when they were not resolved. Noting a harm and moving on was not the same as accounting for it. He opened his ledger in the archive chamber's low light. He wrote 3 new entries. Not the original notes, revised entries, with the full retrospective accounting that Kong's reading had shown him he had not completed when they happened. He wrote what he had known at the time, what decision he had made, what the decision had been based on, and then, the part he had not written before, what the person in the entry had experienced as a consequence of what he chose. The merchant's name was Fensui. He had her name in his original record. He wrote it at the top of the entry. He wrote what the ledger had shown about her situation, what he had known, and what he had done with the knowledge. Then he wrote, The decision not to intervene was made on the basis that I had no clear intervention path, and that intervention without a clear path would have disrupted my investigation's broader picture. This analysis was accurate. What was not accurate was my treatment of the entry as complete once the analysis was done. The accounting required noting that I made a trade-off between her welfare and my operational picture, and that the trade-off's outcome was her death. Both facts belong in the same entry. He wrote Tang Youwei's entry with the same structure. He wrote the third entry's full revised version and sat with it for 10 minutes before he felt able to close the ledger. Then he went to find Rong Yihua. He found her in the practice yard, working through the modified form sequence that she had been developing for the reduced shoulder range. The afternoon light was late, and the yard was otherwise empty. She stopped when she saw his face. "Come inside," she said. "Hook." He told her about the 3 entries while she made tea in the methodical way she approached everything that required steadiness. The specific care of someone who had learned that the mundane ritual of a simple task was a good container for difficult conversations. And when he finished, she was quiet for a while, and then she said, "You have known about these for 6 years." He said, "I had filed them." She said, "And now?" He said, "Now I have written them with the second half that was missing." She said, "Is that enough?" He said, "I don't know." Chapter 64 Kong's projection had included one thing Wei had not fully processed until the following morning. The 4th entry, the one whose shape was already present in his current operational posture. He woke up with the impression still active in his spatial awareness. Kong's communication method left residual impressions that lingered in the way of things told in deep formation spaces, closer to the surface of attention than ordinary thoughts. He reviewed what the impression had shown him, with his morning journal open and the bronze ledger quiet. Without activating the lens, and without trying to force the impression into a conclusion it was not ready to reach. Someone you have been reading as a variable. He looked at his operational picture, the people he was currently monitoring, their survival indices, their loyalty coefficients, the active risk assessments he maintained on all of them. He looked at the entries the way Kong had shown him to look, not at the assessments, but at the gap between the assessments and the person. He found the gap immediately, because it was the largest gap in his picture and had been the largest gap for 4 years. He Fong. He had been reading He Fong as an operational variable since the day He Fong became his disciple. He had the full bronze ledger record, the personal history, the survival index, the loyalty coefficient. He had the correspondences note in his ledger. He had the updated versions of every assessment he had conducted across 4 years of continuous monitoring. He had not read He Fong the way he had read Rong Yihua in the archive chamber, or the way he had read Grandmother Chui's ledger from a distance, and found it worth noting as worth witnessing. He had read He Fong as a variable in his operational picture rather than as a person who happened to be in his operational picture. The shape of the 4th entry was not a specific harm yet. It was a posture, a way of relating to a person that produced the conditions for harm without requiring any single decision to produce it. The merchant, Tang Youwei, and the 3rd case had each involved a specific decision to treat information as more important than a person. The 4th entry's shape was the general posture of treating He Fong's welfare as a function of his operational value rather than as a thing in itself. He wrote this in his journal with the uncomfortable precision of someone who knew the writing would not be comfortable to write and was writing it anyway. Hook. Then He Fong knocked on the door with the morning intelligence summary, and Wei looked at the door and looked at the journal entry and understood, in the specific way of a person who has just identified the pattern producing their failures, that the correction required in the entry was not a change in operational procedure, but a change in the way he was holding a relationship, something the lens could show him, but that the lens could not do for him. Chapter 65 He Fong was captured on a Thursday. The events were reconstructed afterward through courier network reports, He Fong's own account, and Wei's forensic read of the sites involved. He Fong had been following up on the Suppression Council evidence he and his cousin had been building, specifically, tracking the movements of the former administrative assistant whose original financial records had proven the resource transfer chain. The assistant was in territory that the Charter Review had not fully clarified, a gray zone that the Grand Alliance claimed, but that Shadow Hollow's intelligence division operated in regularly. A Grand Alliance border patrol had found him there. This was not, technically, a legitimate capture. The Charter Review had affirmed Shadow Hollow's gray status, and He Fong was operating in the gray zone under the terms that had been consistent with that status for 3 years. But the border patrol had not been a routine patrol. They had been deployed specifically to the territory where He Fong was operating, with instructions to detain anyone affiliated with Shadow Hollow's intelligence division. The instructions had come from inside the Grand Alliance's administrative structure. Wei read this through the silver audit within hours of receiving the detainment notification. The administrative source, one of the three individuals the Silver Audit had identified as the Suppression Council's internal contacts, had flagged Hefang's movement to the patrol's commanding officer through a channel that bypassed normal administrative oversight. The patrol had been sent to find him specifically. Hefang was alive. He was being held at a border post 12 hours from Shadow Hollow's territory. Wei looked at the situation map. Hefang was at a lower security facility within the Grand Alliance's administrative framework, not the military detention infrastructure. His status as Shadow Hollow Intelligence Division was flagged in the detainment paperwork, which meant his processing had been escalated to a level where aggressive questioning was authorized. "Rome," Wei said. She appeared at the office door. "Hefang needs to be out of that facility in 48 hours, he said. After 48 hours, the escalation process reaches the level where the people asking questions have cultivation levels that make the process difficult to recover from. He looked at the map. "I need two things simultaneously. Conventional intelligence work from Liang Qiu to identify the three officials at that border post who have their own reasons to question whether the detainment is legitimate, and the lens on the facility's structure from maximum range to identify the weakest administrative point in their custody process." Rong said. "And Tian Song?" "Yes." He was already writing. "Tian Song has investigative authority over the Northeastern Corridor events. Hefang's detainment is connected to that investigation. The Suppression Council's administrative contact arranged it specifically to disrupt the evidence chain. That connection is documentable." He paused. "I am contacting Tian Song as a notification, not a request. I am informing him of what happened and giving him the opportunity to act on it through his authority." Hook. He sent the message and then sat in the office with the journal entry he had written that morning about the fourth entry's shape, and noted that the same person whose name was in that entry was now in a detainment facility, because Wei's investigation had made him a target, and that this was the specific mechanism by which the fourth entry's shape produced harm without requiring any single decision to produce it. Chapter 66. The Silver Audit read of the border post took 4 hours. Not because the facility was complex. It was a standard administrative border post, staffed by 12 cultivators at varying levels, organized around the standard Grand Alliance post structure. But reading a facility's full administrative picture at extended range required the kind of sustained attention that the Silver Audit demanded when used at its range limit, and Wei paid the cost in the specific way he had been paying all costs since the Tier 3 breakthrough, aware of the accumulation, continuing anyway. What the full read produced was a picture he could work with. The post's commanding officer had a flag debt relationship with the Jade Pillar sect, a minor obligation, not the kind that compelled political votes, but the kind that produced small accommodations when the Jade Pillar's administrative contacts requested them. The commanding officer had arranged Hefang's elevated processing status not because they had any personal investment in the Suppression Council's objectives, but because the request had come through a channel they had learned to honor. Two other post officials were different. The quartermaster had a personal history of questioning what they described in their private correspondence as the way requests from the upper councils always seemed to fall on the same few people. The processing clerk was 3 months from a transfer that they had been trying to engineer for 2 years, and that required a favorable recommendation from the post's commanding officer. And the commanding officer had been withholding the recommendation for reasons not connected to performance. Both were leverage points. Not the kind that required threats, the kind that required accurate information about a situation and a clear exit path. Liang Qiu drafted the letters. Wei reviewed them for accuracy. The quartermaster's letter said, "The person currently being held at your post is a Shadow Hollow intelligence operative who was detained at the direction of a Grand Alliance administrative official with documented connections to the Jade Pillar sect. The request for elevated processing was not a legitimate administrative directive. It was an unauthorized use of official channels to advance a private interest. Grand Alliance Inquisitor Tian Song's investigation covers this case, and he has been notified. The correct procedure for your post commanding officer is to reclassify the detainment from elevated to standard pending the Inquisitor's review." The processing clerk's letter provided, along with the factual account, a specific piece of information. The commanding officer's recommendation for transfer had been withheld because the commanding officer had used the transfer recommendation process as a personal management tool, and Tian Song's investigation covered the administrative irregularities that documented this use. He sent both through gray zone couriers with no Shadow Hollow identifiers. Hook. The response came 14 hours later. A notification through official Grand Alliance channels that the detainee affiliated with Shadow Hollow's intelligence division had been reclassified to standard processing pending a jurisdictional review requested by Grand Alliance Inquisitor Tian Song. And Rome, reading the notification over Wei's shoulder, said, "Transfer to a lower security location in 48 hours. What did Tian Song do? Wei said. He filed the jurisdictional challenge before I sent him the full picture. He moved on the preliminary notification alone. Rong said, he trusts your assessment. Wei said, he trusts the pattern of evidence. He has learned the difference. Chapter 67. Wei extracted He Fong from the transfer point with Rong and Liang Qiu. Not a covert operation in the combat sense. The transfer was a legitimate administrative movement. The route was documented in the official records, and the Suppression Council had not yet understood that the jurisdictional challenge had changed He Fong's status from strategic asset to administrative problem. They had a 2-hour window between the transfer's initiation and the point when the Council's administrative contact would process the notification and make the connection. Wei was at the transfer point with 2 minutes to spare. He Fong came out of the transport at the secondary administrative gate with the posture of someone who had been in a facility for 36 hours and was assessing their current situation before showing any reaction to it. He looked at Wei first, then at Rong, then at the route out. He said, Rong is injured. Healing, Rong said. Your shoulder was damaged in the war. You should not be doing a field extraction. Wei told me not to come, Rong said pleasantly. I came anyway. He Fong looked at Wei. You told her not to come. I made the tactical argument, Wei said. She made a different assessment. He looked at He Fong steadily. The courier. He Fong reached into his jacket and produced the evidence package. The original financial records from the former administrative assistant, intact and sealed, which he had been carrying since the detainment. He handed it to Wei without being asked. They didn't search me properly, He Fong said. The border post was doing elevated processing, not a full search procedure. Different protocol. Wei took the package and placed it in his secure carry case. Walk, he said. They walked. The 2-hour window closed behind them as they crossed out of the transfer point's administrative radius. Liang Qiu, who had been managing the timing from a position further out, confirmed the clearance. In the hour it took to reach the gray zone way station that Wei had identified as the extraction endpoint, He Fong was quiet in the way of someone processing a significant experience in real time rather than performing a reaction they had decided was appropriate. Wei noted this with the specific quality of attention he had been applying to He Fong differently since the journal entry. At the way station, He Fong sat down and said, How did you know which officials to contact? Wei said, Silver Audit. I read the post's full institutional structure. In what time frame? 4 hours after receiving the detainment notification. Hook. He Fong was quiet for a moment, and then he said, not with accusation but with the directness that he had developed over 4 years of working with Wei. You've been reading people around me like this for years. The operational picture, the leverage points, the exit paths. He looked at Wei. Have you been doing it for me too? Wei said, yes. He Fong said, as an operational variable. Wei said, initially. I have been reviewing that. He Fong said, and now? Wei said, now I am telling you directly what I told you about the correspondence. The monitoring exists, and you should know it exists, and the monitoring is one of the things I am changing the character of. He Fong said, what does that mean? Wei said, I am not certain yet. Chapter 68. Rong's shoulder would not cooperate with the pace, she said on the journey back. She did not acknowledge this at the time. She maintained her stride, managed the terrain, performed the operational functions she had assigned herself without visible adjustment. Wei noticed because he had been reading her cultivation signature's stress patterns since the beginning of the extraction, not for surveillance purposes, but because he had been monitoring her recovery and the field stress was measurable. He said nothing during the extraction's active phase. When they reached Shadow Hollow's outer territory and the immediate operational pressure reduced, he said, stop. Rong stopped. The shoulder, he said, is fine, she said. The cultivation signature pattern I have been reading indicates the opposite. He looked at her. The extraction's terrain put sustained strain on the shoulder's current load-bearing capacity. The modified form has not yet built the compensatory musculature to manage this kind of sustained physical work. She looked at him with the expression she used for situations where she was caught between professional competence and personal stubbornness. I completed the extraction. You completed the extraction at a cost, he said. The cost will affect the recovery timeline. The recovery timeline matters for your return to full operational capacity. Rong said, Wei, I know what I paid for it. I am noting it because the accounting requires, I know, she said, with a specific gentleness that stopped him. I know that is how you work. I'm telling you that I paid the cost, and I knew I was paying it, and I made the choice. He Fong needed to be extracted. She paused. You are not the only person allowed to make trade-offs and then account for them after. He was quiet. She sat down on a boulder at the path's edge and rested the arm in the way the medical elder had instructed. Sit with me for a minute, she said. He sat. You told He Fong you were changing the character of how you monitor people, she said. Yes. You have been reviewing it since the archive chamber. Since the journal entry the morning after, he said. The fourth entry's shape. Is the fourth entry still a shape, or has it been written? Hook, he said. I wrote part of it when I told him directly. The rest of it is still unwritten, because the rest of it requires changing the way I am holding the relationship, not just disclosing the monitoring's existence. He looked at the path back toward Shadow Hollow. I know what I need to change. Knowing what needs to change and changing it are not the same action. Rome said, no, he said. I did not expect the ledger to be harder to manage when it was mine. She said, everyone thinks that until they have to read themselves. He said, you have read your own. She said, I have. For 20 years. It is not harder to manage. He said, that is not reassuring. She laughed quietly. I know. Chapter 69, Fong told him about Grandmother Chui on the second day after the extraction. Not the account of reaching her. He had been sending reports through the courier network that covered the operational details of the witness's location, the cousin's approach, the evidence of her willingness to testify. The thing he told Wei in person was different. What it had been like to meet her, and what she had said when he asked why she was finally willing. She said she had been waiting for someone who already knew, Fong said. She was afraid of telling the story to someone who would need to be convinced. She needed to be believed before she could say it. He paused. I told her about you and the valley reading. I told her that there was a ledger that showed what had happened and that you had read it fully. She said, then I am not the beginning of something. I am the confirmation. Wei wrote this in his ledger. He wrote Grandmother Chui's phrase exactly. She is Foundation Realm. Wei said, yes. Her cultivation has not advanced since the massacre. She stopped after that night, not from cultivation damage, but from a decision. She told me that advancing her cultivation required building towards something, and that for 30 years she had not been able to identify what she was building toward. She has identified it now. She said, something is owed. I would like to be here when it is paid. Wei looked at the journal entry he had written about Grandmother Chui months ago, the phrase he had noted as not fitting cleanly into any category of debt or crime, and had noted simply as worth witnessing. He had not yet read her directly. Everything he knew about her came through Fong's reports. I would like to meet her, he said. Fong said, she asked to meet you first. Hook. Wei said, when this is ready, when the evidence chain is complete and the proceeding has a venue and the testimony can be given in a context where it produces the outcome it is owed, I will go to her. Fong said, and if something happens before it's ready? Wei was quiet for a moment. Then he said, then we go to her before it's ready and we do what we can with what we have. Fong said, that's not how you usually operate. Wei said, I am noting that. He paused. Some things do not wait for the correct moment. I am learning where the edges of that principle are. Chapter 7, the deadline, by Yu Chen's assessment, was 4 days. The council's extraction team was moving, and its destination was Grandmother Chui's current location. Fong's cousin had been working to build Grandmother Chui's trust for months. She was willing. The formal proceeding that would give her testimony its full evidentiary weight was not yet scheduled. Tian Song had been managing the charter review's aftermath and had not yet filed the formal hearing request for the Northeastern Corridor case. Rome's shoulder was still 3 weeks from the medical elder's clearance for full operational engagement. Wei looked at the 4-day timeline. He looked at Fong, who had received the same communication and was watching Wei's assessment with the expression of someone who knew what the operational picture contained and was determining how to say that the operational picture should not determine the decision. Wei said, I am going. Fong said, Rome is staying. Wei said, I am going. I will notify Tian Song through the official channel that the witness in his investigation is in immediate danger and request his parallel action. But I am not waiting for his response before I move. Hook, Fong said, I'm going with you. Wei looked at him and did not argue, because the journal entry about the fourth entry's shape was still active in his awareness, and because he had learned, from reading 3 entries that had already become permanent, that the moment when he chose operational reasoning over the person in front of him was never as recoverable as it looked when the reasoning was being constructed. Chapter 71, they reached Grandmother Chui before the Suppression Council's extraction team by 11 hours. The margin was not generous. Wei and Fong had ridden through 2 nights, stopping only when the horses required it, using a route that cut through the gray zone territory at the angles that combined speed with distance from the council's likely approach path. Fong had contributed, without being asked, the specific local knowledge of the gray zone roads that his courier network contacts had given him over 3 years of operation in those territories. Knowledge Wei did not have, and would have taken longer to compensate for without it. Grandmother Chui was in a farmhouse at the edge of the village where Fong's cousin had been building her trust. She was 80 years old in Foundation Realm and entirely unsurprised by their arrival. My cousin's colleague, she said, looking at Yifeng. Then she looked at Wei, with a deliberateness that suggested she had been waiting for this specific person. And the elder who read the valley. Yes, Wei said. Sit down, she said. There is tea. He sat down. He activated the bronze ledger, not aggressively, not at full capacity, but enough to read the ledger of the person across from him in the way he read people he was meeting for the first time. What he read in Grandmother Cui was the most singular ledger he had encountered in his career. Not because it was clean, it was not, in the way that any 80-year life was not clean. Not because it was large, the scale of individual crimes in it was limited, a long life of small compromises and a few genuine failures. It was singular because the entire structure of the ledger was organized around a single night, the way a river's course is organized around the geography it flows through. Every subsequent entry was in relation to that night, made under the weight of it, in awareness of it, in the ongoing attempt to carry it without being destroyed by it. She had carried it without being destroyed by it. Wei noted this as the kind of fact that his previous ledger notation, worth witnessing, had been gesturing toward without having her name to attach to it. I know why you are here, she said. You have the evidence. You need me to be the bridge between what the evidence shows and what people will believe. A spiritual residue and a physical record are facts. An 80-year-old woman who was there is a human being. Yes, Wei said. Then ask your questions. I have been waiting long enough. Hook. He asked her everything and she answered everything. The full account of the night, the names she remembered, the techniques she had seen and had been too far away to resist, the escape routes that had been cut off, the specific moment when she had understood that the official story was going to be different from what had happened. And it was everything the silver audit had shown him in the valley, confirmed by a living consciousness that had been holding this account for 30 years. And it was overwhelming in the way that truth without defensive structure is sometimes overwhelming, which is not the weight of falseness, but the weight of clarity. Chapter 72. The Suppression Council's extraction team arrived in the pre-dawn hours. 5 cultivators, core formation and above, with the specific operational profile of a team that had been briefed on a target location and an objective, but not on the possibility that their target had already been assisted. They came to the farmhouse at 4 in the morning with the confidence of people who expected to find an elderly Foundation Realm woman alone. They found Wei Liang Qiu reading them with both eyes open. He had been expecting this. 30 seconds of silence after their approach was audible, while the bronze ledger processed all 5 simultaneously, building the fastest tactical picture he could construct in the time available. 5 cultivators. 3 were committed. Their ledgers showed deep investment in the Suppression Council's current objectives, long enough to have made themselves personally responsible for outcomes that required the Council's continued success. The 4th was a contracted specialist whose previous work pattern included a consistent threshold at which contracted engagements became inadvisable based on the specific risk profile presented. The 5th was young, early core formation, and had been on 2 previous assignments for this network. Wei addressed the 4th. You have a threshold, he said. He kept his voice level and his physical posture non-aggressive. Your previous 3 contracts ended when the risk profile exceeded a specific parameter you have never stated, but that I have read in the pattern of your operational history. You walked away from a contract in the Pale River territory 8 months ago for this reason. The current assignment has exceeded that threshold. He looked at the 4th directly. The target here is a formal witness in a Grand Alliance Inquisitor's active investigation. Interfering with a witness in Tian Song's investigation is not a chargeable offense in the way that the Council wants you to understand it. It is a charge that the Inquisitor's investigative authority specifically covers, which means you cannot rely on the Council to protect you from the institutional consequences. The 4th looked at the 3 committed Council members, then at Wei, then at the formation they were maintaining. Then they stepped back, not out of the farmhouse's approach zone, but back from the formation, out of the active engagement geometry, in the specific positioning of a person who has decided not to be in the center of what is about to happen. Hook, the young 5th cultivator, looked at the 4th and then at Wei and said, quietly, what did you read? And Wei said, the same thing you are reading in their response, meaning the 3 committed members who had just closed the formation without the 4th, and the young cultivator looked at the 3 and stepped back alongside the 4th, and Wei noted, in the way he noted decisions that had not been made from fear, 2 out of 5. Same mechanism. Accurate information about consequences, delivered to people who were capable of revising their assessment. Noted. Chapter 73. He read the remaining 3 aloud. He had done this before, at the Suppression Council's first interception, when 2 contractors had walked away after hearing their ledgers recited publicly, and he did it the same way, without theatricality, as a transfer of information. He read the crimes most relevant to their current situation, not to shame them, but to demonstrate what he could see, what the record contained, and what the institutional consequences of their current actions would add to that record. The second cultivator in the three-person formation hesitated at the reading of their ledger's third major entry. Not enough to stop, but enough to show the hesitation. The first cultivator did not hesitate. They attacked. The attack came from the left with the specific speed of a core formation cultivator committed to a first strike strategy. Wei read it from the technique's initial activation pattern and shifted, taking the force on his right side, the side away from the lens's active operation. The calculation made in the fraction of a second available for it. And the contact was not clean, but it was survivable. He went down. Yifang was already moving. Yifang had spent 4 years in Wei's intelligence division learning operational technique alongside conventional intelligence methods, and the past 3 years had added the specific combat supplementary training that Wei's division received as standard since the war. He was not a primary combat cultivator. He was a Foundation Realm practitioner with 4 years of intelligence division experience, and the specific advantage of having spent most of that time in the orbit of someone who read combat signatures constantly. He fought the attacking cultivator with the information that Wei had fed him across 6 months of tactical summaries, habitual patterns, technique sequences, the specific vulnerabilities that 4 years of reading the same institutional networks had accumulated into a comprehensive profile. He lasted long enough for Wei to get back up. Hook. Wei, back on his feet, activated the bronze ledger at full capacity with both the original attacker and the hesitating second cultivator in its range, and the hesitating second saw the full capacity lens activation and recognized, from the specific glow and the quality of attention it produced, that they were about to have their complete personal history read in real time in an active combat situation, and made the decision that any cultivator with anything significant in their ledger made when that possibility presented itself. They withdrew from the third member's formation and left the farmhouse at a pace that was functionally a retreat. Chapter 74. Grandmother Chui moved. Not dramatically. She did not have a combat role, and she did not attempt one. She moved from the farmhouse's interior to a position behind Yifang, which was a position she had assessed as the safest available given the geometry of the engagement. This movement was precise and calm in the way of someone who had spent 30 years thinking about what she would do when this moment arrived. What she did was not a technique. It was the singular action of a person whose cultivation, at Foundation Realm, had been devoted for 30 years to a single specific application, a suppression field that pinned 2 cultivators to a location for a sustained period by creating a localized gravity effect. It was not impressive by combat cultivation standards. It required full concentration and sustained spiritual commitment, and it would break the cultivator's formation for approximately 40 seconds. She deployed it on the remaining first attacker and the retreating second cultivator before the second fully cleared the engagement zone. 40 seconds. Wei did not waste them. The first attacker, pinned, was incapacitated through the specific precision targeting methodology that the bronze ledger enabled. Injury sites, cultivation pathway vulnerabilities, the exact pressure points that a 12-second focused reading during the pin period revealed. Not lethal. Out of engagement. When the 40 seconds ended, Grandmother Chui sat down on the farmhouse floor with the specific posture of a person whose cultivation has just sustained a significant expenditure. Wei went to her. She was conscious, breathing carefully, holding herself together with the specific effort of Foundation Realm cultivation that had just been pushed to its limit. She looked at Wei with the same directness she had looked at him across the tea table the previous evening. "The field is broken," she said. "I will not be able to use it again." She paused. "I have been saving it for 30 years. I expected it to feel different to use it." Wei said, "Does it?" She considered. "No, it feels like what it is. A resource spent correctly." She looked at her hands. "Will it be enough?" "Hook," he said, "you are the witness the evidence needs. What you did here extended the window. We have 3 days before the council recovers its operational picture, and in 3 days Tian Song's formal hearing request will be filed, and your testimony will be under official protection." He paused. "It will be enough." She looked at him with the directness of someone who had spent 30 years learning the difference between an accurate promise and a reassuring one. "You believe that," he said. "I have the ledger of everything that has been done and everything that can now be done." "Yes, I believe it." Chapter 75. He carried her records out of the farmhouse. Not physically. She walked, slowly, with Yifang's assistance. What Wei carried was the documentation, the 6-hour account from the previous evening, captured in the specific combined form of his ledger notation and Yifang's written transcription, cross-referenced against the valley's spiritual residue reading and the original financial records that Yifang's cousin had secured. The complete chain. They traveled to the gray zone way station that Wei had identified before departing Shadow Hollow, a distance that required 2 hours on foot because the horses had been left at the outer perimeter and Grandmother Chui's pace was not the pace of a fully mobile cultivator. Yifang walked beside her. Wei walked slightly ahead, running the silver audit's long-range capacity on the route they were traveling, checking the institutional picture of the territory for indications that the Suppression Council had more assets in the region than the 5 who had come to the farmhouse. He found nothing in the immediate vicinity. He noted this as a temporary picture rather than a confirmation of safety. At the way station, he sent 3 messages simultaneously, one to Tian Song, one to Liang Qiu for routing to Shizoli, and one to Rong at Shadow Hollow. The messages were brief and factual. The core information was the same in all 3. Grandmother Chui was secured, the evidence chain was complete. The formal hearing request needed to be filed immediately to bring the testimony under official protection before the Suppression Council had time to develop a response to the farmhouse extraction team's failure. Then he sat down on the way station's bench, across from Grandmother Chui, and let the cost of the past 3 days settle over him in the way he had learned to let costs settle, without fighting it, without rushing through it, with the specific quality of attention that the journal entry about the 4th entry had asked him to bring to people rather than just situations. When you give the testimony, he said, you will be believed. She said, how do you know? He said, I have read everyone who will hear it. He paused. The ones who need to believe it have been looking for a reason too. The evidence provides the reason. You provide the human being behind the reason. He looked at her. You said you were not the beginning of something. You were the confirmation. Yes. Hook, she said. And when it is over, when the testimony is heard and the record is read and the accounting has been conducted, what happens to you? He thought about this. I continue reading, he said. The ledger is never closed. There will be another investigation and another record to build and another person with a hidden crime that someone needs to witness. He paused. But the cost of this one will be on the left side of my face for the rest of my life. And I will note it there every time I read anyone from now on. That is what accuracy costs. Chapter 76, he spent 2 weeks consolidating the master record. Not in the field, at Shadow Hollow, at his working desk. With the complete evidence chain spread across the archive room, he had requisitioned from the administrative wing for this specific purpose. Grandmother Chui was in the sect's guest quarters under formal protection, which Lin Zoli had authorized without discussion when Wei presented the request. Yifang had been assigned 3 of the sect's combat elders as a personal escort until the formal hearing's protection order was in place. The consolidation required going through everything he had built across 8 months and producing a single coherent document that a formal hearing could use. The Willowstone Valley's spiritual residue reading. The cultivation signature chain identifying Thousand Bloom Sect's fire method. Yu Qin's own testimony document, already prepared and sealed. The original financial records linking the massacre to the Suppression Council's financial foundation. Grandmother Chui's 6-hour recorded account. Tian Song's formal investigative documentation. The chart of the Suppression Council's internal Grand Alliance contacts, drawn from the silver audit. The staged assassination evidence. The 2 contractors' account in the counter-documentation, the cultivation signature analysis. A complete record of a covered crime and the 30-year network that had maintained the cover. Wei read through the full consolidated document on the 3rd day of the 2 weeks. He had not read it in this order before. Building a record piece by piece meant understanding each piece in its immediate context. Reading the full record chronologically produced a different understanding. The shape of how one crime had generated a system for protecting it, and how the system had metastasized across 3 decades into something that controlled significant portions of the righteous world's institutional infrastructure. The scale of what had been built on one night's crime was, in the accurate sense, staggering. Wei wrote in his journal, reviewing the full consolidated record. The scope is larger than I fully processed during the investigation's building phase. A 30-year-old massacre of 47 cultivators produced a suppression network controlling votes on the Grand Alliance Council. The network has affected every major cross-faction proceeding in the region for 30 years. Every investigation that should have happened and did not. Every evidence chain that was suppressed. Every accountability mechanism that was blocked. He paused and then wrote. The cost of one night's hidden crime, compounded at the rate of institutional self-protection over 30 years, is the specific corruption that the corruption lens was bred to read. He closed the journal. He went to present the full record to Lin Zoli and Meng Huashang. Hook. Lin read through the consolidated record in 3 hours of sustained concentration, then looked up and said, "This does not just implicate Yu Chun and the Jade Pillar sect. This implicates the Grand Alliance Council's administrative structure, 3 additional righteous sects, and the specific officials in 2 regional governments who have been accommodating the network's operational requirements. She paused. If we release this in the wrong order, the parts of the alliance that are not implicated will respond defensively alongside the parts that are, and the whole thing collapses into factional chaos instead of accountability. Wei said, yes. That is why Tiansong handles the formal presentation through official channels and why the staged release operates at the Inquisitor's pace rather than ours. Chapter 77 Meng Huashang said no. He said it in the specific way he said things he had decided not to do regardless of argument. Flatly, without the qualifications that indicated openness to further discussion. We hold the record as leverage. We do not release it through any channel, official or otherwise. The Suppression Network's leadership will negotiate to suppress the record's release, and what they offer in that negotiation will be worth more than any accountability outcome the formal process produces. Lin was silent. Wei said, no. Meng looked at him with the expression of an elder who is not accustomed to being told no by someone with lower institutional standing. Explain your objection. The record belongs to the people who are owed the accounting, Wei said. The Willowstone survivors, the surviving community members who have been receiving resources from Yu Qin's redistribution plan without knowing why. Grandmother Cui, who spent 30 years waiting for someone to come and red the valley. He paused. Treating their debt as a trading commodity corrupts the record. It transforms what is owed from a moral accounting to a negotiating position, and no negotiation outcome can fully substitute for the accurate public record of what happened. Meng said, you are choosing principle over material gain. I am choosing accuracy over leverage, Wei said. They are not the same argument. He looked at Meng steadily. Leverage requires maintaining the threat. The moment the threat is spent, the record is spent. What the record can do, what it is built to do, requires its public existence rather than its threatened release. The Suppression Council's power comes from the record being hidden. Our power comes from the record being true. Lin said, quietly, to Meng, he is right. Meng was silent for a long moment. Then, the 30-day release timeline you proposed. Staged release, through Tiansong's investigative channel, one component at a time, in the order that allows each piece's implications to be absorbed before the next arrives, Wei said. The Suppression Council will spend its response capacity on the first release while the second is prepared. By the time the 4th and 5th releases arrive, the network's internal coherence will be compromised. He paused. I have the silver audit map of the Council's internal structure. I know exactly which components of the record will produce the most significant internal fractures if released in the correct order. Hook. Meng was quiet for 5 seconds, an unusual duration for a man who processed quickly. Then he said, the 30-month-old error I have been holding. He looked at Wei. The letter that produced 3 casualties. Wei said, yes. Meng said, I was going to use it to establish leverage within this sect on a future question that I have not yet determined. He looked at the consolidated record on Lin's desk. If you are correct that leverage corrupts the record, if the principle applies consistently, then I have been planning to do exactly what you are arguing against. Wei said, yes. Meng said, and you noted the probability when you submitted the error. Wei said, yes. Meng looked at him for a long time. All right, he said. Tiansong's timeline. Chapter 78 Kong broadcast again that night. Not to Wei this time. The broadcast was directed at Grand Elder Meng Huashang, in the specific targeting Wei recognized from his own experience. Not the general institutional ledger broadcast of Kong's earlier activity, but a personal ledger read directed at one individual. Wei was not present. He learned about it from He Fong, who had been in the archive's administrative level when the signature activated and had registered it through the division's standard monitoring of unusual formation activity. He read the monitoring record the following morning and noted what the broadcast had included. Not the 40-year-old crime that Kong had shown Wei privately, but Meng Huashang's complete personal ledger, from the beginning, delivered to Meng and only to Meng in the specific privacy that Kong used for the most significant communications. He went to his archive room and sat with the decision Kong had made. The 40-year-old crime was Meng's personal record, shown first to Wei as information, as something Wei needed to understand about the person he was working with and the power structure he was operating inside. But the broadcast to Meng directly was not informational. It was a mirror. The same thing Kong had shown Wei in the archive chamber, the complete ledger, reflected back to the person who held it. Kong had given Meng what Kong had given Wei, the full picture of their own record. Wei thought about this for a long time. He had been holding Meng's 40-year-old crime as a piece of information in his operational picture, filed as something that would become relevant at the correct moment. He had not acted on it. He He had not released it. He had noted it and continued. Kong had acted, not through Wei, through the direct mechanism that the corruption lens provided when its practitioner decided that a mirror was more useful than continued observation. Hook, Wei wrote in his ledger. Kong broadcast Meng Huashang's full ledger to Meng directly. This was not a decision I would have made. Not this way. Not at this time. Kong's assessment of the correct timing differs from mine. Both are made with the same information. He paused. I am noting that Kong acted where I filed. The question of whether Kong's choice or my choice was more accurate is not yet resolved. He sat with this for a while. It may not be resolvable in the near term. Both choices are in the record. Both will produce outcomes. The outcomes will tell me which was correct. He closed the ledger. Noted. Chapter 79. The Institutional History of Shadow Hollow Sect, read with the silver audit at full capacity, took 2 days. He had not done it before, had not had the capability before, and had not had the specific readiness to do it that the archive chamber's experience had produced. Reading your own sect's complete institutional record required a particular quality of preparation, the willingness to find what was there rather than what you expected. What was there was extensive. Shadow Hollow Sect had been in continuous operation for approximately 180 years. The silver audit covered the institutional record across all of that period, drawing on formation records, residual spiritual impressions in the sect's original archive spaces, and the specific kind of institutional memory that old formations accumulated when they had been operating in the same space for generations. He read the crimes. He read them systematically, categorizing them by type and period and scale, the collection operations, the violence, the exploitation, the internal administration's own history of suppressing internal dissent. Some of it was what he had known. More of it was what he had known existed but had not quantified. Some of it was genuinely new, crimes in the sect's earlier history that he had not encountered in his previous research. He sat with the completed picture for a full day, not acting, not filing, sitting with what it meant to have read the complete institutional ledger of the sect he had chosen to remain in when offered the pardon, to serve when it would have been technically easier to leave. The sect was not defensible by the standard of the evidence. The sect was also, and simultaneously, the institution that had given Wei the lens the conditions to develop, that had housed the archive chamber where Kong was waiting with the mirror, that had produced Rong Yihua and Hifang, and the specific community of people who operated without the specific self-deception that Wei found most corrosive. Both facts were in the record. He wrote the complete institutional ledger into his own archive notes, as a document separate from his operational ledger, in the format that the silver audit's records required for proper documentation. He wrote every entry. He did not smooth it. He went and found the founding charter's displayed copy on the archive wall and looked at it until his eye ached. Hook. He activated the silver audit on the charter itself, reading the document's full history, the revisions and the redactions, and the specific institutional decisions that had produced its current form, and found the redacted line's full original text at the resolution the silver audit provided at close range, which was higher than the bronze ledger had given him, which read not just the passage about shared origin with the Grand Alliance, but the passage that preceded it, a passage about the purpose of a corrective institution and the specific condition under which the corrective function ceased to be corrective and became simply predatory. And the date on the redaction was not 80 years ago. It was 30 years ago, the same year as the Willowstone Massacre. Chapter 80. He stood in the archive room with the silver audit's full read of the founding charter active and said nothing for 20 minutes. The charter passage. The redaction's date. The specific condition described in the passage that had been removed 30 years ago. A corrective institution that forgets its corrective function and continues operating for the benefit of its own members is no longer a corrective institution. It has become what it was designed to correct. Someone in Shadow Hollow Sect, 30 years ago, had read the founding charter and had redacted the passage about what the sect was supposed to be. Not because they were afraid of the passage being used, because they had known, by that point, that the passage was accurate. The sect had crossed the line the charter described, and someone had removed the line from the charter rather than address the crossing. The same year as the Willowstone Massacre. The two events were not coincidentally simultaneous. The charter redaction was a response to the same period of institutional decline that had produced the conditions in which a formation site could be taken through massacre and covered with official documentation. Wei walked to the window of the archive room and stood there. He had chosen Shadow Hollow over the Grand Alliance because Shadow Hollow was honest about what it was. That had been his argument. At least here, no one pretended. The sect admitted its cruelty rather than hiding it behind virtue claims. But the charter redaction meant the sect had hidden something from itself. The corrective function. The founding purpose. The thing the accountant had built this institution to be, redacted 30 years ago by someone who had known it no longer applied. He was not operating in the honest institution he had believed he was in. He was operating in an institution that had redacted its own honesty. He sat down on the archive room floor and wrote in his ledger for an hour. He wrote everything. The charter passage, the redaction date, the connection to the Willowstone period, the implications for his choice to remain, the current state of the sect's operations and the distance from the founding purpose, and his own position relative to all of it. Hook. He read what he had written, and at the bottom of the entry he wrote, "The merchant woman xianxia is an auditing function built by the accountant 200 years ago. The accountant built both Shadow Hollow and the Grand Alliance's predecessor institution. The accountant's audit is ongoing because the accountant believed the corrective function was necessary, not this sect specifically, but the function. If I have been serving the function without knowing it, the question is whether the function can be served from inside an institution that has forgotten what the function is." He underlined the last sentence. "I do not know the answer to this question. I am going to find out." He paused. Noted. Chapter 81. The accountant's history required 3 weeks of research to assemble into a coherent picture. Wei had known the name before. It appeared in the founding charter's unredacted sections as a reference rather than a subject. The specific Wei historical documents referenced origins they assumed the reader already knew. The accountant was mentioned twice in the unredacted text as the framework's originator, with no detail and no elaboration. In the same register that a document about a river's navigation might mention the mountains where the river began. He pulled every source available to him. The silver audit applied to the oldest archive materials in Shadow Hollow's collection, the documents and objects that had been present in the archive chamber where Kong resided, which predated the sect's founding, provided the deepest historical read. The accountant appeared in these sources not as a named figure, but as a functional one. The practitioner who had established the institutional framework within which both the corrective institution and the idealist institution had been designed to operate. The ancient text called the accountant by function rather than name, the one who balanced the ledger, the keeper of the honest record, the builder who understood that righteous intention without corrective capacity produces exactly the righteous atrocities it claims to prevent. The last phrase stopped Wei. He read it 3 times. It was the most precise description of the Grand Alliance's current institutional pathology he had encountered in any document, and it had been written 200 years ago by the person who had built the precursor institutions to both sides. He spent the next week extracting everything the archive contained about the accountant's methodology, not the power system. There was no evidence the accountant had used the corruption lens or anything like it, but the institutional design, the balance, the specific architecture of the corrective function as the accountant had conceived it. The design was elegant and had failed completely. The idealist institution had drifted into the specific self-deception the accountant had predicted for it, a righteous sect framework that had substituted the performance of virtue for the practice of it, and had then built a suppression mechanism to protect the substitution. The corrective institution had drifted into what the charter's redacted passage described, a predatory organization that no longer remembered why it was supposed to be different. Both sides had forgotten. The accountant had been dead for 200 years, and Xiao Miao had been watching, for 200 years, for someone to find the founding intent and restore it. Hook. Wei wrote the full research summary and then wrote one line at the bottom. The accountant bred this lineage. My lineage, specifically because they believed a future corrective practitioner with enough clarity and enough longevity to outlast institutional drift was necessary to restore what both institutions had abandoned. He paused. I have been serving a purpose I did not know I had. The question of whether I serve it freely, knowing its origin, is a question I need to answer before Xiao Miao's contact finds me again. Chapter 82. The pardon arrived 2 weeks later. Not through official Grand Alliance channels, through Tian Song, delivered personally during one of their regular meetings, with the specific presentation of a man who was carrying something on behalf of a third party and wanted the recipient to understand his own distance from the thing being carried. I did not write this, Tian Song said. The Council's Administrative Committee drafted it after reviewing the progress of my investigative record. They believe, he paused, and I am quoting the committee's internal discussion, which I have access to through the Investigations Authority, that the most efficient resolution of the corruption lens question is to absorb its practitioner into an officially recognized framework rather than continue the current adversarial relationship. Wei read the document. The pardon was technically clean and practically significant. Formal recognition of Wei Liang Qiu as a legal cultivator in good standing, removal of all existing Grand Alliance charges associated with Shadow Hollow affiliation, an offer of independent auditor status under the Council's oversight. The pardon included a specific provision about the lens, recognition of the corruption lens as a legitimate investigative tool rather than a demonic technique. He read the residual spiritual impression in the document, the practitioners who had handled it, the institutional discussion that had produced it. The committee had been genuine about the offer. This was not a trap. Tiansong sat across from him and waited. You think I should take it? Wei said. I think, Tiansong said carefully, that the investigative work you have been doing would be significantly more effective with official standing. Wei read Tiansong as he said this. The bronze ledger showed him sincere assessment, no deception, genuine uncertainty about what Wei would decide. The Inquisitor had not predetermined this. He was genuinely curious. You have not offered me the pardon as leverage, Wei said. No, Tiansong said. It is what it appears to be. Hook, Wei said. I need 3 days. Tiansong said. Take them. Wei looked at the pardon document for a long moment. One question, does the independent auditor status allow me to conduct investigations that the Grand Alliance's administrative structure has a documented interest in suppressing? Tiansong was quiet for several seconds. Technically, yes. The charter allows it. The practical resistance would be significant. Wei said, noted. Chapter 83. He sat with the pardon for 3 days. He read it once more on the first day, slowly, with the bronze ledger partially activated to catch the document's full institutional context. He mapped the practical differences between his current operational position and the position the pardon would create. He modeled the investigations he would have access to with official standing that he currently could not pursue. He modeled the investigations he currently pursued that would become harder under the official standing's constraints. The gray zone operations, the Shadow Hollow intelligence network, the specific relationships with Liang Qiu, and the courier contacts that function precisely because they operated outside official oversight. He took the analysis to Hefeng on the second day and asked for his assessment. Hefeng considered it with the specific care he had developed for questions that required both analytical and moral processing. You can do more good as an independent auditor, Hefeng said finally. Yes, Wei said. Technically. But the doing more good requires accepting the oversight structure, Hefeng said. The Council's oversight. Which means when your investigations reach the Council's own structural interests, when the lens finds things that implicate not the Suppression Council, but the legitimate governance structure, you operate under the authority of the institution you are investigating. Yes, Hefeng said. That is the same problem you identified in Tiansong's position. He has always been an investigator who serves an institution that has an interest in some truths not being fully investigated. Wei said, yes. He manages this by being careful about which investigations he pursues and by pushing as far as the institutional tolerance allows. He has 12 undefendable entries in his ledger from the cases where he chose the institution's interest over the complete record. Would you make those choices? Hook, Wei said. I would make different choices in those specific situations. I would not call them the right choices. I would call them the choices consistent with my position's constraints. And the first time the institutional constraints required me to call an accurate record something else for the institution's benefit, I would have an entry in my ledger that looked exactly like the entries I have spent my career reading in other people's ledgers. He paused. The pardon is real. The offer is genuine. And it is structurally identical to the mechanism the Suppression Council uses. Trade the truth-telling function for institutional membership. Hefeng was quiet for a moment. Then, you're not going to take it. Wei said, no. Chapter 84. He wrote the letter on the third morning. Not the reply to Tiansong. He would tell Tiansong in person. The letter he wrote first was a working through, in the specific journal format he used for decisions that required the complete account of their reasoning to be preserved. Why he was declining, what the reasoning was, what it cost him to decline, and what it cost him to remain. He wrote, the pardon would allow me to investigate things I currently cannot investigate. That is the honest version of its value. The cost of the pardon is operating inside an oversight structure that has an institutional interest in specific truths remaining unread. I have read Tiansong's 12 entries. I know exactly what that cost produces over the course of a career. He wrote, Shadow Hollow is not a better institution than the Grand Alliance. It is, in the accurate sense, worse, larger criminal record, more consistent atrocity, less self-examination. Staying here is not choosing the better side. It is choosing the position from which the work can be done without the constraint that produces those 12 entries. He wrote, the founding charter's corrective function was not designed to be exercised from inside the righteous institution. It was designed to be exercised from outside it, by an institution that did not claim virtue and therefore did not need to suppress its own accurate record to maintain the claim. He paused. Shadow Hollow has forgotten that this is what it is supposed to be. I am going to try to remind it. He looked at what he had written. He added, "This will not succeed entirely. The institution has 30 years of drift from its founding purpose and more than 100 years of predatory operation in its record. A corrective function reimposed by one elder will not restructure a century of accumulated practice. But the function does not require full success to be worth performing. It requires honesty about what it is doing." He underlined the last sentence. Yifeng found him an hour later, reading through the morning intelligence summary with the expression of someone who had made a decision and was returning to ordinary work. "You decided?" Yifeng said. "Yes." Yifeng said, "I could tell." He didn't ask which way. "Hook." Wei sent word to Tian Song. "I declined the pardon. My letter to the administrative committee is enclosed. The investigation's work continues under the existing arrangement." He sealed the letter and then added a single line at the bottom, in the informal notation that he and Tian Song had developed for their private communications. "The structural problem you and I have been working around exists because both major institutions have forgotten that an honest corrective function is supposed to be separate from both of them. I am going to try to do something about that from inside the institution that was originally designed to be the corrective one. This will take longer than accepting the pardon. I believe it will produce better outcomes than accepting the pardon. We will find out." Chapter 85. He told the decision to Lin Zhaoli in the form of a report, as he told all significant decisions to Lin Zhaoli. Lin read the report. Then she read it again. "You declined a pardon from the Grand Alliance," she said. "Yes." "After 3 days of consideration." "Yes." She looked at him across the desk with the expression she used for assessments she found professionally satisfying and personally complicated. "I expected you to take it." "I know," he said. "You were prepared to accommodate the transition." She did not ask how he knew this. She understood, after 2.5 years, that he read institutional preparations as clearly as personal ones. "What did you expect from me?" she said. "I expected you to manage it efficiently," he said. "You would have ensured that my departure did not compromise the investigation's continuity, that the evidence chain remained in accessible hands, and that the operational network's ongoing functions were smoothly transferred. You would have been correct to do all of those things." He paused. "I am not staying because you would have been efficient about my departure." "Why are you staying?" Wei said, "Because the founding charter's purpose is still here, under the redaction. Because Kong is still in the lower archive reading the sect's institutional record and broadcasting it to anyone who needs the mirror. Because Yifeng is in this sect building the intelligence capability that needs to outlast the lens's physical limits. Because you, of everyone I have read, have the fewest self-deceptions in your ledger of any sect leader I have encountered, which means the person who could actually implement the corrective functions restoration is in the room I am trying not to leave." Lin was quiet for a long time. Wei did not fill the silence. He had learned, in 2.5 years of working with Lin Zhaoli, that her silences were working time rather than hesitation. She was not deciding whether to respond. She was assembling the accurate response from the elements of what she had just heard, which was a more demanding task than it appeared because the accurate response required holding simultaneously the practical implications, the institutional implications, and the personal implications of what he had said, and Lin Zhaoli was one of the few people he had met who regularly held all three without collapsing one into another. When she spoke, what she said was not a reaction. It was a considered position. Then she said, "What do you need?" "Hook," he said, "I need the founding charter's original text restored, the full version, including the redacted passage, displayed in the archive where everyone in the sect can read it. I need an internal accounting session, mandatory for all elders, reviewing the sect's institutional record against the founding purpose. And I need your authorization to begin the staged release of the Willowstone evidence through Tian Song's channel on a timeline we set together, because the investigation's outcomes are the corrective function's first operational demonstration in 30 years. She looked at him for a moment. "You are asking me to change what this sect is," he said. "I am asking you to begin the process of returning it to what it was supposed to be." She said, "Those are different asks." He said, "Yes, I know." Chapter 86. Lin Zhaoli's answer to his 3 requests arrived over the following week in the specific way she responded to significant requests, not all at once, but in the order of feasibility, with each delivered as a decision rather than a discussion. The first request, the founding charter's original text restored, was granted within 3 days. The full text, including the redacted passage, was reinstated on the archive wall in the form of an annotation beside the current displayed version. The original text in a different ink color, with a notation in Lin's own hand, redacted date. Restored date. Reason for redaction, not recorded. Reason for restoration, the accounting required it. Wei read the restored charter 3 times. The second request, the mandatory internal accounting session, was granted conditionally. Lin would authorize a session for division heads and above, not all elders. Full mandatory attendance for the complete elder body creates the condition for public performance of the required reaction rather than genuine engagement, she said, in the written decision. Smaller group, voluntary second-tier participation. If the accounting produces genuine engagement at the division head level, the broader distribution follows naturally. Wei noted this as a more sophisticated implementation than he had proposed. He wrote in his ledger, Lin's only modified the internal accounting session request to a more effective format than the one I submitted. This is the consistent pattern of her decision-making. She does not implement requests as submitted, but as best serving the request's underlying purpose. Noted. The third request, staged release of the Willowstone evidence, was pending. Lin said, I need to know Meng Huashang's position before I authorize releasing something that implicates a righteous patriarch. Not because his objection can stop it, but because I prefer to know which direction the internal resistance will come from before the external response begins. Wei said. Meng withdrew his leverage objection. Lin looked at him. After Kong's broadcast. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. What did Kong show him? The full personal ledger, Wei said. At the same depth and precision that Kong showed me mine. Hook, Lin said. And the 40-year-old entry that you have been holding since Kong first showed it to you. Wei said. Yes. Lin said. I know about it. Wei did not change his expression. I have known about Meng's entry for 12 years, Lin said. He told me. She looked at Wei with the steady assessment he had come to associate with Lin's most direct moments. He told me because I asked him directly on the occasion of his last promotion, in the understanding that I needed the complete picture of everyone with significant institutional authority in this sect. She paused. You have been holding an entry for 6 months that my predecessor held for 20 years before deciding it was held correctly. Wei said. Noted. He wrote in his ledger. Lin Zoli informed me she has known about Meng's entry for 12 years. He disclosed it voluntarily. I have revised my read of both their institutional records accordingly. The entry is no longer an unknown variable in my picture of this sect's leadership. Both entries are in the accurate record. Chapter 87 Xiao Miao contacted him through the same method as the first letter, an object placed without a visible delivery mechanism, found by Wei at his desk when he arrived for the morning work. This time it was not a letter. It was a small object, a writing tool, an ink stone, of the type used for formal document work, with the specific patina of an object that had been in use for an extremely long time. The object carried the institutional signature Wei had come to recognize as Xiao Miao's specific function, and the lens read on the ink stone showed him that it had been used to write documents for approximately 200 years. The accountant's working tool. He held it carefully and noted the weight, heavier than it should have been for its size, the specific density that old spiritual tools accumulated through extended use, and activated the bronze ledger on the object at full read capacity. What he received was not a message in the conventional sense. It was an impression, the accumulated record of what the ink stone had been used to write across 200 years, not the specific text of those documents, but their character, the functional register of someone who had been writing records of what the world was doing wrong with the full knowledge that writing the records was the most important action available even when the records produced no immediate accountability. The experience lasted 20 seconds and felt like 20 years. When the impression cleared, Wei sat at his desk for a long time without moving. Then he wrote 3 questions in his formal working ledger. He had been told that Xiao Miao would answer 3 questions, and he had been choosing those questions since the first contact. He had drafted and discarded multiple versions. The current versions were the most precise he had arrived at. Who bred the corruption lens into my bloodline? And with whose specific authorization? What is the threshold event's precise nature? And what is its current proximity? Is the original master still present in any form that permits communication? Hook. He left the 3 questions on the desk alongside the ink stone, which he had read as a delivery mechanism as well as a gift, a container for a message rather than just an object. And when he returned that evening, the 3 questions had been answered in the same impression format the ink stone used, not text but experience. Each answer delivered as a condensed understanding that he spent the next 3 days writing out in his ledger before he lost the impression's full resolution. Chapter 88 The first answer filled 6 pages. The breeding program had been authorized by a council of 8 cultivation world practitioners working across 3 generations, beginning 180 years ago, who had concluded that the accountant's original design for a corrective institution had failed because it had not built the corrective capability into the institution itself. It had relied on the institution to attract and retain practitioners with the corrective function naturally, which worked for the first generation. and failed for every subsequent generation as the institutional incentive structure overrode the individual capability. The solution the council had identified was to build the capability into a lineage rather than an institution. A practitioner who developed the corruption lens would carry the corrective function regardless of which institution they served, and the institutional context became secondary to the lineage's capability. 8 families had been approached. 6 had declined. 2 had agreed. The Wei family and a family Wei had not previously known existed, living in a territory he had not visited. The Wei family had been selected over 4 generations for specific traits: the survived and chose loyalty condition that activated the lens, the analytical intelligence that made the capability useful rather than destructive, and a particular kind of stubbornness about accurate record-keeping that the council had assessed as essential to the corrective function's long-term operation. The authorization had come from the accountant's standing instructions, which xianxia held, and which authorized the program in a set of conditional terms that had been met by the council's assessment at each generation. Wei read through his own breeding history. His great-grandmother had been the first generation. She had experienced institutional hypocrisy, survived, and chosen to affiliate with an institution she believed in despite knowing its flaws. His grandmother had done the same. His father had done the same and had died inside an institution that had eventually failed him. Wei had done the same and had developed the lens at its current capacity because he was the 4th generation and the design's conditions had been fully satisfied. He wrote this into the ledger with the care the account required and then wrote at the bottom, "The people in my bloodline who were shaped for this purpose were not told they were being shaped for it. They made their choices freely, and the choices produced the outcomes the program predicted." The authorization was real. The people who were shaped were not deceived about their choices. The specific element of their lives that was engineered was the context of the choices, not the choices themselves. He paused. This is a meaningful ethical distinction. I am not certain it is sufficient. Both things are noted. He read the section on his father's generation again. His father had worked for a righteous sect at the Foundation realm level, not a practitioner of significant standing, but competent, committed, and in possession of the specific stubbornness about accurate record-keeping that the council had noted in the Wei line across 4 generations. He had filed accurate reports when accurate reports were unwelcome. He had corrected institutional records that his supervisors had asked him to leave as written. He had identified financial irregularities in his sect's resource management and reported them through the proper channels, which had resulted in his reassignment to progressively less important roles until his death in a minor incursion that had been inadequately supplied. The last entry in his father's institutional record, as the lens read it from the impression in the document's spiritual fabric, was a note in another practitioner's hand, reassigned due to administrative inflexibility. Wei read this entry and recognized the precise register of institutional language that meant something different than its surface suggested. He sat with it. His father had not known about the breeding program. He had not known that his stubbornness about the accurate record was selected for across 4 generations, that the Council of 8 had noted it specifically, that his children would be observed for the same quality. He had been a practitioner who kept accurate records because accuracy mattered to him, who had paid for that accuracy with his institutional advancement, and who had died without knowing that the quality for which he had been penalized was the most important thing he ever passed on. Wei wrote, "My father's institutional record ends with a reassignment notation." The lens reads what is in the fabric of the document. The entry was written by someone who found my father inflexible. The entry is in a permanent record that I now hold. Both the entry and what it actually describes are noted. The council selected for this quality across 4 generations. My father exemplified it without knowing he was being observed. I exemplify it now with full knowledge of the selection. He looked at what he had written. I do not know if this makes it better or worse that I carry it deliberately while he carried it without knowing. Both are in the honest account. Hook. The second answer, the threshold event's nature and proximity, took him 2 days to write out before the impression faded, because the threshold was not a simple event but a process, and the process was closer than Xiao Miao had been willing to communicate in their previous contacts. And the proximity produced in Wei a specific quality of urgency that the analytical framework acknowledged as appropriate without allowing it to disrupt the systematic work. Chapter 89, the Founding Charter's full text, now restored and annotated, attracted visitors. Not a flood, a steady pattern of elders and senior disciples who came to the archive where the charter was displayed and stood in front of it long enough to read both the current text and the original version in the adjacent annotation. Wei monitored this through his division's standard administrative traffic awareness and through Yifang's informal observation reports. Most of them read it and left without speaking. 3 came to find Wei afterward. The first was a collection division elder who had been with the sect for 15 years and whose ledger Wei had read in the first year of his tenure at Silver Audit Scale, a long record of professional competence and personal accommodation. The specific profile of someone who had done what the institution asked, because asking what the institution asked for was the methodology of someone who had worked their way up through it and understood that working within the system produced more stability than questioning it. This elder came to Wei and said, simply, "I read the passage. I think I have been doing the work without knowing what the work was supposed to be for." Wei said, "Yes." He paused. "That is a more common condition than is usually acknowledged." The elder said, "Is it fixable?" Wei said, "The charter being restored is the beginning of the institutional context that makes it fixable. The personal part is a different question." The elder left, and Wei noted. Collection Elder Qiu read the charter, came directly. The response was not defensive. Noted. The second visitor was Meng Huashang. He came on the third day, in the late morning, when the archive was otherwise quiet. He stood in front of the charter for 20 minutes. Wei was in the archive room's inner section reviewing documents and was aware of Meng's presence through the standard awareness of someone who monitored the archive's activity. Meng did not come to find Wei. He stood in front of the charter and read it and left. Wei noted. Meng Huashang read the restored charter. Did not seek conversation. Duration, 20 minutes. No assessment of his internal response from this observation alone. Hook. The third visitor was He Fong, who came in the evening and stood in front of the charter for 5 minutes, and then turned around and said, "The passage about the corrective institution forgetting its function. Kong has been broadcasting the sect's institutional record for 6 months, and the sect's response has been defensive reconstruction rather than transformation. Is the broadcasting working?" Wei said, "Kong believes in the mechanism of the mirror. The mirror shows the accurate record to the person who needs to see it. Whether the accurate record produces transformation or defensive reconstruction depends on the person, not the mechanism." He Fong said, "Then how do you get transformation instead of reconstruction?" Wei said, "You give people something to build toward, not just a record of what they have done wrong." Chapter 90, he spent the week following the restored charter on the research question that the first answer to his 3 questions had left partially open, the second family. The Wei lineage was the only corruption lens lineage he had known about, but the council had approached 2 families. The other family had also agreed, which meant there was a second lineage somewhere in the cultivation world that had been shaped for the same corrective purpose, and that person, if the breeding program had produced a successful 4th-generation practitioner in both families, was operating somewhere without knowing what Wei had learned about the program's origin, or knowing and not having found Wei yet. The research required using Xiao Miao's impression answer about the first question's detail. The second family's territory had been noted in the answer as Eastern Territories, eastern branches of the Wei family's secondary cultivation tradition, specific location deliberately unspecified by the accountant's protocol to prevent the 2 lineages from interfering with each other's independent development. Eastern secondary tradition. He had contacts there through Liang Qiu's network. He gave the research task to Liang Qiu with the specific parameters. A practitioner in the Eastern Territories who had developed an ability with institutional red characteristics, with a personal history consistent with the survived institutional hypocrisy condition, operating at a capability level consistent with a multi-generation breeding program. That is a very narrow search parameter, Liang Qiu said. It should be, Wei said. There is one person I am looking for. She looked at him with the professional assessment she used when evaluating whether a task's parameters were well-defined or whether the client was underestimating the difficulty. The Eastern Territories cover 3 major sect jurisdictions and approximately 40 minor institutional affiliations. An unregistered practitioner conducting unauthorized institutional investigations could be operating under any number of covers. They would not need a cover, Wei said. A practitioner developed by the same breeding program, with the same activation conditions, operating in the same corrective function, they would not be pretending to be something else. They would be doing what they actually are, because the program selects for the specific kind of stubbornness that makes institutional concealment uncomfortable. He paused. My great-grandmother was selected for that quality. So was my grandmother. My father was noted for it in his institutional record. I have been conducting unauthorized investigations through a gray status institution for 3 years because the alternative was to pretend the investigations were something they were not. He looked at Liang Qiu. The second lineage practitioner is visible in the record because they cannot help being visible. They are looking for what is hidden in other institutions, which means they are operating in public-facing ways. Find the pattern of that operation. Liang Qiu wrote the search parameters in her operational notation. The Eastern Mountains courier traffic, she said. If they are conducting institutional investigations, they generate correspondence patterns. Investigators create specific kinds of document request trails. She looked up. 10 days. 10 days, Wei said. Hook. Liang Qiu returned in 10 days with a preliminary lead. Not a confirmed identification, but a pattern she had found in the courier network's cross-referencing of Eastern Territory events. A practitioner affiliated with a minor institution in the Eastern Mountains who had been conducting investigations with a specifically unusual methodology, described in 3 separate accounts as reading what is hidden in institutional behavior, whose name appeared in no official registry of any major sect, but whose activity pattern suggested a significant investigation currently underway into exactly the kind of institutional corruption that the corruption lens was designed to read. Chapter 91. The staged release began on a Tuesday in early spring. Wei had coordinated the release sequence with Tian Song over the previous 2 weeks. The order in which the Willowstone evidence components would be filed through the Inquisitor's investigative channel. The intervals between releases that would give each component's implications time to circulate before the next arrived, and the specific council members who would receive advance copies of each component 48 hours before the formal filing. The 48 hours was the sequencing mechanism. A council member who received advance information had time to process its implications and could respond to the formal filing with the reactions they had actually reached rather than the defensive reactions that surprising information produced. 3 of Tian Song's allied members had agreed to receive these advance copies. 2 of them had ledgers that Wei had read at bronze ledger level. The third he trusted through Tian Song's assessment. The first release was the physical evidence from the Willowstone Valley, the cultivation technique signature analysis, the timeline, the specific inconsistencies with the official incursion record. No names, no financial chain, just the factual evidence that the massacre had occurred and that the official account was false. The Grand Alliance's institutional response took 4 days to produce. Wei monitored it through the Silver Audit's long-range institutional read and through Tian Song's direct reports. The initial response was the expected defensive posture. Council members affiliated with the righteous sects whose prestige was implicated began positioning their institutional statements. Third parties who had no connection to the events but whose political interests were served by protecting the righteous world's credibility started calling for procedural scrutiny of the evidence methodology. The 3 allied council members received their advance copies and, 48 hours later, were the ones asking the direct factual questions rather than the defensive ones. The internal fracture was small but detectable. It is working, Feng reported, from his position managing the courier network's monitoring of the council's administrative communication traffic. Wei wrote in his ledger, first release, Day 4. Defensive posture, as predicted. Internal fracture, as predicted. Allied members asking factual questions. Initial institutional response is noise management rather than genuine engagement. Second release in 8 days. He paused and added, the Suppression Council's administrative contacts inside the Grand Alliance have been quiet since the first release. They are waiting to assess the situation before activating. This is evidence that the Council's internal coherence is under strain. An active, well-functioning suppression mechanism does not wait and assess. It responds immediately. Hook. The second release. The financial record chain connecting the formation site acquisition to the Suppression Council's founding financial structure arrived in the institutional record 8 days later, and the specific council member who Wei had assessed as the most susceptible to the financial evidence's implications read the filing and did not respond defensively, but filed a formal request for expanded investigative authority for Tian Song's inquiry covering the financial records. Full chain of custody, which was not the response of someone who had known about the financial connection and was defending it, but the response of someone who had just learned something that required more investigation. Chapter 92. He met Tian Song at the tea house on the 31st day of the staged release. They had been meeting regularly throughout the release, operational coordination meetings, keeping the timing and the council's response patterns aligned with the sequencing Wei had planned. But the 31st day meeting was different. Tian Song arrived with the expression of a man who had something to say that he had been constructing carefully. You declined the pardon, Tian Song said. Yes. I read your letter to the administrative committee. Tian Song looked at his teacup. The specific framing of your argument, that the pardon's oversight structure would produce in your record the same entries you have spent your career reading in others, is accurate. He paused. It is an accurate critique of the position I hold. Wei said, yes, I know. You read my 12 entries at the summit, Tian Song said. You read them at bronze ledger level. You have had the full personal record since. Yes. And you continued working with me. Yes, Wei said. Because your 12 entries are evidence of the constraint's effect on a practitioner who is otherwise functional. They are not evidence that the practitioner is not worth working with. He met Tiansong's eyes. I do not require 0 entries to find a person's work valuable. I require that the entries not be defended with false justification. Yours are defended with accurate justification. You made trade-offs that compromise the complete record in service of institutional stability. You have told yourself the truth about why you made them. Tiansong was quiet. That is a more charitable reading than I expected. It is an accurate reading, Wei said. Not a charitable one. Tiansong looked at him for a moment, and Wei read what the bronze ledger showed. The specific quality of someone in the process of updating a significant assessment. Tiansong had been carrying, across their 18 months of operational coordination, a particular reading of Wei's relationship to the 12 entries. Expecting judgment, managing around the expected judgment, compensating for what he had assessed as Wei's probable evaluation. The update was visible in his ledger signature as a small but measurable shift. You have been managing around an assessment I was not making, Wei said. I was managing around an assessment you had accurate grounds to make. Yes, and chose not to make. Wei looked at his tea. I find that practitioners who have 12 entries of that specific kind, genuine trade-offs, accurately understood, defended with honest justification rather than institutional rationalization, are substantially more useful than practitioners with 0 entries. Because the 0 entry count usually means they have not been in situations where the trade-off was required, which means they have not developed the specific judgment that navigating those situations produces. He paused. Your 12 entries are evidence of experience. They are costs. Both things are accurate. Tiansong was quiet for a long moment. The Inquisitor's office has been in the Suppression Council's operational picture as a partially captured institution for 40 years, he said. I was told this as a new appointment. My predecessor told me, navigate the capture. Don't be captured by it. I have spent 20 years navigating. He looked at Wei. Your reading of the 12 entries is the most accurate assessment of what 20 years of navigating that structure produces that I have ever received from anyone. Noted, Wei said. He picked up his tea. The third release is ready when you are. Hook, Tiansong said. The third release, Grandmother Chui's testimony document and the staged assassination's full forensic record, is ready for the council session. Wei said, yes. Tiansong said. After this release, the Suppression Council will not be able to maintain its current internal coherence. 3 of the 6 core members will face formal charges. The remaining 3 will spend the next period attempting damage control rather than mounting organized response. He paused. What do you do after the Suppression Council is dismantled? Wei said, the same thing I have been doing. The ledger does not close when one case is resolved. Tiansong looked at him with something that the bronze ledger showed was the specific quality of one professional recognizing another. No, he said. I suppose not. Chapter 93, he told Lin Zoli about the threshold event on the morning after the third release. Not the full technical account. The impressions detail had been distilled over 3 days of journaling into a summary that prioritized the operational implications over the theoretical framework. What Lin needed to know was what it meant for Shadow Hollow and for the investigation's timeline. There is a mechanism above the mortal cultivation world's institutional layer, Wei said. Not metaphysical, functional. It maintains certain structural properties of the cultivation framework that prevent a specific kind of destabilization. The mechanism requires what Xiao Miao described as genuine institutional balance, both the idealizing function and the corrective function operating with enough honesty to maintain the system's self-correcting capacity. Lin said, like the balance the founding charter describes. Yes, the charter describes it at the institutional scale, Shadow Hollow and the Grand Alliance as complementary functions. The mechanism operates at the same principle, but at a scale above individual institutions. He paused. The threshold event is what happens when both major institutional systems fail simultaneously, when the righteous world's idealism becomes completely performative and the corrective institution forgets its corrective purpose, leaving no honest function anywhere in the system. The mechanism loses its corrective input, and something becomes possible that should not be possible. And we are approaching the threshold. We have been approaching it for 80 years, Wei said. The Suppression Council's formation was the beginning of the acceleration, the moment when the corrective function was being actively suppressed rather than simply neglected. The staged release we have been executing is not just about the Willowstone accountability. It is about restoring enough honest function to the institutional picture to reduce the threshold approaches rate. Lin said, the lens. The breeding program. All of it was designed for this. Hook. Wei said, yes. I am the 4th generation of a lineage designed to produce a practitioner capable of addressing the threshold at this specific stage of its approach. The correction requires two things: restoring the righteous world's honest function through the suppression council's dismantlement, and the accounting process Tian Song is facilitating, and restoring Shadow Hollow's corrective function through the charter restoration and the internal accounting. He looked at Lin. The first is in progress. The second requires you. She said, what does it require from me specifically? He said, a genuine accounting of the sect's institutional history, conducted by the sect's leadership, that results in a stated public commitment to the corrective function's restoration. Not virtue claims, an honest acknowledgement of what the sect has been and a specific description of what it is choosing to become. Chapter 94 Xiao Miao appeared in Shadow Hollow's outer territory on a Thursday, walking through the gate in the visitor reception process, as if she were an ordinary traveler presenting credentials. She was not dressed as the merchant woman. She was dressed as what she was, a celestial realm cultivator who had been moving through the world at significantly reduced visible power for 200 years and had decided, for this visit, not to reduce any further. The gate guards recognized the cultivation level and notified Wei immediately. He met her in the reception courtyard with Yifeng beside him, because he had decided some time ago that Yifeng was not a variable in his operational picture, and that including him in significant meetings was the correct operational posture now rather than the protective one it would have been before. Xiao Miao looked at Yifeng and then at Wei. Your disciple. My colleague, Wei said. Yifeng did not react visibly, though Wei noted without the lens that he had understood the distinction. Yes, Xiao Miao said. She looked at the sect's main compound with the expression Wei associated, from the long-range reads he had conducted, with the institutional function conducting a read of its own kind. Comprehensive, patient, assessing the current state against a long historical record. You have begun the restoration, she said. We have begun it, Wei said. The pace is limited by the speed at which genuine institutional change is possible, which is slower than I would prefer. All genuine institutional change is slower than its practitioners prefer, she said. The accountant spent 40 years building the original framework and died uncertain of whether it would hold. She looked at him. The third question, Wei said. Is the original master still present in any form that permits communication? Yes. She produced a document, the same institutional seal, the same 200-year paper, and handed it to him. She left this for the fourth generation specifically. She knew the fourth generation would be the one operating at the threshold's critical period. She paused. She also knew the fourth generation would need to understand that the threshold is not the end of the work. It is a point in the work where the work changes character. Hook. Wei took the document and held it with the bronze ledger active, reading the impression before opening it. The specific quality of someone who needed to know the character of what they were receiving before receiving it. And what he found in the document's impression was not urgency or warning, but the quality of a message left by a person who had complete faith that the person receiving it was capable of deciding what to do with it, which was a quality he had rarely read in any document, and never in one this old. Chapter 95. The document contained a description of the threshold's nature that was more complete than the impression answers had provided. The threshold was not a single event. It was a structural state, a condition in which the cosmic framework's self-correcting mechanism was unavailable, which then allowed a specific class of entity access to the cultivation world that would otherwise be blocked. The entity class was not defined by malevolence. It was defined by a different relationship to the cultivation world's energy than the entities that naturally resided in it. The accountant had described them as consumers of what the world produces rather than producers who consume. The blocking mechanism required genuine institutional function at the corrective level, not performance, not managed appearances. The mechanism responded to actual honesty in the same way that formations responded to specific spiritual frequencies. It was tuned to the genuine article and ignored the performed version. This meant that the suppression council's activity over 80 years, engineering the performance of righteous institutional function while suppressing the actual corrective capacity, had been approaching the threshold by replacing genuine institutional function with simulated institutional function that the blocking mechanism could not read. The corruption lens was specifically designed to read the difference between genuine and simulated institutional function. Wei sat with the document for 3 days. The first day he spent reading it slowly and completely, taking notes in the personal journal format he used for content that required sustained engagement rather than the operational ledger's efficient notation. The accountant's writing was dense, not obscure, but layered in the way that a document written for a specific reader accumulated meaning differently than a document written for a general audience. Each sentence assumed the reader had access to the corruption lens's full capability and could read the document's institutional impression as well as its text. He used both. The second day, he worked through the specific implications for his current investigations. The threshold's structural state description was more precise than anything Xiao had provided. It included the specific frequency markers that the blocking mechanism used to assess institutional authenticity, the degree of genuine function required to maintain the mechanism's calibration in the normal operating range, and the specific threshold conditions under which the mechanism's self-correcting capacity would become unavailable. These were not abstract descriptions. They were operational parameters. He had been working toward the institutional conditions the mechanism required without knowing the mechanism's precise specifications. The document provided the specifications. He spent 6 hours recalibrating his assessment of the staged release's current progress against the mechanism's actual parameters rather than the general model he had been working from. The assessment showed he was closer to the required correction than he had estimated. Not because the institutional change had been faster, but because the mechanism's actual tolerance was wider than his conservative model had assumed. He wrote this without allowing the assessment to change the pace of the work. An accurate measurement of proximity was useful. An accurate measurement did not reduce the corrections requirement. The genuine function was still necessary at the actual level the mechanism specified, not at the relieving level the closer-than-expected assessment suggested. The third day, he read the document's final section 3 times and wrote about it at length. On the third day, he wrote, "The threshold event is not a military or political problem. It is a calibration problem. The mechanism is miscalibrated not because it was damaged, but because the inputs it operates on have been corrupted by systematic replacement of genuine with simulated. The correction requires not force, but accuracy, restoring the genuine inputs to the mechanism's operational range." He looked at the staged release's progress. The Suppression Council's dismantlement was in its 3rd phase. The internal accounting session at Shadow Hollow had been scheduled. The charter was restored. The corrective function was being rebuilt in both institutions simultaneously, though at different rates and from different starting points. Hook. He wrote at the bottom of his analysis. The threshold's current proximity, as Xiao communicated in the second impression answer, is 5 to 10 years at the current correction rate. The correction rate depends on the pace of genuine institutional change. The pace of genuine institutional change depends on whether the people leading the institutions have read their own ledgers accurately. He paused and then wrote, "This is the correct moment to conduct the internal accounting session, not because the timing is administratively convenient. Because the people who need to read their own ledgers have had enough recent evidence that what their ledgers contain is real." Chapter 96, he looked at his eye in the mirror on the morning of the internal accounting session and noted what was there. The left eye was significantly older than the right, by his own assessment, 2 decades at minimum. The skin around it was deeply lined. The eye itself was clear in its function, but visibly different from the right eye's appearance. The lens's sustained use had left its physical signature in the tissue around it in the way that all significant cultivation left signatures on the body it inhabited. He did not find this distressing. He found it accurate. The eye looked like what it was, the physical record of the cost of the work. He dressed and went to the accounting session. Lin Zoli had organized the session in the sect's formal assembly chamber, not the council room where operational decisions were made, but the chamber used for significant institutional events. The distinction was deliberate. The council room was for decisions. The assembly chamber was for matters the sect understood as foundational. 9 division heads, 11 senior elders, and 3 representatives from the outer disciples' senior tier. 23 people. Lin had described the attendance list to Wei in advance. He had read all 23 at various levels over his 3 years at Shadow Hollow, and his pre-session assessment was that 15 of the 23 were capable of genuine engagement with the accounting's content, 5 would engage defensively, and 3 were uncertain. Lin opened the session by reading the founding charter's restored full text aloud, not summarized. The full document, including the redacted passage, read in the tone she used for content she wanted people to hear rather than scan. The chamber was quiet throughout. Then she read the silver audit summary that Wei had prepared, the sect's institutional history over its 180 years, organized by period and by the specific gap between the stated institutional purpose and the actual institutional behavior in each period. Wei had written it to be factual rather than prosecutorial, the same register he used for all ledger documentation. When Lin finished reading, there was a silence that lasted approximately 30 seconds. "Hook," Meng Huashang said, from his seat at the far end of the assembly. "I have been in this sect for 40 years. I have contributed to the gap between the stated purpose and the actual behavior during every year of those 40 years, including the years when I knew about the gap." He paused. "That is the accounting this session requires from me. Other people's accounting is their own." Chapter 97 Lin Zoli's authorization for the staged release's final phase arrived 3 days after the internal accounting session. not as a formal directive, as a conversation, at the end of which she said, "Proceed at your judgment. The accountability outcomes belong to the investigation's timeline, not mine." Wei filed the final components through Tiansong's channel in the 48-hour cycle they had established. Grandmother Chui's full testimony, live rather than pre-recorded, delivered to the council's formal hearing by the 80-year-old woman herself, in the specific voice of someone who had been waiting 30 years to say something clearly and was now saying it. The hearing lasted 3 hours. Wei was not present. He monitored it through Tiansong's reports and Hefang's courier network and the Silver Audit's institutional read of the council's response pattern. Yu Chun gave his own testimony on the second day, appearing voluntarily and without advance announcement, as Wei's arrangement had required. He presented the redistribution records alongside the testimony document he had prepared, the full account of the massacre, the cover-up, the 30 years of reparation work, and the specific financial connection to the suppression council's founding that the original records had established. The public response took 2 days to reach the institutional circulation stage. Wei monitored it without surprise. The response was what he had predicted from the Silver Audit's model, a central core of genuine shock, and the specific moral recalibration that an accurate record produced in people who had been operating inside a false one, surrounded by a larger ring of managed institutional response that would take longer to work through its defensive posture. The Council's 3 core members, Hefang reported, have been formally referred to the Grand Alliance's accountability mechanism. The proceeding will take months, but the referral is permanent. Hook, Wei wrote. Third release and testimony complete. Institutional response. Primary shock, secondary defensive posture, tertiary recalibration beginning. Timeline to full accountability proceeding, estimate 4 months. Yu Chen's redistribution plan, 18 months from completion. Grandmother Chui, scheduled to return to her farm next week. She has decided to begin cultivating again at 80 years of age. He paused at the last entry and then wrote, she has found what she is building toward after 30 years of waiting for the testimony to be possible. The accounting gave her the return. Noted, worth witnessing. The corrective function produces outcomes that are not always visible in the formal record but are in the accurate one. Chapter 98, he taught Hefang for 6 hours on the afternoon of the testimony's completion. Not a structured lesson. The kind of teaching that happened when a specific case's recent completion created the conditions for a methodological review that the current moment made possible in a way that an abstract lesson could not replicate. He walked Hefang through the full investigation from the beginning. The Ironwood Marshes, the first reading of the audit points, the Willowstone Valley, the coordinated threat responses, the pardon refusal, the staged release. He explained each decision in its operational context and in its methodological context. Why this raid had been conducted this way, why this decision had prioritized this consideration over that one, why this timing had been correct and this other timing had been wrong. Hefang asked questions throughout. Not the questions of someone checking their understanding, but the questions of someone building a framework, reaching toward the underlying principles that could be applied to situations the specific examples had not covered. Wei noted this as evidence of Hefang's development, the transition from learning specific techniques to learning the capability that generates techniques. The questions Hefang asked were precise in a way that was consistent with the development Wei had been observing across 4 years, but had not previously had the occasion to see applied to the full investigation's methodology in a sustained way. He asked about the timing decisions, not, why did you wait here, but what information would have changed the timing decision, and how did you know when you had enough of it? He asked about the relationship management, not, how did you handle Tiansong, but what is the general principle for managing a cooperative relationship with someone whose institutional constraints are partially opposed to your operational goals? He asked about the failures, not what went wrong, but which part of the failure was your error versus structural constraint, and how do you distinguish them when they produce similar outcomes? These were not questions Wei had taught him to ask. They were the questions Hefang had arrived at through 4 years of his own practice. Wei noted in his ledger, that evening, Hefang's questions during the teaching session revealed a methodological development that is not derived from my methodology, but is parallel to it, developed through the same kind of direct engagement with institutional hypocrisy and the same commitment to accurate accounting that the corruption lens requires as an activation condition. He developed the wisdom without the lens. I have been watching this development and noting its stages. Today was the clearest demonstration of how far the development has reached. He added, I did not produce this. He produced this. I provided the context. The production was his. At the session's end, Hefang said, the 4th entry. Wei said, yes. You said you were changing the character of how you hold the relationship, Hefang said. I have been noting changes in your operational posture over the past 6 months. I want to tell you what I have observed. Wei said, tell me. Yifang said, you have been treating my welfare as a thing in itself rather than as a function of my operational value. The extraction from the border post. The farmhouse. The decision to bring me to meet xianxia. The teaching session today. He paused. I did not know how much of a difference it would make until it was different. Hook, Wei said. I wrote the 4th entry shape in my journal and noted that I did not know how to change what needed to change through procedure. I was correct that the change was not procedural. He paused. What I did not note at the time was that the change was not primarily mine to make. You changed by receiving it differently than you would have received it when you first came to this division. Yifang said, I have been reading people by your methodology for 4 years. I learned what genuine versus performed attention looks like. He said, yes. Yifang said, it was not hard to notice. Wei said, I know. That is the most accurate description of what was wrong with my previous posture. Chapter 99 Kong broadcasts Shadow Hollow's full institutional ledger to every cultivator in the sect on a Sunday evening. Not the private mirror communications he had been using, the complete broadcast, the one the ghost stories had described. Every crime, every atrocity, every internal betrayal, every instance where the sect's actions had caused harm, delivered simultaneously to every person within the sect's spiritual perception range. It lasted 23 minutes. Wei received it in his archive room, where he had been reviewing the investigation's final documentation. He set the documentation down and received the broadcast in the specific posture he had learned for receiving difficult information, fully present, without the analytical overlay he used as a processing mechanism when information required a managed response. 23 minutes of his institution's full, honest record, experienced as directly as Kong could deliver it. He wrote afterward, I knew most of it. The full continuous experience of it is different from the knowing. There is a difference between the knowledge in the ledger and the weight of the ledger experienced without intermediary. I note this as a methodological observation. The lens reads the ledger but does not make the practitioner live in it. Kong's broadcast did the second thing. It was more difficult. He went to the assembly chamber afterward to find Rong Yihua, who was sitting with 3 other elders in the specific configuration of people who had received something significant together and were sitting with it before discussing it. She looked at Wei when he arrived and said nothing for a moment. Then, the sect's complete record. Yes, he said. I have been contributing to it for 15 years, she said. Yes, he said. So have I, she said. Is that what the accounting is supposed to produce? Knowing your contributions to a record like that. Hook. Wei sat down beside her and said, the accounting is supposed to produce accurate knowledge of what has been done and what is owed, so that the next choices are made with the complete picture available. He paused. Whether the knowledge produces change depends on what people do with it. Rong said, and if people do nothing? He said, then the record notes that too. But doing nothing after a complete honest accounting is harder than it was before the accounting. He looked at the assembly chamber's other occupants, 3 elders who had been in Shadow Hollow longer than he had, and who were sitting with the broadcast contents in the specific way of people who were not doing nothing. I believe that. Rong said, so do I. Chapter 100 The message from Kai Ming arrived at dawn. 3 words, carried by a personal courier rather than official channels. The audit fails. Wei was at his desk when it arrived, in the early morning hours when the sect was quiet. He read the message and sat with it for 60 seconds. Then he activated the silver audit at long range, targeting the institutional structure he had been monitoring since Xiaomiao's communications about the threshold, the specific formation layers that Tian Song had described as audit points, and that Wei had come to understand as the mechanism's external indicators. The readings were wrong. Not degraded, wrong. The specific frequency pattern that the mechanism produced when it was operating in its normal threshold management function had changed in a way that was not consistent with normal variation or operational stress. It had changed in the way that a recording device changed when something had altered the input rather than the device itself. The input was false. Someone had corrupted the mechanism's input at the source, not the visible institutional layer that Wei had been reading and working to correct, but the layer above it. The one where Xiaomiao operated and where the accountant's original design ran the audit. Not deterioration, deliberate corruption. He sent a message to Xiaomiao through the method she had given him. Her response arrived an hour later in the impression format. Not 3 words, but the same density as the first impression answers, delivered in the compressed urgent register that the impression format used when the content was time-sensitive. Hook. The impression resolved into the following. The 3rd auditor, the one who had gone silent before Wei had become involved, whose absence Xiaomiao had flagged as unknown status, had not been silent from incapacitation or external interference, but had been compromised internally, had been providing false inputs to the mechanism for an unknown duration. And the entity that had corrupted the auditor was not the threshold entity itself, but something that had been working to create the threshold conditions for longer than the Suppression Council had existed, longer than Shadow Hollow had existed, and knew the accountant's design well enough to subvert it from the inside. Chapter 101. He spent the following week learning what above meant. Xiao Miao's subsequent contact, arriving through the impression method on the second morning after the audit failure message, provided the structural description Wei had been building toward since the Willowstone investigation had expanded beyond its initial parameters. The description was precise and required substantial journaling to preserve at full resolution before the impression faded. The cultivation world operated within a framework of rules and record-keeping that structured how cultivation power interacted with physical reality. The framework was not metaphysical in the religious sense. It was functional, built and maintained by a council of practitioners operating at the celestial realm who had been responsible for the framework's operational continuity for the past 2,000 years. The celestial practitioners did not govern. They maintained the framework's structural integrity in the way that engineers maintained a complex mechanism rather than the way rulers governed a territory. The mechanism had a self-correcting function. The self-correcting function operated on inputs from the mortal cultivation world, the actual state of the institutional landscape, the actual degree of honest function operating within both the idealizing and corrective institutional types. When the institutional function was genuine, the self-correcting mechanism received accurate inputs and could calibrate the threshold properly. When the institutional function was simulated, when the appearances of righteous and corrective operation were maintained, but the actual function had been replaced by institutional self-preservation, the mechanism's inputs were corrupted and its calibration degraded. This was not a new discovery. The accountant had understood this 200 years ago and had built the audit program specifically to monitor the institutional function's authenticity. What was new was the third auditor's compromise. The third auditor had been feeding the mechanism false inputs from inside the audit program. Not the mortal institutional corruption that Wei had been addressing, false readings of the institutional authenticity, falsely reporting genuine function where there was only performance, which had masked the actual threshold approach rate, and had prevented the mechanism from triggering its natural warning signals before the threshold was close enough to matter. Wei wrote, "The mechanism has been receiving false positives for the institutional authenticity inputs. It believed the corrective function was operating at a higher level of genuineness than it actually was. The threshold approach has been faster than either Xiao Miao or I understood because the measurement tool was compromised from inside." He paused. The entity that compromised the third auditor knew the mechanism's design at the level of someone who had studied the accountant's original work. This is not the threshold entity itself. The threshold entity is what the mechanism is designed to contain. This is something that wants the threshold to be reached. Hook. He reached the first practical implication before the second day's journaling was complete. The corruption lens, designed to read the difference between genuine and simulated function, could in principle be applied to the mechanism's input layer directly. Not the mortal institutional layer where he had been operating, but the layer above it, the layer where the false inputs were being introduced, and at Tier 4. If the gold testimony projection could reach that layer, the corrupted inputs could be exposed to the mechanism itself. Chapter 102. Xiao Miao revealed herself on a Thursday. Not the revelation of her nature. Wei had known what she was for months. The revelation was operational. She arrived at Shadow Hollow's gate with her full celestial cultivation present, not reduced to a mortal traveling signature, standing in the entrance to the gate in the specific posture of someone who had decided that the period of deliberate concealment had ended. The gate guard sent for Wei. He came to the gate with Yifeng and found Xiao Miao in the precise cultivation profile she had been maintaining in disguise for 200 years, visible at last in its full scope. She was, as he had read in the impression answers, significantly above any currently active practitioner in the mortal cultivation world. The bronze ledger's institutional read of her full signature produced an output that required the silver audit scale to fully process. A 200-year personal record that had been entirely devoted to a single purpose, with the depth and precision that 2 centuries of dedicated practice produced. She was also exhausted in a way that celestial practitioners were not supposed to be exhausted. The third auditor, Wei said, when she had been brought inside, has been compromised for approximately 40 years, she said. I did not know until 6 weeks ago. The concealment was designed specifically to evade my monitoring methodology. She sat down in the meeting room that Wei had used for significant conversations since the war's end. The false inputs have been running for 40 years. The threshold approach is approximately 12 years ahead of my previous estimate, which puts it at current proximity. Yes. She looked at him with the directness of a person who has run out of the capacity for managed information delivery and is simply stating the situation. The third auditor's current location is known. The entity that compromised her is not the threshold entity. It is something that has been working on the threshold's approach from the mortal cultivation world side, at the institutional level, for longer than the Suppression Council has existed. Longer than Shadow Hollow, Wei said. Yes. She paused. The Suppression Council was a convenient tool, not the primary mechanism. Whatever has been engineering the threshold approach has been doing it through systematic institutional corruption across multiple factions and multiple periods. The Suppression Council was the most recent instrument. There have been others. Wei said, how many others? She said, for that I have confirmed records of, all in the previous 400 years. Each one was a different institutional arrangement, different factions, different periods, different specific mechanisms of suppression, but all serving the same functional purpose, replacing genuine institutional accountability with its simulation, at scale, across enough of the cultivation world's major institutions to produce the degradation in the conversion structure's output quality that the boundary weakening requires. And each one failed, or ended, before reaching critical threshold. Each one was disrupted by the corrective function operating through some combination of the accountant's institutional design, she said. 2 were disrupted by the predecessor audit program's direct intervention. 1 collapsed from internal contradictions. 1 was disrupted by a practitioner whose capability the historical record doesn't fully document. She looked at him. The Suppression Council is the 5th attempt in 400 years. It is the most sophisticated and has run the longest. The entity has been learning from each failed attempt. Wei wrote, 5 suppression architectures across 400 years, each more refined than the last, each disrupted. The 5th has been running for 80 years and has produced the closest threshold approach yet. He looked at the entry. The entity learns faster than the corrective function restores. The accountant's design accounted for this by building a lineage program that would produce a 4th-generation practitioner at the critical period. The timeline assumed the 5th attempt would be the threshold approach. They were correct. Hook. Wei activated the silver audit and read xianxia with her consent, in the full-depth way that he had not read her before because the range limits had prevented it. And what the audit showed him was the specific entry in her 200-year record that she had been managing alone, without assistance, for the past 40 years. The moment when the third auditor went silent and xianxia had not known why. And the 40 years of increasingly uncertain solo monitoring that had followed. And the exhaustion in her signature was not the exhaustion of depleted cultivation, but the exhaustion of someone who had been carrying a weight alone for 4 decades and had just found someone to tell. Chapter 103 The corrupted record's extent became visible over 3 days of sustained collaborative reading. xianxia provided the framework access that Wei's lens needed to reach the mechanism's input layer, the specific spatial guidance that allowed the silver audit to extend its range into the layer above the mortal institutional structure that it had been reading. Without the framework access, the silver audit's range limit would have prevented the read entirely. With it, he read the mechanism's input history. What he found in the input record was a systematic archive of falsification spanning 40 years, the institutional authenticity readings that should have recorded the Suppression Council's formation as a significant negative shift in the corrective function's genuineness instead recorded it as a neutral variation. Every subsequent event that should have triggered the mechanism's natural warning response had been similarly misrecorded. The mechanism had been operating on data that showed the mortal cultivation world as significantly more functionally honest than it actually was. Wei read the full 40-year falsification record in 2 sustained sessions. The reading cost him 3 months on the left eye's aging per session. The framework layer operated at a scale the silver audit had not been designed to reach, and reaching it required sustaining the read at a level that the eye paid for with accelerated cost. He accepted the cost without adjustment to the read. What he found in the first session's output was more intricate than expected. The false entries were not blunt overrides. They were calibrated adjustments, each one individually within the plausible variance that the mechanism's self-checking function tolerated. A single false entry read in isolation would not trigger review. 100 false entries read in isolation would not trigger review. Only when the complete 40-year record was mapped at once, with the silver audit's full institutional pattern recognition operating across the entire timeline simultaneously, did the systematic nature of the falsification become visible. This required exactly the capability he had developed. He understood, reading the pattern, that whoever had constructed the falsification protocol had understood that the mechanism's self-checking function would catch any deviation large enough to be individually significant, and had constructed the falsification specifically to stay below that threshold consistently enough that the cumulative effect would only be visible to a practitioner who could read the complete record at a scale the auditor positions had never been designed to apply. The protocol had been designed to defeat the accountant's original monitoring methodology. It had been designed with knowledge of what that methodology was. He wrote, in the margin of his third session's notes, the falsification design is the institutional equivalent of a cultivation technique specifically constructed to defeat a known opponent's capability. The designer knew the audit methodology and constructed the falsification to exist below the audit's detection threshold at every individual data point. He looked at the note. This is not defensive design. This is designed for a specific target. The designer knew about the accountant's program. The pattern of falsification was not random. It was designed. Each false entry calibrated to remain within normal variation limits for the mechanism's self-checking function, so that the mechanism's own verification processes would not flag the corruption. Whoever had constructed the falsification protocol understood the mechanism's internal architecture. The third auditor was not corrupted by force, Wei said to Xiao after the second session's journaling was complete. No, she said. The falsification protocol's precision requires the cooperation of someone with operational knowledge of the mechanism's design. A forced operation would not have produced this level of calibrated subtlety. He looked at the 40-year pattern he had mapped. She was persuaded. Xiao was quiet. The entry in her record that corresponds to the falsification's beginning, Wei said. Do you know what it contains? No, Xiao said. I have not been able to read her directly since the compromise began. My monitoring methodology is designed to work across distance, but she has been within the range of whatever influence compromised her, which blocks direct read at my capacity level. Hook, Wei said, then I need to read her. He paused. Not from here. From within range. Which means I need to find her. Xiao said. She is in the Eastern Mountains, the territory where your second lineage practitioner has been operating. Wei looked at her steadily. The second lineage practitioner and the compromised auditor are in the same location. Xiao said, yes. Wei said, that is not coincidental. Xiao said no. Chapter 104 Who benefited from the corrupted record was the question Wei worked through on the 2 days before he began planning the Eastern Territory operation. The mechanism's false positive inputs had maintained a higher assessed threshold margin than was real. This had two primary effects. The Celestial Council maintaining the mechanism's structural integrity had not received the signals that would have prompted them to take corrective action, and Xiao audit program had not received the accurate picture that would have escalated her monitoring to the full response phase 40 years earlier. Both effects served the same interest. Whoever was engineering the threshold approach wanted the approach to proceed without intervention until the threshold was close enough that intervention would be insufficient. Wei mapped the beneficiaries. The threshold entity itself, the entity beyond the cultivation world's boundary that the mechanism was designed to contain, would benefit from the approach. But the threshold entity was the containment problem, not the entity that would engineer the containment's failure. It operated beyond the boundary. It could not reach inside to corrupt an internal auditor. He considered the Suppression Council. Its leadership had a clear interest in preventing the accountability that the staged release was producing and an 80-year institutional investment in the suppression of the corrective function. But the Suppression Council had not known about the mechanism's existence. He had confirmed this through the silver audits read of the Council's operational records. The suppression of Shadow Hollow's corrective function and the Grand Alliance's accountability processes had been conducted entirely at the mortal institutional layer, without any evidence that the Council's leadership had been aware of or had access to the framework layer above it. The Suppression Council had been engineering political conditions. The falsification had been engineering threshold conditions. These were different operations. He eliminated the righteous sections. Their leadership had participated in the Suppression Council's activity as clients rather than architects, and their institutional records showed no access to the framework layer or knowledge of the mechanism's design. Their interest was in avoiding accountability, not in reaching the threshold. A threshold breach would not serve the righteous sect's interest. It would destroy the institutional framework their power depended on. He eliminated the dark institutional affiliates, including Shadow Hollow's criminal network. They had no framework access. Their records showed no awareness of the mechanism's existence. He eliminated every mortal institution he had read in 3 years of silver audit operation. What remained was something that was not a mortal institution. something that existed inside the cultivation world's framework but outside the mortal institutional layer had compromised the third auditor. Something with operational knowledge of the mechanism's design, with the cultivation level to influence a practitioner at Xiao Miao's institutional tier, and with a motivation that went beyond the Suppression Council's simple interest in maintaining its power structure. Something that wanted the threshold to be reached because the threshold's outcome served its purpose. He had read 40 years of falsified institutional input records. The falsification's purpose was not to suppress the correction process. It was to delay it, specifically, until the correction process would be insufficient to fully address the threshold's approach. This is not the same timeline as the Suppression Council, Wei said to Hifeng, who had been managing the operational picture while Wei was working through the analysis. The Suppression Council has been operational for 80 years, Hifeng said. The falsification is 40 years old. The Suppression Council and the falsification are not the same mechanism. They serve the same goal, but operate at different institutional layers. Wei looked at the analysis. The Suppression Council is the mortal institutional corruption instrument. The falsification is the heavenly framework instrument. Two separate operations, both serving the same end, coordinated in their timing. Hook, Hifeng said. Whoever coordinates both has access to both layers simultaneously, mortal institutional influence and framework-level access. Wei said, yes, which means what I am looking for in the Eastern Territory is not just the compromised third auditor and the second lineage practitioner. It is the entity that coordinated both the 40-year falsification and the 80-year Suppression Council, which has been operating inside the cultivation world's institutional framework for a period that predates both the Suppression Council and the accountant's death. Chapter 105 The Resource Flow Analysis, conducted at continental scale with the Silver Audit, took 4 days and produced a conclusion that required 3 more days to fully journal before the impression degraded. Wei had learned, in the months since the Silver Audit's breakthrough, that the institutional read at continental scale required not the kind of sustained attention that individual institutional reads demanded, but a different quality. The specific attentiveness of someone who was not looking for anything in particular, but was prepared to notice the thing that did not fit the pattern when it appeared. What did not fit the continental pattern appeared on the second day. A neutral territory in the Eastern Mountain Range, not a sect territory, not a righteous or dark institutional affiliation, but a valley of exceptional spiritual density that had been operating as a neutral zone for a period the Silver Audit's historical layer assessed as significantly longer than the current institutional framework's existence. The valley received spiritual energy from the surrounding territory through a network of minor formations that the Silver Audit identified as old construction, old enough to predate the current cultivation world's institutional architecture, built in the same period as the mechanism the accountant had designed. The valley was receiving energy from the surrounding territory continuously, and the energy was being converted into something that the Silver Audit identified as a specific output signature, not standard cultivation energy, not the ambient spiritual density that natural formations produced, but a directed output aimed at the mechanism's input layer. The faith mechanism, Wei said. Xiao Miao confirmed it. The mechanism she had described in her earlier contacts. The faith conversion structure from the pre-accountant era that converted righteous institutional belief into boundary-stabilizing energy was in this valley, and it had been operating continuously, and it required genuine institutional belief as its input. The falsification's 40-year purpose was now clear. Wei wrote, the faith mechanism's conversion structure requires genuine institutional belief as its input because the boundary-stabilizing energy it produces is frequency-matched to authentic faith rather than performed faith. A practitioner who genuinely believes in their institution's legitimacy contributes clean energy through the conversion structure. A practitioner who performs institutional belief without genuine engagement contributes energy with gaps, the same kind of gap in the spiritual fabric that the corruption lens read as the difference between authentic and simulated institutional function. He looked at the 40-year timeline. The Suppression Council's engineering of simulated righteous institutional function has been degrading the conversion structure's output quality for 80 years, he said. But the degradation was gradual, within the mechanism's tolerance range for the first 40 years. The falsified inputs prevented the mechanism from recognizing the degradation and triggering its natural warning function. He paused. 40 years ago, the degradation reached a level where the mechanism should have begun issuing warnings that would have prompted corrective intervention. The falsification prevented that. The mechanism continued calibrating as if the conversion structure's output quality was within tolerance when it was not. Xiao Miao said, the entity has been managing the gap between the actual conversion quality and the mechanism's assessed conversion quality for 40 years. It required both the falsification to prevent the mechanism from detecting the gap and the suppression council to maintain the degradation at a rate that would reach critical threshold within a useful time frame. Wei said, two coordinated operations at two different institutional layers, running in parallel for 40 years. Yes. And before 40 years ago, before the third auditor's compromise, the entity was operating the faith mechanism's conversion structure, but the degradation was within tolerance, so no intervention was necessary and no falsification was required. Correct. The suppression council's formation began the accelerated degradation. The entity compromised the third auditor to prevent the mechanism from detecting the acceleration. She looked at him. The entity did not create the suppression council. The suppression council created the opportunity the entity needed. Hook. Wei said, the falsified inputs to the heavenly mechanism maintained artificially high institutional authenticity readings, which meant the mechanism was calibrated as if the corrective function was operating effectively. With the corrective function appearing to function effectively, the righteous institution's belief in their own legitimacy remained artificially high, because the external validation that the mechanism provided was being falsified along with the inputs. He looked at Xiaomiao. The entity is manufacturing righteous institutional belief by falsifying the mechanism's output to the institutions. It has been feeding manufactured faith into the conversion structure for 40 years. And the conversion structure's output, the boundary stabilizing energy, has gaps in it that manufactured faith produces, gaps that the threshold entity can use. Xiaomiao said, yes. Wei said, tell me about the entity in the valley. Chapter 106. The faith mechanism's history predated the accountant by 600 years. Xiaomiao's account of it required 3 hours to deliver and another 2 days to fully integrate into Wei's operational picture. She had known about the mechanism for 200 years, but had not known about its current operational corruption until the third auditor's compromise created the connection between the falsification and the mechanism's outputs. The mechanism had been built by a predecessor framework of the current Celestial Council to solve a specific problem. The boundary that contained the threshold entity required energy to maintain, and the energy source that was most readily available in the mortal cultivation world was the collective belief of large numbers of practitioners in the legitimacy of their institutional frameworks. Not faith in a religious sense. The mechanism did not care about the content of belief, only its authenticity and volume. Genuine institutional faith produced clean energy. Simulated institutional faith, the performed belief of practitioners going through correct motions without genuine engagement, produced energy with gaps in it. The accountant had understood this mechanism and had built the corrective function specifically to maintain institutional authenticity at a level that kept the faith mechanism's output clean. What neither the accountant nor anyone since had accounted for was the possibility of an entity that operated inside the mortal cultivation world's framework with the specific capability to manufacture simulated institutional faith and feed it into the mechanism in place of the genuine article, creating gaps in the boundary's energy supply while maintaining the appearance of sufficient output. The entity in the valley was not new. It was old, older than the mechanism, old enough to have been present when the mechanism was built, which meant it had been watching the mechanism for 600 years and had understood, over that period, how to corrupt the mechanism's operation from the inside. How long has it been operating the faith mechanism conversion structure? Wei asked. 600 years, Xiaomiao said. It did not build the conversion structure. The conversion structure predates the entity's arrival in the valley. What the entity did was discover the structure, understand its operation, and begin feeding it the specific input it required. Manufactured institutional faith, produced by sustaining the appearance of legitimate institutional function while suppressing the genuine article. Wei wrote, the entity has been using the conversion structure for 600 years. It did not need to understand the mechanism's full design. It needed to understand the conversion structure's specific input requirements. That is correct, Xiaomiao said. The conversion structure is not complex at the input level. It requires genuine institutional belief. For most of its operational period, the entity was managing the conversion structure's output carefully, keeping it just sufficient to maintain the boundary's stability, because a collapsed boundary serves the threshold entity's immediate interests but does not serve the valley entity's long-term strategy. Its long-term strategy is different from the threshold entity's. The threshold entity wants to breach the boundary and enter the cultivation world. The valley entity wants the cultivation world's energy architecture reconfigured in the way that a threshold breach would produce, without being caught in the breach's immediate disruption. She looked at him. They have compatible objectives, but different timelines and different interests in the mechanism's specific failure mode. Wei mapped this. Two entities with partially aligned objectives. The Valley entity engineering the threshold conditions. The threshold entity ready to exploit the conditions once they were sufficient. Neither fully aware of the other's complete strategy. He wrote, the Valley entity and the threshold entity are not working together in the coordinated sense. They are working in parallel, each toward its own objective, which happen to require the same intermediate condition, a boundary sufficiently weakened to permit threshold breach. The Valley entity is engineering that condition. The threshold entity is waiting for it. Neither requires the other's cooperation or awareness. He looked at the analysis. This is the corrective function's advantage, he said. An entity that has been patient for 600 years has developed a long-term strategy. A long-term strategy has internal logic. Internal logic produces predictable decision points. He paused. When the corrective function restores genuine institutional function, when the gold testimony projection corrects the mechanism's inputs, the Valley entity faces a decision. Accelerate the breach attempt despite insufficient conditions, adapt to the new corrective pressure, or withdraw. And you can read which decision it is making, Xianxia said. Yes, in real time. He closed the journal. That is the operational plan. Which means the Valley entity has an interest in the timing, he said. Yes. A breach that occurs before the Valley entity has completed its preparation would not serve the Valley entity's purpose. It has been managing the conversion structure's output to maintain the appearance of sufficient boundary stability while the approach rate accelerates. It is managing the timing of the breach, Wei said, not just engineering the conditions. Yes. It is not the threshold entity, Wei said. No, Xianxia said. The threshold entity is what the boundary contains. This entity is on our side of the boundary. It has been here for the entire period of the mechanism's operation. It is not trying to breach the boundary itself. It is trying to weaken the boundary so that the threshold entity can breach it. Why? Xianxia was quiet for a moment. The threshold entity and the entity in the valley are not the same class of being. But they share a property. They both have a different relationship to the cultivation world's energy than the beings that naturally reside in it. When the threshold entity breaches the boundary's collapse would reconfigure the energy architecture of the cultivation world in ways that would benefit both. Wei said, the entity in the valley is not destroying the cultivation world. It is engineering a reconfiguration that serves both its interests and the threshold entities. Yes. Hook. He read the analysis and wrote, the enemy is not malevolent in the way that malevolence requires motivation. It is purposive. It has a specific goal. It has been working toward that goal for 600 years. It has built in patience what it could not achieve through force. He paused. This is the most difficult class of adversarial entity I have encountered in my career. One whose ledger contains no fabrication, no self-deception, no gap between what it is and what it presents itself as, because it has never needed to present itself as anything other than what it is to anyone who could do anything about it. Chapter 107. He told Lin Zoli and He Fong and Rong Yihua simultaneously, in the meeting room that had become the investigation's primary working space. He told them the full picture, the threshold entity, the valley's entity, the 40-year falsification, the faith mechanism, the manufactured gap, and the connection to the second lineage practitioner and the compromised third auditor in the Eastern Territory. He did not simplify it. He had been working for years with the specific approach of presenting complete information and letting the people he worked with reach their own conclusions rather than presenting conclusions and asking for agreement. This meeting was the same approach at higher stakes. When he finished, Rong said, we are 4 people and a celestial cultivator who has been managing a 200-year investigation alone. What is the actual practical path forward? Wei said, 3 components. The first, I traveled to the Eastern Territory with He Fong to locate the third auditor and the second lineage practitioner. I need to read the third auditor directly to understand the nature of the compromise and whether it can be reversed. I need to read the second lineage practitioner to understand their current operational picture and whether we are dealing with the same situation from their end that we have been dealing with from ours. The second, Rong said. The second, Xianxia reestablishes contact with the remaining functional elements of the Celestial Council, the members who are not compromised, to coordinate a response at the framework level. The mechanism's corrupted inputs need to be corrected at the source, which requires access that is above my operational ceiling. And the third, Wei said, the entity in the valley needs to be read at the lens's maximum effective range, and the read needs to be projected, not to the entity, but to the Celestial Council and to the mortal cultivation world's institutional structure simultaneously, in a format that exposes what the entity has been doing to every entity that has been affected by its operations. He paused. This is the gold testimony function that Tier 4 provides. I am not at Tier 4 yet, but the analysis suggests that the scale of what this operation requires will trigger the breakthrough. Hook, Fong said. When do we leave for the Eastern Territory? Wei said, tomorrow morning. Rong said, I'm coming. Wei looked at her shoulder. She met his eyes. He said, I know. She said, I'm coming. He said, yes. He had decided before she said it that the correct posture was not to make the operational argument and override it. The correct posture was to let Rong make her own trade-off with full information and respect the decision. We leave at first light. Chapter 108. Kai Ming arrived at Shadow Hollow at noon on the day they were preparing to depart. Not announced. Not through official channels. She appeared at the gate in the manner she had appeared at the border before the war. Already decided. Moving at the pace of someone who had completed their assessment before departure and was not waiting for anyone else's. Wei met her at the gate with the specific quality of assessment he had always brought to meetings with Kai Ming. Read first, respond after. The silver audit confirmed. Her current state was the state of someone who had completed their own independent investigation and had reached the same conclusion from a different approach vector. Her ledger showed the past 2 weeks as a sustained investigation of the mechanism's anomalous behavior from the void-crossing combat practitioner's perspective. She had been reading the framework layer through a method that her cultivation level enabled, a force read rather than the analytical read that the lens produced, and the two methods had converged on the same conclusion. Hook. They went through the full picture together. Wei presenting the lens's analytical findings, Kai Ming presenting her force read of the framework layer's current state, the two accounts filling in each other's gaps with the precision of two complete pictures viewed from different angles. And at the end, Kai Ming said, the entity in the valley is not what the Suppression Council thought they were working with. They thought they were working with an ancient intelligence that wanted institutional stability. They were working with something that wanted institutional stability specifically because it needed manufactured faith at scale. Wei said, yes. The Suppression Council was never an end in itself. It was a faith production mechanism. Kai Ming said, that is the most disturbing reading of the past 80 years I have heard. Wei said, it is the accurate one. Chapter 109. They gathered at the location Xiao Miao designated on the morning of the Eastern Territory departure. Not the full group traveling together. The logistics were more complex than that. Kai Ming traveled at void-crossing pace, which was not compatible with the group's broader movement requirements. She would meet them at the Eastern Mountain approach point in 3 days, having covered a distance that would take the rest of the group 6. What they did in the morning gathering was more important than logistics. They were in the same room, operating without pretense, and Wei read all of them one more time before the operation's active phase began. Tian Song had come at Wei's request. He had been managing the formal accountability proceedings from the Alliance's official side and had not been involved in the threshold-level operation, which had been kept separate from the institutional investigation until this moment. Wei read the room. Tian Song, genuine, constrained by his institutional position, bringing the specific usefulness of someone who had access to official channels that none of the others possessed and who had chosen, consistently, to push those channels toward the complete record rather than the convenient record. 12 entries in his ledger that he had told himself the truth about. 200 usable honest entries. A practitioner who could not fully escape the constraint he operated within and had found ways to work anyway. Lin Zoli, not physically present. She was managing Shadow Hollow's institutional operations during the external operation, but represented in the operational plan by her authorization, which carried the full weight of the sect's institutional commitment. Liang Qiu, present, managing the operations communication architecture with the specific competence of someone who had built their expertise outside institutional allegiances and could therefore see across them. Rong Yihua, present, shoulder at 80% of its pre-injury capacity, warm with the specific warmth of someone who had been doing difficult work for a long time and was not tired of it. Fong, present, reading the room with a specific version of Wei's methodology that he had developed over 4 years into something genuinely his own. Xiao Miao, present, 200-year institutional record fully visible, the exhaustion she had been carrying replaced by something Wei read as focused. Hook, Wei said, all present, all honest. The records are what they are. He looked at the room. The operation's objective is not to destroy the entity in the valley. It is to expose what it has been doing to every party that has the institutional authority to respond to the exposure. The Celestial Council's uncorrupted members, the mortal cultivation world's major institutional leaders, and the mechanism itself. The gold testimony function, if it reaches the threshold I believe this operation will produce, projects the complete record to every entity within range simultaneously. He looked at Tian Song. When the projection reaches the Alliance's institutional structure, Everything the Suppression Council was doing and the mechanism behind it will be in the public record. Tian Song said, "You are giving the official investigation everything it needs." Wei said, "I am giving every honest entity in the cultivation world what they need to do their own work." Chapter 110. The gold testimony breakthrough arrived not at the moment Wei had predicted, but at the moment the operation required it. They were 4 days into the Eastern Mountain Territory when the silver audit reached its extension limit and pushed through. The moment was not dramatic. He was reading the territorial institutional structure at long range, reaching toward the valley's eastern approach, and the silver audit's range limit reached the specific saturation point that the previous tier breakthroughs had each reached before they expanded. He felt the familiar wall of the ability's current boundary. He pushed. Tier 4 opened. Gold testimony. The capability was immediately different from everything below it. Not a deeper version of the silver audit's institutional read, but a different dimension of the lens's function. The lens had been reading until now, consuming information, building picture, producing understanding that existed in Wei's awareness and his ledger. Gold testimony projected. The ability to send the record outward. To project what the lens had read into the shared perceptual field of every entity within range, simultaneously, so that what Wei had seen became available to be seen by everyone. The cost was immediate and significant. Both eyes temporarily compromised, the projection function requiring the entire lens's capacity for its duration, and afterward 3 days in which the lens would not function at all. He tested the function briefly and conservatively, a small projection, limited range, directed at Hefeng specifically. Hefeng received it. He was quiet for a moment after the projection's end. Then he said, "I saw what you saw when you read the Willowstone Valley." Wei said, "Yes, that is the function's output." "Hook," Hefeng said, "when you use it at the operation's full scale, projecting the entity's complete record to every entity in range, how many will receive it?" Wei said, "Everyone with functional institutional awareness within approximately 500 miles. At this location, that includes the Celestial Council's monitoring positions, the major righteous and dark sect institutional structures, every independent practitioner operating at domain opening and above, and Xiaomiao's audit mechanism directly." Hefeng was quiet. "That is the cultivation world's full institutional architecture." Wei said, "Yes." Hefeng said, "And the entity in the valley will know you are doing it." Wei said, "Yes." Hefeng said, "What does it do when it knows?" Wei said, "Everything it has been doing for 600 years without being visible. We will see it for the first time." Chapter 111. The third auditor's name was Lian Yua. They found her not in the valley itself, but at its eastern approach. A woman of approximately 180 years, which was visible in her cultivation signature's specific old construction quality rather than in physical aging, operating at a level significantly above anything Wei could engage with directly. She was in the functional state that the silver audit identified as compromised, not overtly controlled, not obviously occupied, but with a specific distortion in the institutional ledger layer that indicated the presence of an external influence on her operational decision-making. She was reading them. She had been reading them since they entered the Eastern Mountain Territory 3 days ago. Wei recognized the institutional signature now as the same third-party read he had registered during the Willowstone Valley's initial investigation, the presence that had been watching without approach. She had been tracking the group's movements and had been allowing it. Wei said, "You know we are here." She said, "Yes." "You allowed our approach." "Yes." She looked at him with the specific quality of a person who had been managing a constrained position for a very long time and was now within range of someone who could read the constraint's nature. "Read me." He activated the silver audit at full capacity and read her. The compromise was not a control mechanism, not the kind of direct overriding that force-compromised practitioners experienced. It was a persuasion, exactly as Wei had theorized. 40 years ago, the entity in the valley had presented Lian Yuha with an argument, and the argument had been sufficiently accurate about specific real problems in the accountant's institutional design that she had accepted a conclusion that was false while believing it was the honest analytical outcome. The entity had told her that the threshold entity's containment was not necessary, that the threshold entity's entry into the cultivation world would produce the reconfiguration that the world's institutional corruption required, a reset that would eliminate the accumulated institutional pathology and allow the corrective and idealist functions to begin fresh. The argument was sophisticated and was wrong in the specific way that arguments about beneficial destruction were always wrong. It treated the destruction as clean when the destruction produced by a threshold event was not clean, not selective, not corrective in the way the argument claimed. She had believed it for 40 years. Hook. Wei spent 15 minutes reading the full argument that had compromised her, tracing it through the silver audit's historical layer, and then he said to her, "The argument you accepted was accurate about the accountant's institutional design failing. It was not accurate about the threshold entity's reconfiguration being corrective. The entity in the valley told you the reconfiguration would eliminate institutional corruption. It did not tell you that the threshold entity's entry eliminates the framework itself, not the institutional corruption within the framework, but the structural conditions that make institutional function possible at all. There would be no reset." She looked at him steadily. "Show me." Chapter 112. The entity in the valley detected Wei's full-capacity read of Lian Yuha and responded. Not physically, it did not move from the valley. It sent representatives, 3 practitioners who had been in Shadow Hollow's Suppression Council sphere of influence and who had been converted from council members to something more directly under the entity's influence when the council's dismantlement had removed their institutional protections. Kai Ming, who had arrived at the Eastern Mountain approach point the day before, met them before they reached Wei's position. The engagement was void crossing level on Kai Ming's side and significantly below that on the representative side, which made the fight brief in the way that seriously asymmetric engagements were brief. Not a demonstration of superior technique, just force differential applied efficiently. Kai Ming did not eliminate them. She incapacitated the 2 who committed to the engagement and read the third. Wei could see her doing it, the force read method producing a different kind of assessment than the lens, but producing similar information, and the third, once read, did not engage. They were looking for the specific information Wei carries, Kai Ming said, when she reached their position. Not to damage him. To identify whether the gold testimony preparation has begun. It has, Wei said. Then the entity in the valley knows it has, and is managing the time pressure, she said. How long does your projection preparation require? I can project immediately, Wei said. The Tier 4 breakthrough is complete, and the capability is available. What I need before I project is the read of the entity's full record, which requires approaching the valley and reading it at close enough range for the full institutional history to be legible. The projection is only useful if it contains the entity's complete 600-year record. Hook. Kai Ming looked at the valley's direction and said, "The entity in the valley is not going to sit while you walk to it and read it at close range." Wei said, "No, it is going to attempt to prevent the read." He paused, "Which is why the plan is not for me to walk to it alone." He looked at Kai Ming. "I read at close range. You prevent the attempt. The time required for a complete institutional read of a 600-year record at silver audit level is approximately 20 minutes. Kai Ming said, 20 minutes is a significant combat duration at void crossing level. Wei said, "Yes." She said, "I am aware." He said, 20 minutes is what I need to give you something that ends this in a way that force alone cannot end it. She said, 20 minutes. Chapter 113. The battle in the valley was simultaneous with the read. Wei stood at the valley's center with the silver audit at maximum capacity, reading the entity's 600-year institutional record, while Kai Ming managed everything the entity deployed to prevent the read from completing. The entity in the valley was not a combatant. It was an old intelligence that had been operating inside the cultivation world's institutional framework for 6 centuries and whose primary operational mode was institutional manipulation rather than direct force. What it could deploy was the specific arsenal of an entity that had spent 600 years accumulating influence inside every major institutional structure in the cultivation world. Compromised practitioners it had persuaded over decades, maintained relationships across faction lines, and the specific spatial authority of something that had been operating in the valley's spiritual geography long enough to be embedded in it. The corruption lens read all of it. The read was not Wei's standard institutional history assessment. The entity's record was not organized the way a human institution's record was organized, not around individual decisions and collective patterns, but around a single sustained purpose executed across epochs with the patience of something that measured time in centuries rather than years. Reading it required the silver audit to adapt to a record structure it had not been designed for, which Wei experienced as the specific effort of reading in a second language rather than his first. He adapted. Rome was in the valley's northern approach, coordinating the combat support functions. The 3 combat elders from Shadow Hollow's division, positioned at specific points that Wei had assessed before entry, running interdiction on the entity's peripheral deployments that Kai Ming's void crossing engagement was too large-scale to address. She was directing them with the tactical intelligence Wei had fed her through the lens's output feed, which Yifeng was managing as the information relay between Wei's read and the tactical picture. Yifeng was doing, in the middle of an active operation, what Wei had been teaching him for 4 years. He was doing it correctly. Hook. At the 12-minute mark, Kai Ming took a direct strike from the entity's primary deployed practitioner. A void crossing adjacent technique that she deflected rather than absorbed, but that pushed her back 4 meters and exposed a gap in the valley's coverage pattern that Wei's peripheral awareness caught simultaneously with the read. And Wei noted the gap and noted that his awareness of the gap had produced a response pattern in his processing that the 4th entries earlier. Journaling had identified as the specific thing to watch. He was continuing the read rather than interrupting it to manage the gap, which was the correct operational decision. And he was maintaining the read while the part of his awareness not occupied with the read noted with specific concern that Rome was in the valley's northern approach and the gap was in the northern coverage pattern. Chapter 114 Rong Yihua was hit in the valley's northern approach by a force technique that came through the gap in the coverage pattern while Kai Ming was managing her own engagement position. The hit was serious. Wei was at minute 14 of the read, 6 minutes from completion. The Silver Audit's institutional read of the entity's 600-year record was at the depth required for the gold testimony projection to contain the full picture. 6 minutes remained. He heard Rong's intake of breath from the northern approach. He continued the read. Not because the operational decision was without cost. The cost was fully present in his awareness, fully felt, fully registered in the part of his processing that the 4th entry's work had reoriented. He continued the read because Rome was not incapacitated and the projection's completion was the outcome that made this moment worth entering. And stopping at minute 14 of 20 meant starting over or giving up. And starting over or giving up meant the entity in the valley ran its operations for another century, and the boundaries gaps accumulated until the threshold entity breached it, and nothing that was precious about the cultivation world was preserved. He continued the read. He felt all of it. Yifang had already redirected to Rong's position through the tactical relay. He had caught the gap in the coverage pattern through the information feed and had adjusted before Wei registered it consciously. The 3 combat elders were moving. The northern approach was not undefended. At minute 16, Yifang's voice in the relay said, "She is stable." Standing up. At minute 17, Rong's voice in the relay said, "Still here." Hook. At minute 19, Wei reached the deepest layer of the entity's 600-year record and found what he had been working toward. The specific moment, 580 years ago, when the entity had first been aware of the faith mechanism's design and had begun its patient long-term work to position itself inside the cultivation world's institutional architecture, and the full picture was complete. And the read was complete, and he activated gold testimony. Chapter 115, the projection, lasted 12 minutes. Not the 30 seconds he had tested on Yifang. The full gold testimony at continental range with a 600-year institutional record at the Silver Audit's deepest historical resolution required 12 minutes to transmit at the threshold of full comprehension for every receiving entity. During those 12 minutes, Wei experienced the specific state that gold testimony produced at its operational ceiling. The lens running at every available capacity, both eyes giving everything they had to the projection function, the projection reaching outward in all directions simultaneously to every entity in the 500-mile range who had functional institutional awareness. What the entities in that range received was not a narration. It was an experience, the same kind of experience the bronze ledger produced when it delivered a person's history through direct impression rather than description. They received the entity's 600-year record as a direct understanding, bypassing the interpretive layer that language produced. Every Celestial Council member within range received it. Every major sect leader with institutional awareness, righteous and dark both. Every independent practitioner at domain opening and above. Xiaomiao's audit mechanism received it directly. Kai Ming, holding her engagement position while Wei projected, said afterward that the 12 minutes felt like she was simultaneously fighting a void crossing engagement and watching a 600-year history unfold in her awareness, and that the experience was specifically disorienting in the way that encountering the complete honest record of something you had been working around without knowing what it was produces. The entity in the valley, when the projection began, had responded the only way a 600-year intelligence that had never been fully visible responds to sudden complete exposure. It stopped. Not destroyed. Not incapacitated. It stopped because its operation had been built on a specific condition, that what it was doing was not visible to the entities that could respond to it, and that condition had ceased to exist. Hook. Wei completed the projection and experienced the gold testimony's cost coming due. Both eyes compromised for 3 days. The left eye's additional permanent aging that the Tier 4 function required on top of the projection's base cost. The specific deep ache of an ability that had been operated at maximum capacity and was now settling into its post-use state. And Yifang's voice in the relay said, "Every position in the valley is stabilized," and Kai Ming's voice said, "The entities. Deployments have withdrawn." and Rong Yihua walked to where Wei was standing with both eyes temporarily unable to read anything, and said, "I have you." And he reached for her hand, and she was there. Chapter 116. His vision returned in the order the costs pattern had established. Right eye first, 48 hours after the projection's completion, functioning but slower than its pre-gold testimony baseline. Left eye at 72 hours, with the permanent difference that the Tier 4 advancement had produced, the left eye's biological function nearly absent, what it provided being only the lens's red rather than natural light and natural color. He was not blind in the left eye. He could see through the lens. The lens showed him everything the corruption lens was designed to show. What he could not do was look at something with his left eye and see it without the lens's layer. He processed this for the 3 days of recovery in the Eastern Mountain Camp, where he, Fong, and Rong had established operations after the Valley engagement. The right eye's assessment of the camp, a standard field camp, tents, cooking fire, the specific practical organization that he, Fong, applied to logistical situations. Rong's face across the fire, the physical features of someone he had known for 3 years at the level of both professional proximity and the more specific proximity the journal entries had been working toward. The left eye's assessment of the same camp. He, Fong's ledger, visible in the ambient institutional signature of his daily activity, growing and deepening in the specific way that a person's ledger grew when they were doing meaningful work. Rong's ledger, the long, honest record that had always been his favorite reading in the sect. The camp's formation quality, the lens registering the spatial architecture. He adjusted to seeing both simultaneously. The eye, Rong said, on the second evening. Functional, he said. Different. Different how? It sees the lens's output rather than the natural visual field, he said. I can read anyone within range at all times now. Not at full read capacity, but the ambient ledger signature is continuously present. He paused. It will require adjustment to social situations where the continuous read was not previously operating. She said, "You mean you can see my ledger right now?" "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. "Then what does it show?" He looked at her with both eyes, the right showing her physical presence in the firelight, the left showing the honest, accumulated record of a person who had been doing genuine work for a long time and had never pretended the work was something it was not. He said, "It shows what it has always shown. Someone worth reading." Hook. She was quiet for a long moment, and then she said, "When we return to Shadow Hollow, when all of this is settled and the institutional work is back to its ordinary pace, and the lens is not being used at maximum capacity every week, I would like you to read me one more time. Not operationally, not as a record." He looked at her with both eyes. "I understand," he said. "When we return." Chapter 117. Lian Yu has stayed in the Eastern Mountain Territory for the 3 days of Wei's recovery. She and Xiao Miao were in conversation for most of those 3 days, 40 years of maintained false belief being reviewed against the accurate record that Wei's projection had made available to every receiving entity, including the compromised auditor herself. Wei was not part of the conversation. He was recovering, and He Fong was managing the operational outputs. On the 3rd day, Lian Yuha found Wei at the camp's edge. She stood beside him for a moment before speaking. Her cultivation signature was beginning to show the specific quality of correction, not the dramatic change of a cleared constraint, but the gradual realignment of someone whose analytical framework has been updated with accurate information and is integrating the update. "You showed me the entity's full record," she said. "Yes," he said. "The projection reached everyone in range." "I was in range." She was quiet. "I have been providing false inputs to the mechanism for 40 years on the basis of an argument that I now understand was specifically constructed to exploit the weaknesses in my analytical framework." She paused. "The argument was accurate about the weaknesses. It was not accurate about the conclusion," Wei said. "The most persuasive false arguments are built on accurate premises. I should have verified the conclusion against a second analytical source." "Yes," Wei said. "That is the methodological lesson." He paused. "It is easier to identify after the fact than before it. That is a different lesson." She was quiet for a longer moment. "Can the inputs be corrected?" "Xiao Miao believes so," Wei said. "The mechanism's self-correcting function was never compromised, only its inputs. When the inputs return to accuracy, the mechanism recalibrates from its current miscalibration to the correct baseline." He paused. "It will take some time. The 40-year drift requires sustained correct input before the mechanism's calibration fully corrects." "Hook," she said, "I will provide the correct inputs." She looked toward the valley below them, the mechanism running in the background of the landscape, visible to Wei's lens as the specific institutional signature of a constructed function operating at partial capacity. "I owe the work." Wei said. "Yes. Both things are noted, what you did under the compromise and what you are doing now." She said. The ledger remains accurate. He said, the ledger is always accurate. He paused. That is both the difficulty and the point. Chapter 118 The Aftermath extended over 3 months. Wei had been in major operations for 3 years and had developed a particular relationship with the period after significant operations. Not relief, not celebration, but the specific state of someone who had been running at sustained capacity and was now operating at the ordinary rate that the work required when the extraordinary circumstances had passed. The gold testimony's projection had produced institutional consequences that required management. The Celestial Council's uncorrupted members, having received the entity's 600-year record, had convened within 48 hours and had begun the formal process of addressing the mechanism's corrupted inputs. Xiao Miao was in direct contact with them for the first time in 40 years. The false audit data had convinced the council that the threshold was well managed, which had meant Xiao Miao's urgent escalations had been treated as overcautious rather than accurate, and her access had been effectively limited. With the accurate picture available, that access was restored. The entity in the valley was still present. This was the fact that required the most careful management in the operation's aftermath. Wei had exposed the entity's record and had removed the operational condition that the entity's work required, the invisibility, but he had not destroyed the entity. It had not been destroyed. It had been exposed, which was the corruption lens's function. What happened to something that had been operating in the cultivation world for 600 years after its operations were fully visible to the Celestial Council was a question that was above Wei's operational ceiling. Kai Ming had stayed to manage the valley's perimeter. She was, as she had told him at the border before the war, a weapon with a sense of justice, not a judge. The weapon's function in the valley's aftermath was to ensure that the entity's adjustment to its new condition of full visibility did not produce a different kind of harm than its previous invisible operation had. She sent reports through official channels. She was thorough. Hefeng had identified the second lineage practitioner. They had been in the valley's northern territory during the engagement, operating independently with a version of the same investigation that Wei had been conducting from Shadow Hollow. Same purpose, different approach, same conclusions. Hefeng had made contact after the projection and had been in correspondence for 3 weeks. Hook, the second lineage practitioner's name was not yet known to Wei in full. Hefeng had been careful about the contact's pace, introducing the communication slowly rather than arriving with the full picture immediately, which was the correct methodology for a person who had been operating independently and needed to reach the connection at their own pace. But the preliminary correspondence had established that they had arrived at the same understanding of the threshold's nature through a different path, and that the path they had taken had included a specific piece of information about the entity in the valley that Wei had not yet read. Chapter 119 The projection's cost had a delayed component. He discovered this on the 30th day after the valley operation, when the silver audit's capacity for sustained long-range read had not returned to its pre-projection baseline despite the standard recovery period having passed. The left eye's lens function was fully operational. The silver audit could reach its normal range. But the specific depth and sustained capacity that the silver audit had reached in the 600-year red, the adaptation to record structures that were not organized in standard institutional patterns, had been a one-time extension. The ability to read a non-human institutional record at that depth would require the same kind of re-extension the next time it was needed. He noted this in his ledger. The delayed cost was not a loss, it was a calibration. The capability was still present. The specific extended reach had required full operational commitment of the kind that the projection had required and was not ordinarily accessible without that commitment. Xiao Miao confirmed this when he described it to her. Tier 4 is designed for specific operations, she said. The gold testimony function at the scale you used, it is not a routine capability. It is a decisive one, something you use when the operation stakes are at the level of the threshold event. She paused. The accountant's original design for the lineage included this specific architecture. The decisive capabilities are costly precisely so that they are used decisively. Tier 5, Wei said. Xiao Miao said. Tier 5 will require the left eye itself, not the lens function, the biological tissue of the eye. Full sacrifice. What you see through it after Tier 5 will be only what the lens shows. Wei had known this from the impression answers. He had been living with the knowledge for months. It did not feel abstract any longer. It felt like a thing he had looked at carefully and had made a preliminary internal decision about without fully articulating the decision. The crimson verdict function, he said. Rewrite a faction's public record permanently. Crimes become indelible in the ambient spiritual fabric, readable by anyone with any spiritual sense who approaches. She looked at him. The indelible record. Not the lens showing you what is hidden. The hiding permanently ended. Hook, he said, the entity in the valley. The 40-year falsification. The mechanism's corrupted input history. He looked at Xiaomiao. If the Crimson Verdict writes the entity's operations into the ambient spiritual fabric of the valley itself, permanently readable, indelible, then the entity's operational condition of necessary invisibility is not just temporarily removed by the gold testimony projection. It is permanently removed by the fabric of the location. She was quiet for a long time. Yes, she said. That is what Tier 5 would do. He said, I need 30 days before I decide. Chapter 1:20 The boundary held for the 30 days. Kai Ming's reports from the valley were consistent. The entity had not made any move toward the threshold since the gold testimony projection had removed its operational invisibility. It was, as far as her force read could assess, in the specific condition of an intelligence that has lost its primary operational method and is assessing what comes next. It is not a threat in the same way it was, she wrote in the 30-day report. It is still present. Its purpose is unchanged. Its methods are unavailable. She had added, it has been in this valley for 600 years. Whatever it does next will be deliberate, not reactive. Wei spent the 30 days doing what he had never done in his professional life. He read people for no purpose other than to witness. He read Rong Yihua's full history with her consent, and they talked for 3 hours. Not about the work, about the life that had been running alongside the work. He read Yifang's current ledger and told him what he found in it that Yifang did not know about himself. The specific shape of the courage Yifang had been developing over 4 years, which looked from the outside different than it looked from the inside. He read Grandmother Cui one final time from a distance, through the Eastern Mountain Territory's institutional fabric, and found her cultivation active and steady for the first time in 30 years. He read Liang Qiu, who sighed and said, I expected you to do this at some point. He did not read Meng Huoshang again. The entry was in his ledger. The accounting was complete. What Meng did with the 40-year-old knowledge that Kong had given him in the direct broadcast was Meng's operational decision, and Wei had decided that his part in that accounting was finished. He walked through Shadow Hollow's compound on the 28th day and read the sect with the Silver Audit's institutional range, looking at the current state of the corrective functions restoration. The internal accounting session had produced genuine engagement. Not transformation. That took longer than 3 months. But genuine engagement, which was the input that the mechanism required and that manufactured institutional faith could not replicate. On the 30th day, he sent word to Xiaomiao. Yes. Hook. He wrote in his ledger on the night before the Tier 5 decision's execution. The cost tomorrow will be the left eye's biological function. After this, what I see through the left eye will be only the lens. I have been living with both for 4 years, the natural vision and the lens's view simultaneously, each informing the other. After tomorrow, the left eye shows only truth. I have been deciding whether that is a loss. He paused. The accountant built the 4th generation for this specific moment. The decision is mine. I am making it freely. The thing being sacrificed is real. The thing being preserved is also real. Both go in the ledger. He closed the book. The left eye sees what the lens shows. I have never minded what the lens shows me. Chapter 1:21 The weeks after the Tier 5 activation and the valley's sealing required the specific work of returning to ordinary things. Wei's left eye had not closed. He had been concerned, in the theoretical period before the activation, that the loss of biological function would be more disorienting than he had prepared for. In practice, what he experienced was not disorientation but recalibration. The left eye showed the lens's output continuously, the right eye showed the natural visual field, and the brain's integrative function, which had been managing both for 4 years, continued managing both with the new parameters. The valley's ambient spiritual fabric, after the Crimson Verdict's indelible writing, showed the entity's 600-year record to anyone approaching with spiritual sense. Kai Ming confirmed this in her final report from the valley. 3 Celestial Council members who had traveled to assess the operation's outcome had read the indelible record and had begun the formal process of addressing the entity's ongoing presence through the Council's official mechanism, which operated at a level that Wei could not directly participate in, but that his work had made possible. The entity in the valley was not gone, but it was permanently visible in the place where it had been operating invisibly for 6 centuries, and the visibility was not a temporary condition. It was woven into the spatial fabric of the location. Anyone who approached with functional spiritual sense would read what the entity was. That was the Crimson Verdict's function, not elimination, permanent exposure. Wei sat in his archive room on the 3rd day after returning to Shadow Hollow and opened his operational ledger. The day's intelligence summary was on the desk, prepared by Yifang with the efficiency that had become the division's standard. The staged releases accountability proceedings were in their 4th month. Shadow Hollow's internal accounting program had expanded from the initial division head session to broader elder participation. Tian Song's investigation had produced the first formal charges against suppression council members. Ordinary work at the ordinary pace. He sat with this for a moment. The specific quality of ordinary work after decisive work was something he had not modeled with precision before experiencing it. He had known it would be strange, had written about the anticipation of it in the journal entries before the Tier 5 decision. The actual experience was different from the anticipation in a specific way. It was not strange. The ordinary work felt continuous with the decisive work rather than separate from it. The intelligence summary Fong had prepared was part of the same function as the gold testimony projection in the valley. The accountability proceedings were part of the same corrective function as the crimson verdict's indelible writing. The character of the work had not changed. The scale of the current moment had contracted back to the ordinary, which was where most of the work actually happened. He noted this in the journal entry for the third day. The decisive work and the ordinary work are not different in kind. They are the same function at different intensities. The Tier 5 activation required everything the lens could produce at its highest tier. The intelligence summary Fong prepared requires careful reading and accurate notation. Both are the corrective function operating at the scale the moment requires. The accountant built the lineage for the decisive moment. The decisive moment is past. The ordinary work continues. Both are the same work. He closed the journal and opened the intelligence summary. He looked at his left eye in the small mirror he kept on the desk. The lens's output was present. The ambient ledger signatures of the people moving through the compound's corridors, readable in the peripheral awareness that the left eye now provided continuously. "You're reading the compound right now," Fong said, from the doorway. "Yes," Wei said. Fong came in and sat down. "Is it different?" "It is more continuous than before," Wei said. "Previously, I activated the lens. Now the left eye's output is always present. I choose the depth, but the ambient visibility is passive." He paused. "It requires the kind of adjustment that any significant change in one's perceptual field requires." "Hook," Fong said. "Rome visited while you were at the valley. She said she would come by this week." Wei said, "I know." Fong looked at him with the specific expression Wei had learned to associate with Fong having noticed something and deciding whether to say it. "You knew before I told you," Wei said. "The lens sees the ambient institutional records. Her entry in the compound's visitor log from 3 days ago is part of that record." Fong said, "Of course." He was quiet a moment. "Is it strange, reading people you care about all the time?" Wei said, "It is honest. I find I prefer that to the alternative." Chapter 122. The accountability proceedings occupied the next month's institutional landscape with the specific thoroughness that Tian Song applied to formal processes. The first 3 suppression council members to face formal charges were the core members. The ones whose institutional records Wei's silver audit had documented with the greatest completeness and whose evidence chains Tian Song's investigation had been building since the staged release began. The proceedings were conducted through the Grand Alliance's formal accountability mechanism, which was slow and procedurally careful in ways that sometimes frustrated Wei, and that he had nonetheless learned to value because they produced outcomes that survived institutional challenge. Yu Chen's testimony appeared in the proceedings on the 42nd day. He appeared voluntarily, as Wei's arrangement had required, and gave the testimony documents contents in person, the full account, in his own voice, of the massacre and the 30-year redistribution plan. The surviving community's descendants who had been receiving the redistribution resources were present in the hearings gallery. 12 of them had agreed to attend when Tian Song's investigators had reached out. Their responses to Yu Chen's testimony were, as Wei had predicted from his read of the situation months ago, divided. Some accepted the redistribution as meaningful reparation. Some did not. The patriarch who led the surviving community's remnant organization stated, in formal testimony, that the accountability the hearing provided was more valuable than the 30 years of redistribution, not because the redistribution had been insufficient, but because the accurate name of what had happened was something the redistribution had not provided. He paid the debt, the patriarch said. He did not say the debt existed publicly until today. Those are 2 different acts. Wei noted this in his ledger as one of the most precise statements he had heard in any accountability proceeding he had been part of. Yu Chen, after the session, did not seek Wei. He sent a message through Liang Qiu. "The testimony is complete. The redistribution's final year is on schedule. The ledger shows what it shows." Wei responded, "Noted." Hook, Tian Song, in the private meeting after the hearing's second day, said, "The question of whether the redistribution matters, whether genuine reparation work changes the accounting, has not been definitively answered by this proceeding. Wei said, no, it will not be definitively answered by any single proceeding. It is a question that each person who has been harmed answers for themselves based on what they find relevant. Tiansong said, you found it relevant. Wei said, I found it relevant as a factor in the sequencing decision. The testimony's completion gives everyone the full picture, and what they do with the full picture is theirs to decide. Chapter 123. Yu Chun made his public statement the morning before the third hearing day. Not required by the proceeding, the testimony document had been entered in the formal record and its public release had been authorized. The public statement was Yu Chin's own decision, appearing before the surviving community's formal gathering, outside the proceeding's official structure, and saying in public what the testimony document said in formal legal language. Wei was not present. Hefang attended and reported. He read his statement without the protective framing. Hefang said afterward, the formal testimony in the proceeding was accurate. The public statement was accurate and direct. He said what he did and why, without the procedural language that formal testimony uses to separate the statement from the speaker. Response from the community? Split, Hefang said. The patriarch who spoke yesterday said that the directness was what had been missing from the redistribution for 30 years, and that having it now was something even though it was 30 years late. He paused. 3 community members left the gathering before the statement finished. 17 stayed. Wei wrote in his ledger, Yu Chun, public statement complete. Community response, divided. Assessment, the accounting is complete. The community has the full picture. What they do with it is theirs. He added, the fraction that left before the statement finished is part of the accurate record. Their response is legitimate. Noted. He looked at what he had written. The people who left before he finished, Hefang said. Does that mean the accounting failed? Wei said, no. It means 3 people had a response to the accounting that included not wanting to hear the rest of it, which is a legitimate response to an account of something that was done to them. The accounting being complete does not require every person who receives it to receive it in a particular way. He paused. The accounting's purpose is accuracy, not resolution. Resolution is what people do after accuracy has been established. It is their work, not mine. Hook. Hefang was quiet for a moment, then said, that is the hardest part of what you do. Wei looked at him. Giving people the accurate record and then having to watch what they do with it. Hefang said, knowing that accurate information does not always produce the response that the accurate information should produce, and doing it anyway. Wei said, yes. He paused. It is also the correct part. Adjusting the record to produce a more comfortable response would be worse. Chapter 124. The Suppression Council's complete dismantlement required 3 months past the first formal charges to work through the institutional machinery. Not because the evidence was insufficient. The evidence was comprehensive, the staged release having provided exactly the ordered, processable documentation that Tiansong's investigation had needed. The 3 months were the natural pace of the Grand Alliance's accountability mechanism, which processed significant institutional cases at the rate that allowed for the full evidentiary record to be reviewed, the affected parties to be heard, and the formal findings to be issued in a format that could not be successfully challenged on procedural grounds. Wei monitored the process through the Silver Audit and through Tiansong's direct reports, and through Hefang's management of the communication network. He did not attend any of the formal proceedings in person. This was a deliberate decision. His presence would shift the proceedings' focus toward Shadow Hollow's institutional standing rather than keeping it on the Suppression Council's crimes, and the lens's capabilities would introduce evidentiary questions about the methodology of institutional reads that would complicate the proceedings' formal structure. He watched from outside and provided information when Tiansong requested it. Hefang managed the document routing. He tracked the 23 individuals who had been associated with the Suppression Council's core and affiliate membership, not to persecute, but to ensure the record was complete. As each member's case was resolved through the accountability mechanism, Hefang marked the entry and moved to the next. On the 93rd day, the last formal case in the series was concluded. The Suppression Council existed in the formal record as a dismantled organization with 23 documented former members, an 80-year institutional history, and a complete evidence chain connecting its formation to the Willowstone Massacre and its operations to the systematic suppression of accountability in the Grand Alliance's formal processes. The Council's record was permanent in the institutional archive. Wei read the final entry Hefang submitted and noted. Suppression Council, dissolution recorded. Complete. 80-year institutional record in the permanent archive. 47 Willowstone names in the same archive. Connected. He sat with this for a while. Hook. Then he wrote. The work that produced this outcome began with 3 missing collection agents in the Ironwood Marshes. The connection between that beginning and this end was not visible at the beginning. It was visible only in retrospect. From here, reading the full chain. He paused. This is the characteristic of most significant work. It does not announce its full scope at its beginning. You proceed on the next honest step and trust that the chain holds. He closed the ledger and opened the morning intelligence summary, which Yifeng had left on the desk. Noted. Chapter 125. The second lineage practitioner's full name was Yin Jingru. Yifeng had managed the correspondence across 5 weeks of careful, paced introduction before the contact was sufficiently established for Wei to engage directly. Yin Jingru had been operating in the Eastern Mountain Territories for 3 years with a version of the corruption lens that the impression answers had suggested would exist, similar activation conditions, similar functional architecture, different development path. She had reached the silver audit's equivalent independently. She had been investigating the entity in the valley from her side of the Eastern Mountain Range without knowing about Wei's investigation in the west. Their correspondence, once direct, was the specific experience of 2 practitioners comparing notes on the same phenomenon approached from different angles. The kind of comparison that produced, in both parties, the specific recognition of yes, and also this, that complementary investigations produced. The entity's full record, Yin Jingru wrote in the 5th letter, shows a specific moment approximately 300 years ago when its operational methodology changed. Before 300 years ago, it worked through direct institutional influence. After, it developed the faith mechanism manipulation approach that you documented in the gold testimony projection. Something happened 300 years ago that made the direct approach insufficient. Wei read this and felt the silver audit's extension reaching back to the entity's record, pulling on the specific thread she had identified. Something 300 years ago. He had read the entity's record at the Tier 4 depth during the Valley engagement and had not specifically noted this shift. The projection had included it, but the real-time read had not flagged it as an analytical priority. He pulled the thread now, in his archive room, with the silver audit at full capacity and the left eye's continuous ambient read providing the operational context. 300 years ago, a failed direct operation against one of the accountant's institutional nodes. The node had been defended by a practitioner whose capability had been sufficient to repel the direct approach. The entity had adapted. The practitioner who had defended the node 300 years ago was in Xiao Miao's records as the second auditor, not the current compromised auditor. An earlier one, from a different period. Hook, Wei wrote in his ledger. The entity's operational methodology adapted 300 years ago in response to a repulsion by a practitioner who was likely an earlier version of the lineage program. Possibly the first generation, possibly a predecessor. The entity has been adapting to the lineage's capabilities for 300 years. He paused. Yin Jingru and I are the 4th generation and the 1st generation of 2 parallel programs. The entity has been aware of both programs for as long as they have existed. He paused again. It knew about us before we knew about it. It has been working around the lineage programs for 300 years. This changes the scale of what we are addressing. Chapter 126. Tian Song asked him the question on the morning of the Suppression Council's final formal proceeding. They were meeting at the tea house that had been their consistent private channel location across 18 months of operational coordination. The same neutral ground where they had first agreed to work together, which had acquired a functional significance that neither of them had explicitly acknowledged, but that both operated in awareness of. If you could read the entire Grand Alliance's ledger, Tian Song said, and project it, the complete institutional record, every crime, every suppressed investigation, every decision that chose the institution's interest over the complete truth, would you? Wei considered this question the way he considered all significant questions, looking for what it actually contained rather than what its surface suggested. No, he said. Tian Song was visibly surprised. He had been expecting the tactical objection, the argument that the capabilities required were not currently available, or that the timing was wrong, or that the political consequences would be unmanageable. He had not expected the direct negative. Wei said, Elder Kong broadcast Shadow Hollow's complete institutional ledger to every person in the sect simultaneously. The response was defensive reconstruction, not transformation. It took months of subsequent work, the charter restoration, the formal accounting session, the individual conversations, to produce genuine engagement rather than defensive posture. He looked at Tian Song. A complete institutional broadcast to the Grand Alliance's full membership, without the preparation that allows people to integrate what they are receiving, would produce the same pattern at a scale I cannot manage with the follow-up work that genuine engagement requires. You are not objecting to the truth being known, Tian Song said. I am objecting to the mechanism, Wei said. Kong's broadcast was the correct truth delivered in the wrong architecture. Truth that arrives without the context that allows it to be integrated lands as violence. I have spent 3 years building the architecture for this specific truth, the staged release, the advanced copies to prepared council members, the testimony in the correct proceeding at the correct time. He paused. The architecture is what makes the truth usable rather than just overwhelming. Hook, Tian Song said. You learned this from Kong. Wei said, I learned the negative case from Kong. I learned the positive case from 3 years of building the architecture that allowed the Suppression Council's record to produce the outcome it produced. He looked at Tian Song. The complete alliance institutional ledger is a future question. It requires more architecture than I currently have. And it requires knowing that the people receiving it have reached the point where the information can be integrated rather than deflected. He paused. That is not a reason not to do it. It is a reason to build the architecture first. Chapter 127. Hefang's promotion happened on a Thursday. Lin Zoli had been preparing it for 2 months. Wei had known from the operational preparation visible in the sect's administrative records. The ceremony was brief. Shadow Hollow did not conduct elaborate ceremonies for anything, which was one of the institutional practices Wei had noted as consistent with the corrective functions ethos, if not always with the honest accounting of why specific practices existed. Meng Huoshang was present. He said fewer insults than usual, which was close enough to endorsement for Meng Huoshang to count as significant. Wei stood at the back of the assembly room during the ceremony with the left eye's continuous ambient read providing the institutional picture of everyone present. Hefang's ledger was visible in the ambient layer, 4 years of development, the specific growth pattern of someone who had built their own approach out of their own experience rather than replicating their teachers. What the ledger showed was not Wei's methodology applied. It was something adjacent to Wei's methodology, built on some of the same foundations, oriented toward the same values, but organized differently, around a set of principles that Hefang had developed through his own experience of institutional hypocrisy, his own survival of it, his own choice to remain and work rather than withdraw. The same activation conditions as the corruption lens, but without the lens. Hefang had developed something that was not the lens's ability, but was the lens's wisdom, applicable through conventional intelligence methods. After the ceremony, Wei found him at the reception's edge. The division is yours to run, Wei said. I will be available for consultation. Hefang said, You're not leaving. No, but the division's primary operations are yours now. I will continue the larger investigations, the entity in the valley's ongoing monitoring, the mechanism's input correction, Yan Jingru's coordination. Those are at a scale that my specific capabilities are designed for. He paused. The ordinary work, the consistent, daily, here is what is hidden in the institutional landscape work. You are better positioned to do it than I am now. Hefang said, Because? Hook, Wei said, Because your methodology does not have an high cost. You can sustain it indefinitely. The lens is a decisive instrument. High capacity, high cost. Your approach is a sustained instrument. The work of someone who has learned to read institutional behavior through conventional methods applied with unusual clarity. He paused. The corrective function requires both. I am the decisive capacity. You are the sustained capacity. Hefang said, You have been planning for this since the war. Wei said, Since before the war. Hefang looked at him with the expression Wei had come to read as Hefang's version of the specific recognition between practitioners who had been working toward the same thing from the same direction. Yes, Hefang said. I understand. Chapter 128 Xiao Miao brought the Tier 5 question to its conclusion on a Tuesday morning, 3 weeks after the formal engagement. Not Tier 5 again. The advancement had already occurred. The Crimson Verdict had been used. The cost had been paid. What she brought was the accountant's final document. The one addressed to whoever holds the lens when the boundary holds, which had been in Xiao Miao's possession since the accountant's death 200 years ago, and which had been waiting for the specific condition the document had named. The boundary held. She delivered it in person to Wei's archive room and set it on the desk, and did not comment on the fact that his left eye's continuous ambient read was showing her full 200-year ledger at all times in his peripheral awareness. She had been aware of this since the Tier 4 advancement and had not found it objectionable. The ledger was what it was, and she had nothing in it that required defensive management. Wei read the document. It was, as the impression answer had suggested months ago, a letter of gratitude rather than instruction. The accountant had known, when constructing the breeding program, what the 4th generation would face at the threshold. She had not known the specifics, the suppression council, the faith mechanism, the valley entity, but she had understood the general architecture of what a threshold approach required and what the corrective capability would need to produce. The letter said, You have done what I believed was necessary. I cannot tell you it was right. I can only tell you that I believed it was and that I acted on that belief across a long life, and the continuing function of the audit that xianxia has carried. Whether the belief was right is a question I cannot answer from here. The ledger will tell you. Wei read the last section. The truth is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of the next responsibility. The ledger is never closed. He sat with the letter for a long time. Hook. He read it aloud to xianxia, who had remained in the archive room, and when he finished she said, "She wrote it 200 years ago, and it is still accurate." Wei said, "Yes." xianxia said, "Does it resolve anything for you?" He said, "It resolves the question of whether I was doing something the person who arranged the program believed in. It does not resolve the question of whether they were right to arrange it." He paused. Both questions belong in the same ledger. The second one will not be answered by any single document. xianxia said, "No, it will not." She paused. It was not answered for her either. Wei said, "I know." Chapter 129, he spent 30 days doing what the letter had given him permission to do. Not the 30 days before the Tier 5 decision. Those 30 days had been preparation. These 30 days were different. The specific freedom of someone who had completed the decisive work and was now in the space between the work done and the work that remained to be determined. He read people, not operationally, not for the intelligence picture or the suppression council's accountability or the mechanism's input correction or any of the purposes that had organized every read he had conducted for the past 3 years. He read because the lens saw what was there, and seeing what was there was the most accurate mode of engaging with the world he had available. He read Rong Yihua with her permission, the full bronze ledger history, the long honest record, the 20 years of difficult work done genuinely. Afterward they talked for 3 hours in the archive room with the evening light coming through the window, about what the work had meant to each of them, and about what came after the period when the decisive work was finished. She said, "You read the valley and found 47 names and wrote them down. You have been carrying those names for 3 years." "Yes," he said. "What do you do with them now?" He said, "They stay in the record. That is what they are. They are in the permanent record now, in the Grand Alliance's formal archive and in the Crimson Verdict's indelible fabric in the Valley's spiritual structure. The names will be readable as long as the Valley exists. And for you," he said, "for me they are the beginning of the thread I pulled on to find everything that followed. I will not forget them. The work's beginning is part of the work." "Hook," she said, "when all of this is settled, the mechanism's correction, the entity's ongoing monitoring, Hifang's division running at full capacity, what does your ordinary day look like?" He said, "The next investigation." She looked at him with the specific expression of someone who had expected this answer and found it simultaneously unsurprising and insufficient. He looked back at her with both eyes, the right showing her face in the room's light, the left showing the honest long record of someone who had been in his operational picture and outside it simultaneously for 3 years. He said, "And I would like to stop treating that as the complete answer to the question." Chapter 130, he wrote the complete ledger of Wei Liang Qiu on the 29th day. Not in his operational journal, not in the formal ledger where he kept the investigation's records, not in the personal journal where he had been processing the 4th entry's work. A separate document, begun fresh, titled in the formal notation he used for documents intended to be read by someone other than himself. He wrote what he knew about his origins, the breeding program, the 4 generations, the Willowstone connection, the specific choice of his great-grandmother to affiliate with an institution she believed in despite knowing its flaws. He wrote the activation conditions and the specific event in his own life, the institutional hypocrisy he had survived and the choice he had made to remain, that had triggered the lens's awakening. He wrote his 3 failures. He wrote them with the full accounting that Kong's mirror had shown him, Fen Suyi, Tang Yue, and the 3rd case, all 3 with the complete retrospective record that he had written in the archive chamber and had kept current since. He wrote Rong Yihua. He did not file her as an entry in the ledger's standard format. He wrote her the way the journal wrote things that did not fit the operational categories, in the specific register of someone recording something they found worth recording. He wrote Hifang, the 4 years of development, the disciple who had become a colleague who had become the division's primary sustained capacity. He wrote the 4th entry's shape and the journal entries that had worked through it, and the changes the working through had produced. He wrote the investigation, the full chain, from the Ironwood Marshes to the Valley's indelible record. He wrote, "I was loyal to the honest institution because honesty matters more than virtue. I was right about this. I was slow to act on behalf of people. I was wrong about this. Both are noted." He wrote, "The left eye sees what the lens shows. I have not minded what the lens shows me. The right eye sees the natural world. I have not minded that either." He paused. "I have been fortunate in what both eyes have shown me." He signed the document with his full name and the date and the notation he used for documents he considered complete. "This ledger is accurate." Hook. He put the document in the archive with the investigation's records and the founding charter's restored text and the entries that had mattered, and then he went to find Rong Yihua, who was in the practice yard working through the modified form that she had been developing for 8 months. And when she saw him, she stopped, and he said, "I have a question." She said, "Yes." He said, "I need to finish the sentence I started in the Eastern Mountain Camp." She looked at him with both eyes. He said, "When we return." This is the return. Chapter 131. The Old Intelligence did not wait. 6 weeks after the Suppression Council's formal dissolution, while the institutional picture was still reorganizing itself around the new accountability landscape that the staged release had created, the entity in the valley made its committed attempt. Not the blind frontal assault on the mechanism that Wei had modeled as the most obvious response to the situation. Not a physical approach to the boundary that Kai Ming was monitoring from the valley's perimeter. The entity had adapted its operational methodology 300 years ago in response to a direct force repulsion, and it had not forgotten the adaptation. The committed attempt collapsed institutional trust. Not through combat, not through direct intervention, but through the simultaneous activation of every influence relationship the entity had built across 600 years of patient operation in the cultivation world's institutional framework. 300 calls on debts that various practitioners and minor institutions had accumulated through 6 centuries of interactions with the entity's surface-level persona as an information broker, a neutral meeting space, a reliable resource for rare cultivation materials. The calls were legitimate. The debts were real. The timing was coordinated to create a simultaneous cross-institutional crisis of the specific kind that forced every major faction to turn inward and devote its full institutional capacity to managing an internal problem, which meant every faction's external awareness was reduced, which meant the boundary's active monitoring was reduced, which meant the attention structure that sustained the boundary's integrity was briefly absent. When all factions looked inward simultaneously, the boundary was unguarded by human attention. It had been a sound strategy. It had worked 600 years ago before the mechanism was built. It was the entity's most sophisticated instrument. What it had not accounted for was the working relationship between Shadow Hollow and the Grand Alliance that had been built over 3 years. 2 institutions with established communication channels and a specific shared understanding that the other side's honest function was part of the same corrective picture. Hook, Shadow Hollow, and the Grand Alliance did not look inward. They looked at each other and at Wei's silver audit of the simultaneous crisis's architecture, which he had been monitoring from the moment the first debt call appeared in the institutional record. And within 4 hours they had identified 17 of the 23 simultaneous crises as connected through the entity's network, and shared that finding through Tian Song's official channel and Liang Qiu's operational network simultaneously, and the crisis that the entity had designed to isolate each institution became instead the first cross-institutional coordinated response in the cultivation world's modern history. Chapter 132. The operational response was conducted by people who had built the relationship across 3 years of complicated work. Tian Song coordinated the Grand Alliance's institutional response through his investigative authority, the same authority that the Willowstone investigation had been built on, now extended to cover the simultaneous crisis as a connected event under the Northeastern Corridor Inquiry's expanded scope. Lin Zoli coordinated Shadow Hollow's operational response through the same internal architecture that the internal accounting and the charter restoration had been building toward. Elders who had read their own ledgers and had not retreated into defensive reconstruction, who had the specific capability to respond to a genuine threat without needing the threat to be defined against an enemy to motivate the response. Liang Qiu managed the cross-institutional communication in real time. 15 channels of information moving between Shadow Hollow and the Grand Alliance's coordination structure, and Kai Ming at the boundary and Xiao Miao at the mechanism's input correction position. Hefeng ran Shadow Hollow's intelligence division from the Field Operations Center in the same manner that Wei had run it during the war 3 years ago, reading the developing picture, identifying the critical nodes, providing the analysis that allowed everyone else to make correct decisions in real time. Wei provided the Silver Audit's institutional read of the crisis's evolving structure, updated every 30 minutes, projected to the coordination structure through the information feed Hefeng was managing. He did not lead the operation. He read, and the people he had been working with for 3 years used the read to do the work that the read made possible. This was, he noted in the evening journal entry, the corrective function operating correctly. Not one practitioner carrying the full weight of the cultivation world's institutional accountability on a single capability and a single eye. A distributed function, with different people contributing different elements, the whole more capable than the sum of the parts. Hook, By the 14th hour, 31 of the 33 simultaneous crises had been resolved or stabilized through the coordinated response. The entity's debt call mechanism had been designed to work through the isolation of individual institutions, and the coordinated response had simply eliminated the isolation, and Kai Ming, at the boundary, reported that the threshold entity had not made a move, which confirmed that the boundary's attentional fabric had been maintained throughout. The crisis through the coordinated response is aggregate awareness, and the entity's committed attempt had produced no net progress toward the threshold breach it had been working toward for 600 years. Chapter 133 The entity's financial mechanism was the last instrument. Wei had identified it in the Silver Audit's continental scale read. The chain of cultivator-debt relationships that the entity had arranged over 600 years, structured so that they could be called in simultaneously as part of a coordinated financial collapse. The first attempt had used a portion of this chain for the institutional crisis response. The remaining portion was structured for a second wave. The second wave activated on the third day. It was smaller than the first. The entity had expended significant resources on the first attempt, but it was targeted at the specific institutional nodes that the first attempt had identified as the most susceptible to internal crisis. Wei read the second wave structure from the Silver Audit and broadcast the complete chain map to every party involved simultaneously, not through Tian Song's formal channel, directly through the information feed that He Fong and Liang Qiu had been managing, a simultaneous distribution of the debt chain's full structure to every practitioner and institution that was a link in it, showing each party their specific position in the chain and the fact that every party in the chain was receiving the same document. He included a single line of text with each copy. This debt is a link in a coordinated collapse mechanism. Every other party in the chain has now seen this document. The collapse mechanism requires your participation. You have been shown the mechanism. Your participation is now a conscious choice. The chain's response was not uniform. Most refused to activate. Not all. 11 institutions or practitioners in the chain chose to call in their debts despite receiving the documentation. Some because their own financial needs were pressing enough that the chain's purpose was secondary. Some because the entity's 6th century relationship with them had produced a loyalty that the documentation alone could not override. But 72 of the 83 links in the second wave's chain did not activate. Hook. Wei wrote. Financial mechanism. Second wave. 83 links. Activated. 11. Refused. 72. Reason for 72. The mechanism required their invisibility to function. The visibility created by the broadcast changed the nature of their participation from a private financial decision to a visible choice to contribute to a coordinated attack. Most practitioners, when the choice is explicit and visible, choose not to make it. He paused. This is what the corruption lens does at its institutional application level. Not destroying what it reads. Making what it reads visible to the people whose participation it requires. Chapter 134 Kai Ming held the boundary for 18 hours while the second wave resolved. Not alone. The Celestial Council's restored monitoring, with Lian Yue's inputs correcting the 40-year false positive record, was operating at full capacity for the first time since the compromise began. The mechanism's recalibration was ongoing and had not yet reached the fully corrected baseline, but it was operating in the direction of correction rather than the direction of degradation. The boundary's structural integrity was measurably better than it had been at the crisis's beginning. Not fully restored. The 40 years of falsified inputs had produced a calibration drift that required sustained correct inputs to reverse. But measurably better. Kai Ming fought at the boundary's physical layer for 18 hours with the specific quality of engagement she brought to all of her work. Precise, necessary, without the performance of difficulty that lesser practitioners use to communicate effort. She was depleted at the 18-hour mark. Genuinely depleted, the specific post-sustained combat state of a void-crossing practitioner who had been at her ceiling for the duration. She sent one word in the report that arrived at Shadow Hollow's operations center, holding. He Fong related to Wei, who was at the center managing the institutional response's final phase. Wei looked at the word for a moment. Then he activated the Silver Audit at the full long-range capacity that Xiaomiao's framework access had opened, reaching toward the boundary layer to assess the mechanism's current calibration status and Kai Ming's current position relative to the threshold entity's pressure on the boundary. What he read, the threshold entity had not committed its full force. It was probing, testing the boundary's current strength against the calibration's partial correction, looking for the point at which the boundary's integrity would be insufficient for the threshold entity's entry capacity. It had not found that point. Hook. Wei wrote to Kai Ming through the direct channel. The threshold entity is probing, not committing. Its full commitment requires the boundary to be below the entry threshold. The mechanism's correction is bringing the boundary above that threshold faster than the threshold entity anticipated. Hold until the mechanism reaches 60% corrected calibration. Xiaomiao estimates 4 hours. Kai Ming's response was 2 words, I know. Chapter 135 Tier 5's application in the valley had written the entity's record into the fabric of the location. Wei had been thinking about the Tier 5 function's permanent nature since the valley engagement, not with regret, because the activation had been correct, but with the specific quality of attention he gave to a tool he had used once at decisive necessity and needed to understand in its full scope for future application. The Crimson Verdict's indelible writing was not limited to the valley. He had written the entity's record into the valley's spiritual fabric. The mechanism's corrective function, with Lian Yuha's restored accurate inputs, was writing a different kind of indelible record, the accurate institutional picture, updated continuously, available to the Celestial Council's monitoring function without the 40-year falsifications distortion. 2 different kinds of permanent record. The valley's Crimson Verdict, what the entity had done. The mechanism's corrected calibration, what the institutional landscape actually was. Both were the corruption lens's work, at different scales and through different mechanisms. Wei sat in the operations center while the crisis's final phase completed and thought about the accountant's letter. The truth is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of the next responsibility. The next responsibility. The entity in the valley was permanently visible. The mechanism was recalibrating. The Suppression Council was dismantled. He Fong was running the division. The second lineage practitioner was in correspondence. Xiaomiao's audit was functioning. The ledger did not close. He wrote in the evening journal, the crisis is resolving. The outcome is better than the pre-crisis situation because the crisis required the coordinated response that the 3 years of relationship building had made possible. And the coordinated response demonstrated in practice what the corrective and idealizing functions operating honestly in complementary relationship could produce. He paused. The accountant's design failed because the 2 institutions competed rather than complemented. We ran the complementary version for the first time, in a real operational situation, under pressure. It worked. He looked at the operations center's activity. The beginning of the next responsibility. Hook. Kai Ming's report arrived at the 4-hour mark. Not sent. In person, walking into Shadow Hollow's operations center with the post-18-hour combat exhaustion visible in her posture and the specific quality of a person who had done a difficult thing and was done doing it. The mechanism reached 60% calibrated. The threshold entity withdrew from the boundary. The boundary holds. She sat down without being invited. Your inquisitor friend has tea. I would like some. Chapter 136 The boundary's sealing took 11 days. Not the aggressive pulse and retreat of the crisis period. The 11 days were something different. The slow consolidation of a threshold that had been contested for 6 centuries and was now, for the first time, consolidating on the correct side of the line. The mechanism's recalibration had reached 73% corrected calibration when the threshold entity made its final probing attempt on the 4th day and found the boundary's integrity sufficient to turn it back without the active engagement that the crisis had required. It stopped probing. Wei read this through the silver audit's long-range capacity from his archive room and noted it in the operational ledger with the specific brevity he used for developments that were significant but that spoke clearly for themselves. On the 8th day, the entity's accumulated influence network, the residual debt call architecture that the second wave had not activated, began contracting. Not because anything was being done to it. Because the entity in the valley, after 600 years of patient expansion across the cultivation world's institutional landscape, had recognized the specific cost-benefit calculation that the crisis had produced. The committed attempt had cost 600 years of accumulated relationships, had produced no progress toward the threshold breach, and had done so against a cross-institutional coordinated response architecture that had not previously existed. Wei read the contraction in the silver audit and wrote, the entity is assessing. It has the specific quality of an intelligence that has been operating on a long-term strategy and is recalculating whether the strategy remains viable. He Fong, from the doorway. That sounds like a retreat. It sounds like an intelligence that has not given up but is revising its timeline, Wei said. The 600-year strategy failed. It is developing a different one. He paused. The Crimson Verdict's indelible writing means the entity's presence in the valley is now part of the valley's permanent spiritual fabric. It cannot operate invisibly there again. It must either accept the visibility or find a different operational center. Can it? It has been adapting for 600 years. He looked at the ledger. The question is whether it adapts faster than the corrective function can read what it is developing. On the 11th day, The mechanism reached 80% corrected calibration. The Celestial Council's monitoring function, operating now with Lian Yue's restored accurate inputs and the mechanism's improving calibration, confirmed the boundary's sealed state in a formal report transmitted to Shadow Hollow's operations center. Kai Ming delivered the formal confirmation in person, which was not standard protocol, but was consistent with the specific way she operated when a matter was significant enough to require personal delivery. She set the report on Wei's desk without ceremony. 80% is not complete correction, Wei said. No, Kai Ming said. The full correction to baseline requires approximately 6 more months of continuous accurate inputs. The boundary holds at 80%. The threshold entity cannot breach it at the current calibration level. She looked at him. Complete correction is a 6-month maintenance project, not a crisis. Wei read the report summary. The entity in the valley, permanently visible through the Crimson Verdict's indelible record, contained by a boundary it could not currently breach, with its 6th century influence network contracting from the committed attempt's costs. He wrote in the operational ledger, boundary sealed, 80% calibration, threshold entity, contained, assessing, corrective function, operational across all primary indicators. This is the position we were working toward. Hook, he added, below the operational entry, in the personal notation he used for the journal rather than the ledger. The ledger is the wall. The entity's 600 years of patient, invisible operation are now part of the valley's permanent spiritual record, readable by anyone who approaches with functional spiritual sense. It cannot be unwritten. What operated in darkness for 6 centuries is now visible for as long as the valley exists. He paused over the notation, then added, noted. Chapter 137. Hefeng rearranged the archive room on a Tuesday. Not because Wei had asked him to. Wei had not asked. Hefeng had observed, across the 2 weeks since Wei's return from the valley, that the archive room's spatial organization had been calibrated for someone who used 2 biological eyes, and that the left eye's continuous output now created a specific kind of dual-input environment that the room's current arrangement was not optimized for. He moved the primary desk so the window light came from the right. He repositioned the operational ledger's stand so it was accessible from the left side reach. He reorganized the document filing so the most frequently accessed files were on the left side of the room, where the left eye's peripheral awareness extended most naturally in the ambient read. Wei arrived to find the room rearranged and stood in the doorway for a moment taking in the new configuration. The left eye's ambient range is strongest in the forward left arc, Hefeng said, from where he was finishing the filing reorganization. The previous arrangement put the most frequently accessed materials in the forward right zone. You were rotating to access them. He did not look up. You were compensating. This removes the compensation. Wei looked at the new arrangement. You read people's operational compensation patterns, he said. I read the operational compensation patterns of people I work closely with, Hefeng said. It is a conventional intelligence methodology applied to the question of how someone is adapting to a significant change in their perceptual field. He closed the last filing drawer. The new arrangement should reduce the ambient distraction of the left eye's continuous read by 20%, based on observation of where you have been directing your attention in the past 2 weeks. Wei sat down at the repositioned desk. The left eye's ambient output, the faint continuous layer of ledger signatures from the compound's practitioners moving through the corridors and courtyard, was present in the forward left arc of his visual field, where the window light did not cross it. The right eye saw the desk, the reorganized files, Hefeng standing by the reorganized shelves with the expression he wore when he had done something he considered operationally self-evident and was waiting to see if the recipient agreed. Better, Wei said. I thought so. Hefeng moved to leave. Hefeng. He stopped. I have been making the adjustment without assistance, Wei said. Not because the assistance was unwanted, because asking for it felt like acknowledging a deficit. He looked at the new arrangement. The room works better now. Thank you, Hefeng said, with the specific economy of a person who had learned to receive acknowledgement without deflecting it. You would have figured it out. I just accelerated the process. He left. Wei sat in the rearranged room and ran the left eye's ambient read at the full depth the lens provided. Not the light ambient layer, but the bronze ledger depth, the complete personal histories of everyone in the compound's range. The reorganized spatial layout directed the read into the forward left arc where it belonged. The right eye held the room's natural light and the desk's documents without competition. The adjustment period was not finished. The left eye's continuous ambient read was a new condition in his perceptual field, and the full integration of it into ordinary awareness was a months-long process. But the room's rearrangement made the integration cleaner. Hook. He opened the day's operational summary and read Hefeng's intelligence report, which covered 12 active investigations running at the division's current capacity, the entity's ongoing monitoring, the mechanism's continued correction, the second lineage's correspondence, 7 lower-tier matters that Hefeng was managing without requiring Wei's direct input. At the bottom of the report, Hefeng had added a single notation in the informal register. The division is running correctly. You are available for the work that requires the lens. I will handle the work that does not. Wei read this notation twice. Then he wrote in the margin, agreed. He set the report in the day's completed pile and picked up the morning's first priority, Yan Jingru's latest letter, which had arrived the previous night, with 3 new observations about the entity's eastern network that required the silver audit's full depth to assess. Chapter 138. 3 months after the valley's sealing, the cultivation world's institutional landscape had measurably changed. Not the catastrophic reshaping that the staged release's critics had predicted, no mass defections from the Grand Alliance, no institutional collapse, no cultivation world civil war. The change was slower and more durable than the critics had feared and slower and more durable than the advocates had hoped. The Suppression Council's dismantlement had produced a formal gap in the Grand Alliance's accountability mechanism, a mechanism that had been functioning as a suppression instrument for 80 years. The gap required filling. What was being built to fill it was not a replacement Suppression Council. It was, through the deliberate design of the accountability proceedings' formal outcomes, a cross-institutional review function with teeth it had not previously had. Tian Song's investigation office had been permanently expanded and given formal jurisdiction over cross-institutional accountability inquiries, the kind that the staged release had demonstrated were necessary and that the Grand Alliance's existing mechanism had not been capable of. Shadow Hollow's position in the institutional landscape had shifted, not in formal status. Shadow Hollow remained a sect of middle standing, without the Grand Alliance membership that its corrective function had operated in deliberate tension with. But in operational standing, the relationship between Shadow Hollow and the Grand Alliance's investigative function that the 3 years of complicated work had built was now a recognized institutional arrangement. When Tian Song's office needed access to the Silver Audit's institutional red, there was a formal channel through which to request it. Wei noted this in his operational ledger as a significant development. Hefeng, in his weekly summary to Wei, described the change in characteristically practical terms. 3 months ago, we were an unofficial intelligence function that the Grand Alliance tolerated because we were useful. We are now an unofficial intelligence function that the Grand Alliance consults because we are useful. The distinction is not large. The institutionalization of the consulting relationship is the distinction, and the difference in operational terms. We can share information through formal channels without requiring the recipient to absorb the political cost of receiving it informally. Tian Song can cite the review arrangement in proceedings without citing intelligence from a private source. The information becomes more usable because its origin is less politically complicated. Wei wrote this in the ledger. Lin Zhouli's quarterly summary of Shadow Hollow's internal condition was equally measured. The internal accounting program had reached the Elder Council's full participation. 14 elders had completed the formal personal accounting session. 2 had requested additional sessions. 1 had submitted a voluntary disclosure of a 20-year practice that the accounting session had surfaced, a disclosure that the Charter Restoration's language made possible to address without the defensive reconstruction that exposure without architecture would have produced. The Charter Restoration is working as intended, Lin Zhuli said, in the private meeting that preceded the quarterly summary's formal presentation. Not because the institution has become pure, because the institution has the mechanisms now to address what it is rather than suppress what it is. That is the corrective function operating at the institutional level, Wei said. Yes, Lin Zhuli said. I have been studying your operational logs for 3 years. I understand what you built. I am telling you that it is working. Hook, Wei wrote in the evening journal. 3 months. The cultivation world's institutional landscape is different in ways that are not dramatic and are not easily summarized in the kind of before and after accounting that formal proceedings favor. It is different the way a structural load-bearing change is different. The visual picture is similar, but the force distribution has shifted. The Suppression Council's 80-year weight on the accountability function has been removed. The weight was doing something. What fills its absence matters as much as the removal. He looked at the entry. What is filling its absence? A cross-institutional review arrangement with a formal channel, an expanded investigative function with genuine jurisdiction, and Shadow Hollow's corrective function operating openly as a consulting resource rather than a covert intelligence operation. None of these are final forms. All of them are better than what they replaced. Chapter 139 Xiao Miao's final report arrived on a Wednesday, 8 weeks after the boundaries sealing. Not the routine operational report she submitted monthly through the formal Celestial Council channel. A different document, the complete audit record of the accountant's full program, covering all 4 generations, all lines of development, every institutional intervention the accountant had conducted across her 300-year operational period. It was accompanied by a note. This is the complete record. The breeding program documentation, the lineage development history, the 4 generations activation conditions and development paths, and the 20 auditors' records from the accountant's original program. Yin Jingru has received a copy simultaneously. This document was not meant to be held by one person. Wei read the complete audit record over 2 days. What it showed was the full scope of what the accountant had built. Not a simple lineage development program, but a multi-generational institutional intervention designed to produce, at the moment the threshold approach reached critical urgency, a capability that could address the threat without destroying the institutions whose health was the goal. The breeding program was one component. The audit function, which Xiao Miao's line had maintained, was another. The document archive that Xiao Miao had been preserving for 200 years was a third. The fourth component was the parallel program that Yin Jingru represented. Wei had known about the parallel program from the impression answers and from his correspondence with Yin Jingru. The audit record showed its complete design, a second lineage operating on the same activation conditions through a different institutional environment, meant to provide the cross-validation that a single lineage could not offer. What one program missed, the other would see. What one program developed in a specific direction, the other would develop differently. The accountant had built redundancy into the corrective function at the lineage level. Wei wrote to Yin Jingru that same evening. I have read the complete audit record. The parallel program design is more deliberate than I understood from the impression answers. The accountant designed us to function in complementary relationship, not as a single capability with backup, but as 2 different approaches to the same problem whose differences are part of the design. Yin Jingru responded the following morning. Yes, I reached the same conclusion. My development path has been different from yours in ways that are consistent with the design rather than incidental to it. I read threshold adjacent spiritual entities more accurately than you do. You read institutional structures more accurately than I do. Together we cover what neither of us covers alone. Wei read this response and sat with it. She is correct, he said to Xiao Miao, who had come in person to receive Wei's response to the complete audit record. The parallel program design means the corrective function's full capacity is not visible in any single practitioner. It is distributed across at least 2 lineages. The accountant believed that concentrating the full capacity in a single lineage was too fragile, Xiao Miao said. A single lineage could be suppressed. 2 parallel lineages operating in different institutional environments were more robust against the specific failure modes she had observed. She had observed attempts to suppress the corrective function. She had experienced them personally. Xiao Miao looked at Wei. Her institutional interventions were not universally welcomed. Several of them were actively opposed by the institutions she was trying to correct. She survived the opposition. She did not assume her successors would. Hook, Wei said. The complete audit record answers the question I have been carrying for 3 years. Xiao Miao said. Which question? Wei said, whether the person who arranged the program understood what they were doing to the people in it. Xiao Miao was quiet for a moment. What does the record say? Wei said. It says she understood exactly what she was doing and that she believed it was necessary, and that she spent her full operational period building the architecture to make it survivable rather than just possible. He paused. That is not the same as saying she was right. But it is the most honest answer I could have received. Xiao Miao said. It is the only answer she could give from 200 years ago. Wei said. Yes, I know. He looked at the audit record's final page, which ended with the same line as the accountant's personal letter. The ledger is never closed. Chapter 140. The inaugural cross-factional review committee met on a Thursday in the 37th week after the Suppression Council's dissolution. He Fong chaired it. This was not the arrangement Wei had suggested. He had made no suggestion about it. Lin Zholi and Tian Song had jointly proposed He Fong for the chair position based on the division's operational record and He Fong's specific capacity for the sustained daily work that a cross-factional review function required. He Fong had accepted on the condition that the committee's formal mandate included both investigative authority and the explicit capacity to decline investigations where the evidence did not meet the threshold for formal action. You wanted the decline authority specifically, Tian Song said, at the pre-meeting briefing. The Suppression Council's successor function requires the capacity to say no, He Fong said. A review function that cannot decline investigations becomes a mechanism for using the review process as a weapon. The decline authority is structural protection against the committee being captured for purposes other than genuine accountability. You learned this from Wei. I learned this from 3 years of watching what happens when institutional authority is used without that protection, Hifeng said. Wei identified the structural pattern. I watched it operate in practice long enough to understand why the protection is necessary. The committee's first session reviewed 7 pending referrals from Tiansong's investigation office. 3 were declined on insufficient evidence grounds, with written explanations of the threshold that the referrals had not met. 4 were accepted and assigned to investigators. Wei attended as an advisory resource, not as a committee member. He sat in the room's left side section and ran the left eye's ambient read at the light perimeter depth, enough to read the room's institutional picture without intruding into the full ledger depths that full operational reads required. What the ambient read showed: 11 practitioners in the committee's membership, 7 of them with institutional records that showed the specific pattern of someone who had been operating in accountability-adjacent functions for years and had developed genuine commitment to the corrective work rather than institutional self-interest. 3 with records that showed the early-stage development of the same pattern. 1 with a record that showed someone who had accepted the committee position for reasons that were not primarily accountability-oriented. Wei noted the 1 in his operational ledger after the session, in the notation he used for matters requiring long-term monitoring rather than immediate action. The committee was a new institution. New institutions contained people with different motivations. The corrective functions work was to read what was there, not to preemptively exclude everyone who was not yet fully committed. He spoke once, during the session's final review, when Tiansong raised the question of the committee's relationship to the Grand Alliance's formal accountability mechanism. The committee's function is complementary to the formal mechanism, Wei said, not subordinate to it. The formal mechanism processes what the institutional architecture can already accommodate. The committee addresses what the formal mechanism cannot reach: cross-institutional patterns that appear normal within each institution individually, but show as coordinated harm when read across the full record. He looked at Tiansong. The formal mechanism is the Alliance's self-governance function. The committee is the accountability function that operates in the gaps the formal mechanism cannot see. Tiansong said, and Shadow Hollow's advisory role in the committee is the same as the corrective function's role in any institutional arrangement, Wei said. We read what is there. What the committee does with what we read is the committee's decision. The session ended at the standard closing hour. Hifeng gathered the session's formal records with the efficiency of someone who had been managing institutional documents for 4 years and knew exactly how to close out a meeting. The committee members departed. Tiansong paused at the door and said, without turning, "This works." He left. Wei remained in the empty room for a moment. The left eye's ambient read was quiet. The room's practitioners gone. The perimeter ambient showing only the compound's ordinary afternoon activity. The right eye held the empty chairs, the clean table, the afternoon light through the high windows. He thought about the accountant's letter. The ledger is never closed. He thought about the 47 names in the Ironwood Marshes that had been the thread he had pulled on to find everything that followed. He thought about the 3 open lines in the current picture, Xiaomiao's third auditor position, whose successor had not yet been named. Elder Kong's broadcasting, which had in the past 3 weeks begun surfacing documents from the period before Shadow Hollow's founding. Materials that suggested the sect's origin story was not the story it had recorded for itself. And Meng Huashang's 40-year account, which was approaching the institutional record from other sources and would eventually become visible whether or not Wei released it. The question was not whether, but through what architecture. 3 threads. 3 beginnings of what came next. He wrote in the evening journal, the first cross-factional review committee has met. Hifeng chairs it correctly. The decline authority provision was the right structural choice, and his management of the 7 referrals showed the specific quality of someone who has internalized the corrective function's purpose rather than its mechanics. The cultivation world's accountability architecture is measurably better than it was 1 year ago. Not complete. Not final. Better. He paused. The accountant wrote, the ledger is never closed. She was describing a fact, not a failure. The work does not end because the current problem is resolved. The work continues because the corrective function's purpose is not the resolution of individual crises, but the maintenance of the honest institutional picture across time. He looked at the journal entry. I was built for this work. I find, having done it for 4 years, that I also chose it. He closed the journal. He went to find Rong Yihua. She was in the practice yard, in the evening light, working through the form she had been developing for 8 months, the modified sequence that integrated her own understanding of what the corrective function's physical practice required. She saw him coming and completed the movement she was in without stopping for him. which was the specific quality he had come to value. She did not interrupt her own work for his arrival, which meant the time she gave him after was chosen rather than obligated. She completed the form. You chaired an inaugural committee today, she said. He-Fong chaired it. I was advisory. I know. She looked at him. I read He-Fong's summary before you arrived. He writes clearly. She paused. How was it? Wei said. It worked correctly. The function is distributed now. He-Fong runs the sustained capacity. I cover the decisive capacity. Yin Jingru covers the threshold adjacent read. The review committee provides the institutional authority. The corrective function needs to be usable. He was quiet for a moment. The architecture is sound, she said. And you? He said. I am well. Both eyes. She said. Good. She picked up the practice cloth from the yard's low wall and folded it with the specific care she brought to small, ordinary things. Meng Huashang made tea this afternoon and left the second cup in the archive room for you. He did not explain why. He never explains why. He does not need to. No, she said. I suppose he does not. They walked together from the practice yard into the compound's evening, the left eye reading the ambient institutional signatures of the people they passed. Honest records, complicated records, long records with the full weight of what people had done and left undone, and the right eye holding the light and the path and Rong Yihua walking beside him, which was the specific quality of the ordinary world that the lens showed him truthfully and that he had not stopped finding worth the seeing. The ledger continued. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.